Well, a very good morning to you all from Daytona International Speedway. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. I am Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning in person on our once a year basis here by Scott Michaels to my left. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Brendan.
I'm joined also by Joseph Mudrock. Good morning, Joseph.
Hi to both of you. I am so sorry, and because I'm air conditioned.
Oh. Well, you're very lucky, and you've just thrown that in the face of a couple of hundred people standing down in the paddock who are very decidedly not air conditioned.
Yeah, but they're going to get to go racing, and I'm not.
No, that's very true. You just get to watch it on your monitor.
Yes.
Happy to have everybody's company this morning, as we always are. We are about 140 feet above the start-finish line here at Daytona International Speedway with a fine view of what is affectionately known as the World Center of Racing, certainly to those concerned down here. We've got 14 hours of racing today. It's our only long single-day enduro of the season for the 2022 World Racing League season. So this one's a bit special, not least because we're at Daytona, but certainly because we're going to run into the darkness tonight. At more or less dawn start this morning at 8 o'clock, and we'll finish under the lights with the full Rolex 24 lighting around the high banks of Daytona, and of course the infield section in between here. Waiting for the cars to roll off. We've got something like 75 cars on the grid. I think we've lost one or two this morning. We did see one car, some Cayman, getting pushed into the paddock, and we'll try and dig out a little bit more on that later. But as we wait for the roll-off here, as I'm just trying to coordinate here with the PA volume, we'll try and get that set up here shortly. Scott, I'm going to leave you to do a little bit of a track overview here. Daytona should be fairly obvious to most people, but let's talk a little bit about what we're looking at later.
Yeah, it's obvious but unique nonetheless. I've been talking with a few of the teams about how you prepare a car for a track like this. We only really get one of these a year. Road America is, as far as like regular racetracks go, is considered one with relatively long straights, and therefore one where low downforce and high top speeds are of like most importance. But here that's squared. We have just so much more need for top speed and so much less, not just because of the lack of corners, but the nature of the corners are very stop-start. They're not downforce corners. So any cars that have been designed with high downforce in mind, they have just spent the last week or two shedding that as much as possible, I think, in many cases. So we'll see some cars, we've seen some cars in the past with unusually little aerodynamic, so wings have been removed. I know some of the MPO ones, they were going to be, we have quite a few of them on the grid this morning, and they're all going to be in very different combinations of aero packages, so and various other configurations. So that's really going to be a lot of the what we're going to be discovering in the early part of the race is where car performance is specifically this weekend. It's not going to be the same kind of balance as we've seen before. We're going to see different types of cars competitive that maybe otherwise wouldn't be, and vice versa, and then also certain cars that we've known to have certain levels of top speed will have different levels of top speed here. Driving wise, it's quite a simple track. As I said, a lot of stop-start corners. It does give you an opportunity for overtaking quite often in the lap. That's again going to depend on the type of car you're running and the configuration of your car. If you happen to be in a car which naturally doesn't have particularly good top speed, then you're going to find overtaking extremely difficult today, vice versa, if you have a car with great top speed. And then also braking performance is going to be really important because the braking zones here tend to be very long. They're very straight, so you can use the absolute maximum.
Except for turn one.
Yeah, generally speaking. Well, turn one is probably the longest braking zone, but that's partially because it's on a corner, so you can't use the maximum braking performance of your car. But most of the rest of them, you'll be braking in a straight line. You can brake as hard as your car will allow you to do. So therefore, cars with that as a strength. So that's where, for example, the MPO ones, and we're going to keep coming back to them because they're by far the most unique car in the field and the car that's probably least suited to this type of track. That is where they'll make their passes, though. They've got much lower weights than almost everyone else in the field. Probably, I assume everyone else in the field, to be honest. So therefore, they'll be having to make these late diving moves on the brakes in those straight braking zones.
You mentioned the NPO ones, and we will talk about them a little bit later on. It is one of the smaller classes. I think the smallest class we've got this weekend, but it is new for 2022. Of course, I can tell you from watching yesterday that those cars were using a Rolex 24 braking point for turn one, whereas most of the production cars were braking, down a little bit closer to sort of the end of the tri-oval and having that very long curved braking zone going down into that turn one into complex. That is one of our changes for 2022, of course, is the addition of that prototype class or the sports racer class in GTU. We don't have the Miata that we had back at Road America, so that is an all NPO1 class. However, some fewer differences up in GTO, where we've got a host of GT4 cars, a couple of production-built cars that we will get to later because there have been some interesting developments since we last saw a couple of these guys earlier in the season. But let's talk about the racing here. We throw it back to last year, 2021. The Daytona 14 Hour was arguably one of the best races of the year. I think maybe the best race of the year. Winning margin right around 3.5 seconds. It was a fight between the Screaming Goat number 29 and the number 909 from Automatic Racing. Already a winner this year, that number 909. I think twice a winner this year, actually. That Screaming Goat car also a winner back at NOLA, but it is not the same number 29 that we have seen. No longer just a BMW, it is now an LS swapped BMW. Was told a little earlier on in the week that it would sound a lot more at home on the high banks of Daytona than it used to. So that can only mean a handful of things, and that's exactly what we're going to get. So let's keep an eye on that car through the early part of this race, because one of that car's strengths, as we've discussed, has been its fuel mileage, its ability to really extend a couple of laps longer than most of the rest of the GTO field. It does pay a toll in terms of pit stop length sometimes for that, but in general, it's kept that car really, really competitive, and now they're sort of stepping into the unknown here. So we'll keep an eye on what that's going to mean for that car and its ability to be competitive over the duration of the 14 hours here at Daytona. Joseph.
Brendan?
Let's talk starting grid, if you're ready for that.
I can be.
All right. Let's get down to that. I can tell you as the cars head off down the front straightaway, at least the GTO cars head off down the front straightaway here. There are a couple of newcomers today. I can tell you there's a Camaro in the field. The number 89 from 89X Motorsports is mired a little bit back in the GTO field, one to keep an eye on. There is a Ginetta that has made it to the grid. It's a 762, which I think
someone's had to do a control delete right near pit entrance there.
It's a Cayman. Is that the one that was pushed back to the garage? I think it was. So it's a 987. Very interesting. You ready for the rundown, Joseph? Can we do this? I can get us started if you like.
Yeah, this is okay. Just trying to work out some technical things. Yeah, so pole position is going to be the 401 for round 3 racing at a 201.3 ahead of the 909 for automatic racing at 201.9. Round 2 will be GTR 99 at 202.0, JTR 696 at 202.2. So we've got a little under a full second between first and fourth on the grid. 404 for chill out systems. That I believe that's still the Miata, right? The overpowered Miata. In fifth on the grid at a 202.3. Split Decision Racing also at a 202.3 in the number 44. Kingpin Racing will take 7th on the grid. Will lead off row 4 in the 280 at a 202.5. And it is the team car, the number 77 at a 202.5 right next door. 6 thousandths of a second separating the two. The number 9 spot is filled up by TLM USA in the 172 at a 203.0, and the top 10 will be rounded out by the 511 for Choice Racing at a 203.4. That is going to be your top 10 of a stout GTO field.
And that doesn't even get us down to our winner from last year. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Stout field for sure. Looking down through the top 10, it's kind of nice being here in person and actually getting to get a feel for the field. One car that looks, I'm not going to say out of place, but much smaller than everyone else in the top 10 is the split decision racing car, which is interesting. It's the Bmw M2. So just a little observation, one of those things where, yeah, we see the top 10 here filled with a lot of GT4 cars and bigger, maybe production-based GTO cars. But yeah, that car looks very small out there in among the top 10.
Keep an eye on the back half of that car as well. They ran yesterday without the rear wing attached, but the rear wing support still on it.
We've seen that before a few times, haven't we?
Yeah, possibly from that car actually. But that was how they chose to run their car configured yesterday. And I won't put words in your mouth here, Scott, but watching the cars kind of run around the banking, you see, that exit up onto the oval at turn 1 coming off of the infield turn 6, and the 2x2 formation all the way around the banking is it kind of just sets the tone for the 14 hours today. There is a real atmosphere to what we do here, even in the World Racing League, and this is, I think, actually just coming down to it now. The pace truck, such as it is for the GTO field, leads the nearly 30-car strong field onto the front straightaway. Ducks to driver's left. The green flag is in the starter's hands. It'll be GTO first, then GTU, then the general production field to follow a couple of seconds later. The green flag waves very early, and the field pulls away into the tri-oval. It's a good start from the 401, the round 3 racing Hagerty sponsored car. JTR Motorsports Engineering, the 696 gets a good jump around the outside, but the 909 throws it into turn 1 late on the brakes as he dares. They're side by side into the left-hander at turn number 2, and I think the 909 is going to come out best in P2 there, just behind the round 3 car. So it's 401, 909, 696, then the 99 from Team GTR. A car it's the chill-out car in P5 around the right-handed hairpin at the International Horseshoe, and then the split decision car that Scott was just mentioning. It's single file now, more or less, down through the back half of the GTO field. We look to drivers left. Actually, we'll just pick them up at turn 3 here. The GTU field being led by, is that the 55?
The 555.
The 555, okay,
yeah, they,
ahead of the Racer Motors car.
Yeah, Stratus got completely jumped. I don't know if they just didn't realize when the green flag was coming out, but they got completely jumped by 2 cars going out of NASCAR 4.
General production field heads down into turn number 1 for the first of a couple of hundred times throughout the course of today. It's a good start from the 701, so the field being led away twice now by round 3 racing. The number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks in second, but a good, call it about 10 car lengths behind that number 701. The big mission car, as always, a great jump right off the green flag. This is kind of a hallmark of the way that team runs their races. It's a really, really strong start for them, and they've managed to get on the podium, and now hounding the back of the number 147 on the exit of turn number 3, down into the kink for the first time. The GTO leaders head down the back straightaway for the first time through the bus stop, where I think we're going to see quite a bit of action throughout the course of our day today, and we can take a breath. I think it's a clean start from just about everybody, Scott.
Yes.
Nope, I say that. There's a spinner at the bus stop. First lap, somebody is backwards at the turn 7 chicane. We can pick that up. No, it'll be mid-corner. No, I didn't get a number. It's pulling away now, so it's gotten away before.
Oh, there's a definite problem for the 696, who was second place across the line at the green flag. They've dropped a good 15 positions down into turn 1. They were getting swamped on the run out of NASCAR 4. They kind of seem like they're back up to speed again. No, I don't think they are. Then again, I've lost them now in the sun. It's a little bit difficult early in the morning with the sun glinting off all the cars. But yeah, it was almost like they didn't have top gear or something. They were just getting absolutely run over at the as they came across the tri-oval.
GTU leaders in the pits.
Oh well, that didn't last long.
No, not even a lap, Scott. That's
So I was going to make the point that there was actually quite a large gap between GTO and GTU at the start. But they gained the 10 seconds in the infield on the back of the field, and then actually held quite closely with the back of the GTO cars on the straight.
That JTR, I'm sorry, Scott, that JTR car, by the way, will have lost about 7 or 8 seconds in whatever happened. So I'm not sure what the issue ended up being. I certainly didn't see anything following the cars around, but we were also occupied a little bit with the general production start. So
we'll have to see. It might be a top-end issue. I think I spotted them out of turn 1 looking okay, but I then lost them in the sun a little bit. Well, if it's that big of an issue, they'll be in the pits this time around, because if it was more than just a missed shift or something.
Yeah, difficult to miss a shift in a GT4 car, but I suppose it does happen. So this will be one of the first times this year we've seen JTR on the back foot early. Oh, split decision, misses the chicane, and kind of half hard to stop. Headed down into, well, coming off of the merger up onto the banking from the bus stop. Change for second in GP1, the number 134 from Big Mission has jumped the Moorhead Speedworks BMW on the brakes down at turn number, I think it was down at turn number 3. The pass was more or less done by the time I caught it. And now that 134 sets its sights on the leading Porsche Cayman from round 3 racing. GTO cars across the line for the second time. There's a 609. Car in the pits, is that the JTR car? I think it is. That is absolutely the 696 into the pit lane. So maybe the single most dominant car this year on pace in GTO is in strife just 2 laps into a 14-hour enduro here at Daytona. This is maybe the least likely scenario I saw this morning, but we're going to keep an eye on this stop. Nothing terribly urgent happening down in the pit lane at the moment. The car has just come to rest, and no crew working on the car. Just it's like a stop and go there. Maybe a control-alt-delete, as you were mentioning earlier, Scott.
I've got another
for somebody else, anyway.
I've got another unlikely scenario for you that's happening.
Yep.
Stratus, other than the 555, which is, has it left the pits now?
I don't see it down here.
It's either gone into the garage or it's left the pits. Other than them, Stratus are the last 2 running cars in GTU, and they've been overtaken by the 84 9.4 Motorsports. That's going to confuse us all day. Car, which is running second in GTU, 5 seconds behind Racer Motors, but they themselves have pulled 5 seconds on the 59, who have got 4 seconds on the 58. That's very un-Stratus early in a race to be certainly dropping behind the 9.4 Motorsports car. We've seen that car in the past. I think they actually won a race a few races ago, didn't they? But it was while running at GP3 pace, I believe.
Which car was this?
The 9.4 Motorsports GTU.
They did, yes, at Road America, yes.
Well, they appear to have passed Stratus on pace and are pulling away. So that car's running second now behind Racer Motors. And Stratus are, bringing out the rear of the GTU field early on in this one.
Another pit caller. This will be the number 4, previously a Choice Racing BMW. It is now a PC Racing BMW, and it's the only BC car in the field, having previously... well, the 44 is the car we're used to seeing, the all-black BMW M3. This is now an 8-speed, I think it's an 8-speed paddle shift BMW, and they've chosen to go with this car exclusively, but not a brilliant start for that car this morning, down into the pits after just a couple of laps. Great start for the number 77 from Kingpin Racing, up into second after starting P7.
They've gained 2 places every lap so far.
Yep.
They're going to struggle to do that considering they're now in second.
And fastest lap of the race for that car, 2:01.755.
Which seemed... Did we even get below 2:01 in qualifying?
We did. It was a 2:01.3 for pole. Best lap last year in the race was a 2:03.2.
Wow.
So we have already picked up a second and a half on
Brendan,
what is probably a fairly green track.
Is there a car stopped at turn 2?
Is that infield turn 2?
It's race control log turn 2.
I don't see anybody.
See anything, no.
Okay, so they've cleared out. The 119 for Chris Hall, Hoser Racing, I don't know if you called this out. That, I think, has been another spinner at the chicane.
Yeah, that car has just come into the pits.
Oh, that's what that is. I was going to ask what... I don't recognize this car at all.
It's the 300ZX, and that is the one that will involve a number of the WRL stewarding staff at various points during the day today. Michael Peden, Justin Hunt, just a few of the names on board that car. So eyes out for that car a little later on, but we've already kind of got eyes on it. All change in GP1. The 701 has lost out twice, first to the 134 and then to the 147. And now the 3 leaders in GP1, same as it ever was, run nose to tail. Just a couple of laps into our enduro here at Daytona, with Big Mission leading the way. So great start for that number 134 all the way up into the class lead.
So,
sorry,
did we
the
ever...
GTR 99 just went around the outside of automatic into turn 1 as well.
Yeah, this is more the automatic car losing a couple of places this morning. It had already lost out to the Kingpin car, which has pulled out a pretty reasonable margin, actually, as they work their way through traffic. The 99 has dropped the 909 as well, and we're going to get a couple of more cars up onto the back of that Aston Martin. Pass maybe for 5th, as the number 172 from, I think, is it 172? From TLM USA runs up towards the back end of the Chill Out, number 404 LS Swapped Miata.
Did you guys ever get a explanation as to why the 555 came in?
No.
Contact under investigation at turn 7.
Ooh, the Matt Connolly car. Pride of
10.
Hellertown, Pennsylvania. Not actually not on track at all there, down at the bus stop.
Is turn 7? That's the bus stop.
It is.
Okay.
That's
yeah.
what we're calling it anyway.
Yeah, I thought
so
it was turn 8, but I definitely watched that car go through.
It's Marshall Station 7.
Okay, that's fine. I was just making sure because I watched that car go onto the banking and there was definitely no contact, but obviously
The
we don't
NASCAR
Yeah.
turns, the NASCAR turns don't exist.
No, they don't. Not here.
Okay, yeah.
It's flat out. They don't count.
So yeah, slow car. This show in the race control log is the 210. Saw it on your screen. Now we have it in race control. We've also got split decision of 44. I don't know if you called that. Spin at turn 6 at driver's right.
Return pit call for the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering. So whatever they did to that car initially to get it reset and on its way has not cleared up the issue. It appears to have recurred. This time they've sent one of the crew members into the passenger side door, presumably to take a look at something with the electronics of that car. I don't know if he took a laptop with him to try and get a diagnosis on what the issue might be. Change for 5th? 4th, sorry. I had completely missed the Thunder Bunny car in the rundown of GTO. I didn't realize the 111 was up that far, but it's a great start for that BMW M2. One of the highest climbers in the field, up 11 spots since the green flag flew just a couple of minutes ago.
And the other Thunder Bunny car is also up 11 spots. So
The
those
421.
I believe those are our 2 highest climbers in the field. Actually, no, it's the 501 going.
We're going to need to talk to somebody down at the 421 because if you recall, that car was written off back at Road America about midday on Saturday in a massive accident back at the King. Everybody was okay. Driver was okay there, at least on the Thunder Bunny side. Everybody was taken care of, but as far as I knew, that car was going to be a write-off. And word from the crew down at Thunder Bunny was that, that's from Matt Kehoe, was that the Thunder Bunny and Will to Win crews did a ton of work to get the car ready to go. After
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
I'll correct you slightly. It's actually the 501 that's made up 11 places to move into 12th overall. The 421 is made up of paltry 5 positions so far. So they got some.
Right.
They got
111
some.
is also 11 spots.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. So 2 Thunder Bunny cars. Cumulatively, Thunder Bunny have made up 26 positions so far this morning between their 3 cars.
I'm actually very impressed with the start we've had in general this morning. It could have been a lot messier and less tidy than it ended up being, but everybody strung themselves out really well.
I like to think that that's because people are sensible and they realize that there's 14 hours more of this to do.
It's possible that a small element of that is that this is the one track where it actually really makes sense to start the GTU cars behind the GTOs. I remember last year there was quite a lot of mixing in the early laps between GTU cars that were not as fast on the straights as GTO cars. Well, not that they weren't GTU cars last year, MPO1 is what I should say. Whereas this year, having them in their own little pocket in between, and their pace is pretty much right there. They're really not marching through the GTO field like Racer Motors up to 29th overall. Fastest lap of a 2:07, so they are a solid 5 or 6 seconds off the fastest GTO cars.
Another really significant pit caller early in the 2 really significant pit callers The 77 from Kingpin has come in from second place after just 6 laps, and the number 29 Screaming Goat car, which is your defending winner of this race, now into the pit lane way too early as well. Now, we knew that car was sporting some some new elements, I guess you could say, but certainly not, I'm going to use a Ryanism here, not the start you would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, that is a shame, because that is a storyline we really enjoyed following last year.
Yeah, and there is still a good chance to follow it. I'm sure that car will be back out. They'll want to get the miles under that car, get a good sense of how that engine, jives with the rest of the car. I don't know how much testing they've done in the run-up to this race, but it's been a little while since we've seen that car anyway, and I think they want to get a feel for that car under race conditions. So, actually, with that being said, it looks like they've put the car up on the jacks on the left-hand side, and paying no attention to the front of the car. So this may actually be a tire or suspension issue rather than, strictly speaking, a drivetrain issue. And a right rear, attention being paid to the right rear down at the Kingpin Racing Camp, the number 77. Yes. Now, we haven't mentioned this year. We did last year to some, to some degree. We've got banking here. You're running cars flat out around 31-degree banking. It's going to be hot a little bit later on. These are not stresses and loads that these tires are typically used to running, right? Or we're used to running in WRL. Flat, road courses, natural terrain road courses are one thing, but loading the car up for long periods of time around the banking did cause the occasional issue last year. And as tires have progressed and we've seen a little bit of more of a role being played by the tires throughout the course of 2022. I just wonder if we're going to see that rear its ugly head a little bit today.
It's definitely a possibility. I hope it's not this.
Yeah. No, I agree.
We're about 5 laps in, so
yes.
I would hope they're not going to have that isn't what these two cars are having, and we're going to see that every 5 laps for them. I'm sure it is. But yeah, it's definitely been a talking point in a lot of series that have tried to run on rotables in the Rolex 24 a few years. Not necessarily like a few years in a row. It's come up a couple of times. By the way, Screaming Goat's out of this.
Oh, very good. Kingpin
is not. So that was the Kingpin car that came through the field, right? It was
all the way up into second. Yep.
Yeah, so that's another shame, obviously. To see a really fast starting car have problems with already. Work seems to have slowed down on that car. They are looking at the tyres still, but there's less active work being done. Got a BMW coming out of the pits. I don't know which one this is rendered. I say out of the pits, out of the garage. Orange and black. Can't read the number on that one. But yeah, the Kingpin car, I'm not feeling like they really know what to do with it. So that car's just losing laps. I just noticed the GTU leader flash past. They seem to have pulled out. Yeah, they pulled out a solid lead on the 9-4 Motorsports car.
GTU leader being
Racer Motors.
Oh, the number 6. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. It's difficult to tell because there's a lot of GTO cars in between. But yeah, it's a good getting up towards 20 seconds, and then Stratus again have just. They're a further 7 or 8 seconds. They're starting to at least even out with the pace of 9-4 Motorsports. They're still 2 seconds off. I'm very confused by the Stratus pace early in this race.
Have you guys called out Screaming Goat falling away?
Yeah,
yes.
They've been in the pits.
I know you've been working on some technical things, Joseph. But they were in. They took a look at the both of the front tires. Sent that car on its merry way.
Yeah, I don't think they changed them, right?
I didn't look like it, no.
I didn't see a change. Yeah, we'll have to get a story on that one later on. It does put interesting. So, and this is just something I noticed a couple of laps ago while Brendan, the GTR 99 car is now in second.
Yeah.
But as they went into turn 1, I noticed them getting overtaken by a lower class Mustang on the outside, which is not a car I would expect to be outbraking that GTR 99 car. It was unusual. I thought they may have had a problem, but they're still running. So possibly a conservative driver.
Took the brakes out for weight.
Yeah, and I will say that RJ Till put a lot of effort yesterday into emphasizing patience, especially from the higher class cars, and GTO cars in particular. It's a long race. There are some fairly technical bits to the track, at least ones where passing can be complicated a little bit. Certainly turn 1 is one of those. The bus stop is another one. very obvious about your passes and really good judgment, you know, as a faster class car making a lot of passes. And I just wonder whether or not that 909, now that they found themselves in second, of course, they were competitive all the way through last year's race, and maybe they've chosen to go the conservative route, and whoever was in that Mustang is slightly, well, let's say pushing slightly harder. I will say there is a pair of Mustangs leading GP2 at the moment, and I've had to sort of refocus my energy because we don't have JT Tammy this morning to pay attention to all of our general production classes. But it is the number 74 from Cunningham who leads GP2. We haven't talked too much about them yet this morning. They lead from the number 606 from Core Motorsports, which is listed as a Ford Mustang GT4. I'm fairly confident that there isn't a GT4 car in GP2. So, good start for the pair of Mustangs there. The number 348 from Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft 2.0 sits in the third podium spot at the moment. Just 7 laps completed for that general production 2 field. Harrison Motorsports in the number 146. BMW 330i in P4. And the top 5 rounded out at the moment by J&R Racing in the new Honda Civic. A good start from J&R. They usually, well, we frequently see them with a tough old start, at least with their previous car. But a fairly decent start for the number 178 J&R Racing crew this morning. Down in GP3, a 1-2 at the moment for Overnight Motorsports. Go ahead, Joseph.
Quickly, we've got a very tight battle for the lead in GP1, the battle of the BMW 330 CIs.
Same as it has been for, well, the first handful of laps.
Yeah, they're absolutely, I think they've actually pulled that gap in just a skosh.
I'm looking for them out the window here.
We've got the other Kingpin car in the pits, by the way, number 280.
And I'm going to color here. This is definitely a BMW.
It's green.
It is. I think that's the V8. Which will be the... Stand by, please.
Nope.
63? Yeah, open throttle racing. I think we've gotten on board for that car anyway. Actually, I think I expect us to work towards onboards here in the coming minutes. For those of you watching on YouTube and or Facebook, thank you for your company this morning. Got the tracksides up. We will get the onboards up here in due course and really settle into the next 13 and a bit hours.
As the first of the Stratus cars goes a lap down already.
Yeah, so that's the 58, which is historically not the quicker of the two Stratus cars, certainly over the course of a race distance anyway.
I don't know that that's necessarily fair for this year, though, because I think those are both new spec cars now.
Well, I think we've noticed that the driver lineups have been biased towards the 59 most of the time. However,
that is the more experienced lineup is in that 59 car as well.
Right.
That is the same, more or less the same lineup, I think, that ran through the 2021 season. So even though the performance level of that car has changed, it's still a group of drivers that has run with that team, has run that car.
However, to Joseph's point, at Road America, there was a point in the race where the 58 was the faster car. So there are, if you put a solid driver in the 58, it's just a sprint.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, Scott, going a lap down there.
And also, by the way, the 59 is not that far off going a lap down, so it's not like the gap is massive. Right. There's a 20-odd second gap between those two cars, but there's then another 35 seconds up to the class leader. So yeah, again, Stratus surprisingly uncompetitive early today.
For those of you new to the World Racing League or just tuning in, or perhaps down in the paddock listening on the PA, I know there are a couple of folks down in the grandstands at the exit of the road course turn 3. Hello to you all. Difference between GTO and GTU is power to weight and minimum weight, or I guess maximum weight in this case. GTO above 2,400 pounds, power to weight of 9-1. GTU under 2,400 pounds, power to weight of 10.5-1. And that, as you mentioned on the pace lap, Scott, more than anywhere here at Daytona is where you really see that come into play. Top speeds for the GTO cars anywhere from 153 I saw yesterday up closer to 160 down in the braking zone for turn number 1. The GTU cars, we know the Racer Motors car has been one of the lower downforce GTU cars this weekend, topping out 141, 142 without a draft. I think I'm right in saying.
Yeah,
is that correct?
so.
Yeah. So That's a difference of almost, well, it's over 15 miles an hour, 15 to 20 miles an hour.
Oh,
and
two
you
car
see it.
accident, including
Oh,
one
yep.
of the Moorhead cars.
That's a league battle in GP1. The two leaders in General Production 1 have come together at the bus stop. It's the 134 from Big Mission pulling away from the tire barrier far to camera right, and then the number 147 who will not resume on track. That car is going to pull into the access road and have to come back through the campground area and into the paddock. Disaster at the front of GP1. The Ginger Racing car, the number 47, is into the pit lane as well and comes to the attention of the crew. All change in GP1. It's left the number 701 from Round 3 Racing, the class pole sitter, back in the race lead and promoted the number 625 from Crowd Control Racing into second. Those are three major players in GP1.
It's too early
in
for
strife
that.
in the first half hour. Absolutely. I absolutely agree, Joseph. Now, we don't know exactly what happened there. I don't know if we have replay set up for this morning. I know we were talking about it. Theoretically, that camera was set up to do it, but I'll leave that to Gabe.
Typically more head up, so I don't know if we maybe get that.
I'll do some sleuthing. You guys talk.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Chill Out Systems in the 404 car has caught GTR 99 for second, which is cool. We haven't really seen that car competitive since the Chill Out Systems LS swapped MX-5. That car, but trying to find it on the track, but that should be a really good battle for second. Meanwhile, the 401 has just disappeared off the distance. Carried on doing. They're carrying on in the low 2-minute range. Last lap was a 202, whereas nobody else is really within a couple of seconds of that, as they've just come across the line in fact. So should see this battle for second place between GTR 99 and Chill Out Systems probably coming past pit entry about now. I don't see any cars particularly close.
There's the 99.
There it is. So they've pulled away from. Oh, yeah.
Thunder Buddy's a part of this one now too, Scott.
That's true. I keep missing the Chill Out car because it's so small. It's a GTO car. But I'm like, oh, well, there's a laps car in between them. But no, there isn't. There's Chill Out and, yeah, as you say, Thunder Bunny, I was going to say the highest climber, but actually the other Thunder Bunny car is now 15 places up. And they're up to 8th place now. But yeah, the claiming number 111 Thunder Bunny car is in the battle for second as well.
Scott, I think the 696 car is still nursing an issue. It's just been passed by a pair of other GTO cars, the 909 and the 172. So whatever issue that car has had early this morning, it may have been partially resolved, but it's definitely not running up to the potential that we would expect out of that car.
Well, it came in the pits on the end of lap 1?
It came into the pits twice.
Well, I'm trying to work out whether it even got a representative lap time. And its fastest lap of the race so far is a 2:11, which is
that will be its. I mean, it will not have gone any quicker than that.
Yeah, that's 10 seconds off the pace.
Yeah.
Its last lap was a 2:16. So this could be a very long day for them. As I see a slow-moving MPO1 out of turn 6, I think that might have just been a mistake. I think it's the. Oh,
yeah, I saw the same thing there,
yeah,
Scott.
that was. I'm glad the red. I think it's a Boxster on top of the banking was paying attention. I think that's the 555, the car that was leading early. But they do. Oh, is that Racer Motors on the outside? No, that's not a MPO1, is it? Somebody had run very deep into turn 1. It's a white and blue Cayman, I think. But they've got back going again, clean. Seems like everyone's starting to at least think they've found their feet, and we're seeing some.
Yes.
We're seeing some maybe slight overconfidence from a few drivers. Nothing major other than the GP1 catastrophe we had a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not going to chase penalties or resolution on that one because that incident has been sort of self-penalizing. They've both come away pretty poorly from that. Both cars, were not able to continue on the banking and have headed straight back to the paddock.
It's only self-penalizing if they were both at fault, because they've both been
Well,
punished.
I guess my point is the car, whoever wound up being at fault, has definitely been hurt.
Yeah.
Right? It's also hurt an innocent bystander, what we assume. Actually, the 134's come back out. So it's a quick in and out.
In and out and in again.
Yeah, this may be just top it off with fuel. And Yeah, nice. Send it out for a full scan. Just keep an eye on it.
Guys, if you'll pull your attention over to Discord, I don't know if we'll be able to get it on stream. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure we won't. Unless Gabe wants to play it like it's an onboard. Oh, or a trackside, we can do that. But I've found the incident
Okay.
between the 147 and the 134, and I'll play it out for you guys if you can direct your visual attention over. Let me know if you see it. I've got it.
Yep.
Okay. So Moorhead got a great launch out of turn 6 here, and they pulled alongside the 134 for big head.
The driver's right. High side of the bank.
Right. And this is coming out of NASCAR 2 at this point, on their way into the chicane where we saw them come to grief. You see the 701 in the Moorhead
portion of the back straight here.
701 in the rear view.
Oh, 147 really throws it in on the brakes going into the first part of the chicane. Oh, and it's a wiggle from the 134. Oh, it's a good hit.
I think they've made front to rear contact there.
Corner to
you can
corner,
see it in the you can see it in the mirror on the Moorhead replay.
Yeah,
they've got their second camera there, and yeah, it was. I mean, they were 95% of the way past, but at the same time, if you're 50-50 wheel to wheel on the outside of that corner with 13 hours to go in a race, you've got to back out.
Yeah.
The risk to reward, as the cliche goes, it's not there.
Yeah. It was a little wiggle on the brakes just at the apex curve from the number 134. I think you can make the case that somebody maybe should have backed out there. The 147 threw it in really late on the outside. I think it's a lot of aggression on both sides there for as early in the race as it was. I'll leave that for the stewards to decide.
Well, if they're both at fault.
Yeah, no, that is fair, and we have seen that several times before.
I didn't see much that the 134 did wrong, personally. They weren't able to hold the car to the inside while Moorhead were going around the outside of them, but at the same time, Moorhead tried to pass them all the way around the outside from not a position where they weren't. They had overlap, but not
that move
position.
Was about 90% done there on the way into the corner. But as you say, it's just an overlap.
50% done before the brakes.
Yeah, we'll leave that one to the stewards to decide. Unfortunately,
it's not a crash we should be having with 13 hours to go. I think
no, for sure, and it's taken out two of the best cars in that class. Never mind the issues we now have had. The number 4 from PC Racing, which is taken out, at least out of contention. Another one of the best cars in GP1. So a class that is normally sort of like a knife fight in a phone booth has already become a race of attrition just a half an hour in. So, let's see if there's a recovery opportunity here. If there is, my guess is it's going to be for the number 4. I don't think we've seen the number 147 from Moorhead come back out yet. No, we haven't. They've already lost 4 laps, and that's not insurmountable. 13 and a half hours is a long time.
Little GTU update. Both Stratus cars have now gone a lap down, and I think 9-4 Motorsports is going to go a lap down this time, as the 555, well, it's now leaving the pit, so they've been back in. But once the 9-4 Motorsports car goes a lap down, that'll mean that the Racer Motors car is the only GTU car left on the lead lap. Mildly significant because they got caught out being the other way round at Road America. They were right behind the leader when the first yellow flag came out, and we are approaching that sort of time of the race. Well, we're a little bit early. We tend to see the first yellow flag around the end of the first hour, for no reason other than coincidence. But it's worth, with that fight in particular, I think it's worth keeping an eye on when the leaders get split up, because that really can affect the race. 696 back in the pits. So that car continues to struggle. I think you're right, that their pace is relatively consistent, but just incredible. Actually, that last lap was a 2:29. I know that includes coming into the pit lane, but that says they may be having, their problems might be getting worse. That car down in 57th overall, really struggling to get around today.
Is this the
696?
Okay, I've just seen the 34 for Hitman go red.
interesting. They're not in the pits. That car, well, I was going to say, I don't know what I was going to point out. I was going to point out that they qualified relatively far down the GTO field, which is uncharacteristic for what we see from Hitman, or saw from Hitman last year, but really that's actually about where they've been all year, isn't it?
I need to find
gentlemen,
the. Hold on,
go
I
ahead.
need to find the, because this is going to keep coming up. I feel. I need to find the subs for what exactly constitutes a shortcut at turn 7, because we've seen 2 cars be noted for that. One of which was the 44 was dinged a lap for having gained an advantage.
There's a car shortcutting right now.
Yeah, the rule is ooh, that's more than a shortcut. That's a long lockup on the brakes into turn 7 and a spin on the backside. Is that the 555?
It looks like an MPO1. I can't tell.
Yeah, it is definitely an NPO1.
Another car skipping through the chicane.
So let's clear this up. The rule is slow to first gear and then accelerate. It's not come to a complete stop because they don't want cars shutting off and having to try and find their way, or not being able to find their way. Oh, here you go. You're going to see this car pull away here momentarily. Well, you would have seen it. I think that's going to end up being the 555. But the rule is slow to first gear. They don't want cars stopping and not being able to continue, and then them having to throw a full course yellow to recover from what would normally be the oval back straight. So if they've been noted for a shortcut and gaining an advantage, it will be because they didn't drop, down into first gear and then accelerate away. So let's see. I'm looking for the MPO1. That might have been the number 6, Scott. The Racer Motors car. The only 2 that are in that sort of range are the number 6, and I think that was a 58 just out in front of it.
The 6 did nearly its fastest lap of the race last lap.
So it would have been the 6,
I think
possibly the 58.
I think they may have been one of the cars that skipped the chicane.
Okay.
Because there was smoke everywhere, and they decided, I'm not having any part of that.
Fascinating colors here on this last camera.
It's very avant-garde.
Yeah. Very unique. Never seen that on a trackside before. We could hop back on board with somebody, Gabe. That ride on board with the number 29 is our first chance to hear that big V8 out in front of the Screaming Goat Racing BMW.
The GTU leaders have been split by the overall leader now.
Okay.
And the 6 is not that close to being lapped, so this will last a few laps. So this is a danger point for everyone else in GTU being split from the leader. Although, having said that, Racer Motors has now lapped the 58. So, yeah, again, Stratus just really off the pace this morning. It's only taken 16 laps for 2 identical cars for one identical car to lap another one.
Yeah,
I say identical.
Long way for that to come back the other way in terms of pace.
Of course.
You don't want to be on the back foot or anything this early, but certainly, plenty of time to find pace in that car. We have seen that pretty frequently with that car where, 1 or 2 out of the drivers will be a little behind in terms of pace, and then gradually that car will start to really come into its own with maybe a different driver, or the track conditions will suit it a little bit better.
It is tough in WRL to get laps back though. It's not we don't do many wave buys at all. We don't do any wave buys, really, do we? So, yeah. So we'll have to see how that goes. I know, as I trailed earlier on, the MPO1s have options when it comes to downforce packages, and WRL does very little to restrict as homebrew aero options. Yeah, absolutely.
Quite right. Yeah.
So, and I know Racer Motors have gone for a very, this is Daytona, we don't need to be at a corner approach, and I believe Stratus have gone a bit more the other way. So maybe this is a little bit of early validation of the low downforce approach for Daytona.
I think one of the things we'll see with those NPO1s is that they'll probably be spin and possibly contact down at turn number 3. If we cut to trackside 4, I think we're going to pick up at least one of those cars pulling away. That is the Pro Sport Aston. Thank you, Gabe. We caught that one. And pulling away is going to be... Ooh, I didn't catch the number. That is That is a Mustang, isn't it?
The Pro Sport Aston wasn't in the crash, by the way. I don't think. I think it was just slow.
No, that was the other car that was.
I
stationary.
disagree.
Was it?
Really?
Race Control is calling it under investigation contact between the 143 and the 625.
625. That'll be your second place car in.
That'll be crowd
Oh,
control.
That's the 34 Hitman
The
car.
Hitman car sliding through the grass down into turn number 1. Let's cut to turn 1, Gabe. Ooh, he's going to catch the wall at pit out. Is he?
I think the left front suspension's totally destroyed.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Scott.
That's
Next one, Gabe. Sorry, trackside 2. That car, that is one of the most lurid things I've ever seen in a WRL race. There it is. You see it just next to the Advent Health label on the left-hand side of the track, up against sort of that pit edge wall. That car
You would say it's out of danger, but if one car can get there.
No, absolutely. I think that car is going to have to be well, it's definitely going to have to be recovered. I don't think it's going any further. You can see all the way back before start finish, that car just hung a hard left through the infield grass. It's knocked out the 3 marker board that sat more or less adjacent to start finish. It's left debris along a couple of 100 yards of grass all the way down the front straightaway. Was really lucky. You can see it just at the UNOH banner there to the bottom left of your screen. Really lucky that car angled back to the left towards pit out and not back out onto the track into the braking zone at turn 1. Whoever was on board that car, I don't know if he was under any sort of control at that point, but if they were, they did a great job to get that car pulled away to driver's left and then not impact the wall that leads up to the Marshall station down there at turn number 1. That'll have been 150, 155 mile an hour incident, full throttle coming up to start finish.
Is this the 34 that we're looking at?
It is the 34, yes.
I will say there's actually not, as the 696 comes out of the pits again, there's not that much debris. It's mostly the marker board, but there is what looks like a splitter on the apron right after the start line. I'd be surprised if we leave that there, but at the same time, it's actually, for such a dramatic crash, there's actually not that much collateral.
Well, there's nothing to hit. You're going to do the damage in the transition, right from the banking, 18 degrees of banking in the tri-oval down to the flat on the apron, and then the transition into the grass. And you can see it's definitely dug up a portion of the grass down the front straightaway. I think whoever is on board that Hitman Racing number 34 M240 has tried to get the car going again. We saw the brake lights come on and then go off. The car crept forward. I suspect that there is a suspension issue on that car that isn't going to allow that car to continue under its own power.
Do we still have the 625 disabled here at turn 3?
No, it's a different car. There's an NP01 stopped in the grass to driver's right, just inside the curb, and that'll be the is that the 59?
They did just come past the start line, so yeah, it's the right part of the track for them to be at.
Let's take a look here. That is the 59. So that car was stationed. I don't know if we have replay on that, Gabe. That you're more than welcome to cue that up if you do. But that will have been on the brakes into turn number 3. It ended up between the motorcycle course, which is sort of the inner apex and section of pavement on the inside of turn 3, and the actual course that we're using this weekend that runs out towards the access road there, just stationary facing counter race. So maybe a rear brake lockup or something on the way in there. Certainly didn't hit anything, didn't get far enough in any direction to have hit anything solid. So I think that's just a spin and continue there.
We do apparently. It does look like we're going to leave this debris down here. At the moment. Oh, the Hitman car is moving. This. Okay.
So that car could have gone left there into the little emergency vehicle parking area down at turn 1. I suspect that car. So he's moving through the pit exit lane now. I have a suspicion that car is going to move. Here we go. Here's a replay. No, it's already happened there. You can see the yellow flag is out. Ooh, 3 wide on the way in there anyway.
Ooh.
There's a hammer car slicing across the driver's right towards the apex. Yeah, I think the incident will have already happened there. If we have anything from before that, we would have caught the number 59 on the way.
It happened to be a very good illustration, though, of how close some of these guys are cutting it in terms of making passes before the yellow flag zones.
I've lost track of the Hitman car.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he would have been headed for the access, the access road
yeah,
cutout at
certainly would
turn
hope
3,
so.
but I don't see him anywhere down there.
He's not on the.
Oh, you know what? I think he's made the hard left after the pit exit wall. You can see somebody closing the gate
That makes sense.
to driver's left here.
Oh, okay, we're gonna.
Oh, here we go. This will be it. Here comes the NP01 into shot. And gets on the brakes. It's a 59.
It looks pretty sedate.
Yeah, no.
It might be that they spun on partway through the corner and then just
Oh,
went to the
pulled
grass.
to driver's
Yes,
right to
yeah.
recover. Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes some more sense. Goes a number. Ooh,
But they were definitely
big old wiggle from the 89 Camaro there.
definitely no other cars around, so
Yeah.
it looks like it was a self-spin at least.
Well, so we've
And-
actually got that cleared up then. That kind of defines that it has to sort of be a mid-corner spin, even if we didn't catch it on the camera. We
And
know
not
it's
and,
happened
and not a
on the way in.
mechanical, not, you know.
Right, or dropping a wheel coming out of turn 2 or anything of the sort. There goes the 34 into the paddock.
Looks like it's under 10 power.
It is, for sure.
Got a pit caller.
That is a Mustang from the looks of
That's
things.
what I thought. Yeah. So I meant to ask. Oh no, sorry. I'm getting Mustangs and Camaros mixed up. But I did mean to ask this earlier. Is the Camaro we've got here, is it a GT4 version?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
It's not listed as a GT4 on the entry list.
It's got that look to it, but it also looks like a heavily modified Camaro. So
Yes.
it could be either. But yeah, I mean the GT4 Camaros are pretty rare, so I'd be surprised if it was one of them. Cool looking car, nonetheless. So that battle for second kind of fizzled out as quickly as it formed in the first place. I think GTR 99 has just found a bit of pace as we've moved into the race, which is kind of very like them. They do tend to ease into things and work their way up through the standings as we go through the race. If I remember right, they were quite competitive last year for a lot of the race. Is that right?
Which car was this?
99. It wasn't them battling for the lead.
Yeah, for a couple of hours. They had some odd issues down in the pits.
Oh, okay.
They sat in the wrong pit stall for a couple of minutes. It
Guys,
was a very
have
un-GTR race.
Have we
like
lost our
race.
GP2 leader? Have we lost the Cunningham 74?
Oh, that'll have been the car that just came into the pits. We can't really catch numbers up here very
Okay.
well. We're a little
Okay.
far away. But that'll be the black Mustang that's sitting just before start-finish down in the pit lane.
We've got another standing yellow here. Is this live? At 3. It's the,
oh,
it's the
yes.
119.
Yes, and I think that car's been in the tire barrier fairly hard.
It's very smoky.
Yes, and facing counter race. I think that car has gone very far off the driver's left. It may have caught the tire wall. It's a yellow car of some description. It'll be just to the right of our camera, so this is live.
I think if it was going to move, it already would have. There's been some clear track that it's had the opportunity to pull into. So, yeah, the fact that it's very smoky it says to me it may have blown a radiator or something.
I just can't imagine it wouldn't have that that degree of smoke and steam coming out of it without having hit something.
However, you say counter it's got its back towards the wall. It's not.
Yeah,
It doesn't look like it's nosed into it unless it's also tried to escape. The Cunningham Mustang is coming out the pits. by the
Oh,
way.
there's a BMW trailing some smoke or fluid out of the front left of it. That's a number 63, with actually some pretty substantial damage, or at least some fluid leaking out of the front left.
So the
Normally
station's
you'd
gone to a
think-
waving yellow, which means that the station now up at turn 1 and 2 will be a standing yellow.
It's actually a waving at turn 2, as
Interesting.
it turns out. Yeah.
It looks like they're going to try and recover this car without a yellow flag, which is without a full course caution. which
Yeah,
is cool.
so in the drivers' meeting yesterday, the general plan was to be able to do hot pulls as long as you weren't on the infield of the infield, if
Right.
that makes sense.
Yes.
If you were drivers right anywhere on the infield portion, that was almost absolutely going to create a full course yellow situation because they can't get you back across the track to an access point.
We've got our previous second place car in the pits, although it did do a 308 lap, so that's very slow. So
Is
I
that-
think Chill Out might be in trouble.
308.
Yeah, you don't lose a minute just pulling into the pits. And the crew doesn't look like they were ready.
No, they've been all the way back to 15th. All kinds of pit callers. Their split decision is in. JTR is in now with the hood up. The 89 Camaro we were just talking about is in. The first of the GTU car. Well, We said it's the first of the GTU cars. We had already seen the 555 in once this morning. This will be the 84
First of the competitive.
from 94 Motorsports.
119 is on the tow rope here.
Racer Motors is in, so that one actually may be scheduled, Scott.
50 minutes for. Oh yeah, the.
Oh, it's a 119.
Oh, that's the car. Okay. Yeah, because I don't think you'd want to pit right before a yellow necessarily, unless you're absolutely certain you're not going to lose a lap. But I think you just would. You would lose a lap pitting.
It'd be close.
Yeah, so I just don't think you'd risk it. So these are probably all scheduled pit stops. I can believe that the Camaro has a shorter fuel burn, as in it burns more fuel than the cars.
that 404 car is definitely not well, though. So that won't be scheduled.
JTR has the bonnet up, by the way, which I don't think we've seen. They pitted a lot, but I don't think any of them.
This is the first time that car's had the hood up, and I did make mention of that a minute ago. It's right next to your one pit stall away from the 484 from Split Decision, who I think is just making a fuel stop. Kingpin is back in. Now, that is a return pit call for the 77.
Brendan, is there something going on up at turn 1, or is this yellow flag just for the recovery vehicle off?
Now, that's a green flag, Joseph.
No, I know, but the green flag implies that there's a yellow flag ahead of that.
There's nothing at turn 1. Oh, well, there is a yellow flag, a stationary yellow flag at the start line.
Oh, now it's been pulled away. I think maybe they were just waiting for the recovery vehicle to wrap things up down there.
Racer Motors pulling out into the path of Team ACP
look at this.
there.
Look at the traffic on the way into the tri-oval for the Screaming Goat number 29. All the way off the throttle, backs it down to 135, where that car has normally got a top speed in the high 150s.
Racer Motors back out of the pits with no problems. Same for 94 Motorsports. Chill Out, on the other hand, are still in the pits. So yeah, that LS swapped Mazda is definitely in trouble. We've got Team ACP. I think, is that the number 2? I always get those cars, the 2 and the 9 mixed up, but I'm pretty sure that's who that is. They're also in the pits. Oh, the Camaro's got the bonnet up as well, so I think there's something going on there.
We still have a real close fight between the 9.4 number 83 and the 197 overnight car. That gap is still under a second in GP3.
That GP3, the battle in GP3 had started out as a 1-2 for overnight motorsports.
How behind
very
is this camera? Because that looked like a slow number 84.
No, it stopped. It stopped at the exit of turn 5, Joseph. That is, excuse me, absolutely happening in real time.
Oh, and that car's pulled to driver's right. Although, has it stopped? Yeah, I think it has, actually. Yeah, that car's pulled to driver's right, so this could be our first yellow flag.
Yeah, if that car can't get going under its own power here, they are going to have to recover. Well, so it's not.
Is it moving?
No, it's not moving, but it isn't fully trapped in the infield there. Now, the lights go off on that car, and it'll reset. I assume they're going to try and just cycle the electronics on that car and see if it'll refire.
Why would we have a waving green flag at the start line? Very confusing.
Is there a car on the banking? Oh, nope. There's a slow car to driver's left, just underneath the Daytona banner at oval turn 3.
Oval turn 3, which would be exit of the chicane.
Yes. I know we're working on
slow car. Is that a fully stopped car? Is that what you're saying?
It is now stopped. It was very slow. It's now completely stopped.
Is it the 58 by chance?
No, it's not. 58.
No. Yeah.
No, it appears to be an orange, maybe an orange Mustang.
That's 59.
Crowd control, perhaps? Is that, no, maybe not.
You're starting to convince me that I need glasses, because I would have no chance of picking that out as...
It's just shape and color, to be honest with you. It's a guess.
Still more than
very hard to see.
Oh, it's moving.
Double yellow.
It's moving.
We've just gone double yellow.
It's probably for the 9.4 car, to be honest, but...
So this was the other point in the driver's meeting, is that if we get multiple incidents at the same time, we would probably end up going double yellow.
So this is interesting because the 401 hasn't pitted yet, so a lot of cars are going to be a lap down.
No, well, this is... A lot of the contenders in GTO are, I don't want to say last man standing here, but you have the majority of the GTO field hasn't pitted yet. Actually, Scott, I think this is going to happen slightly differently because the 401 hasn't come in. The 99 has. TLM USA has. The 987 has. So we've got a handful of GTO competitors, leaders that are in early.
I think you'll find the 401's going to be able to pit because then. Oh, unless is that them behind the safety car now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, they're screwed.
Yes, exactly my point. So that was my point there. Thunder Bunny hasn't come in. They've gone past start finish. I think it's really just, at least of the top cars in GTO, it's only the 99 and the 172 from TLM USA that have caught this right. Now that things have sort of settled down, we've got more pit callers that are calling this one correctly. So here comes 3 fast guys and Denny in GP3. Here comes the Hammer Liqui Moly car.
Apparently, Choice Racing's in the pits, according to Race Hero, so they may have caught it as well.
I don't see them.
Yeah,
Chill Out still here. So there's 29 from Screaming Goat. The 609, which is the Sentinel-sponsored Round 3 car, is in.
So yeah, so this, I mean, this is going to end up with 401 dropping back outside the top 10.
Yeah, this is going to really hurt.
Because they're going to have to pit straight away, and they'll get shuffled past by everyone else in GTO.
This is classic GTR. Play it exactly right. Keep the car in contention until, you can find yourself with an advantage somewhere. It's early, but this is going to shake things up in GTO. It had been very commanding up until this point for that number, from that number 401.
Do we call that Hammer Motorsports are in the pits as well? And they've actually moved into the top 10. In fact, we've moved 2 cars into the top 10, which is the first we've seen of that this morning. Hammer Motorsports number 1 are in fact our highest climbers, I think. It's up 17 positions. Could be on pit stop cycles at this point.
Yeah, that'll be the Auto Park It car.
We've got the 555 back in the pits, but you potentially expect that.
Ooh, that car is not right. I think that car's got either a rear suspension issue or a flat rear tire, maybe? Oh, it's going straight to the paddock.
Yeah. Well, that car's been in trouble all morning. The Civic's leading the pits.
Yep, the 178. Longish stop here from the 99.
They're actually, I don't know if they're going to have a chance to catch up because the safety car's coming off of NASCAR 4 in the next few seconds. I don't think
really kept its speed up.
Yeah, so I think this might save the 401 a little bit. There's quite a few GTO cars still in the pits who aren't going to have the chance to leapfrog ahead of that car.
Worth noting that one of the causes of our double yellow here, the number 84 from 94 Motorsports, is not been recovered yet down at the exit of turn 5.
That's an interesting story in GTU as well, because that was the only car left, I think, that Racer Motors hadn't lapped in the class. But I'm not 100%
interesting. And that car had just been in the pit lane. We had just seen that.
Yeah, but both of them did, the Racer Motors and 59 as well. So all of the GTU cars came in the pit.
There you see that stricken number 84 on your screen. In comes the 401. So let's keep an eye on the number 99 going something closer to race pace out on the currently at the infield, headed into turn number 5. Wow, we've got all this activity down in the pit lane. It's 511. No, sorry, that's the 111 from Thunder Bunny is in. The 421 is in automatic. 401, the 52 from Team ACP. From ECP.
I'm surprised the 2's back in. They were in as the yellow came out, or at least right before.
I missed that.
Yeah.
So this will be wholesale pit stops from most of the GTO field. The 696 is in for about 6 times this morning. GP1 leaders in. That'll be the 701.
Jeanette's in.
134 is back circulating, by the way, after its incident down at the chicane. So let's keep an eye out on GTR. Should be. Is this it in the East Banking?
We've proven that my eyes are not reliable.
That's fair. I think you brought binoculars last year.
I did. I forgot to ask to borrow them again.
Yeah, I failed to buy them, exactly.
Yeah, we need to buy a set.
Normally it doesn't matter, but it's tremendously useful up here. So all stationary still down in the pit lane. None of the GTO cars are on the move yet. This will be not... Nope, the 29 is, though. I think they've gone
Well,
a lap down
they're-
earlier.
I think, yeah, they definitely had a problem. I don't know how many
Yeah.
laps. I actually haven't caught up with. The Aston Martin's coming out.
Yeah, that's the first one on the move. So Aston Martin, at the moment, looks like it's going to be your leader on the road. Here comes the 609, which has just been... Actually, that car did pit with GTR, I think.
Have you noticed that your voice gets caught by the...
Yeah, by the PA. Because there's no race cars at the moment.
There's the 99.
Okay, so... Close quarters down the pit lane between the...
I would argue that 99 wasn't exactly hustling.
No, I agree.
Which, we're under yellow, sensible, but there are positions to be made. 696 back out again.
So I think your leader out of all of this is going to end up being the 909 from Automatic Racing. I think they've managed to jump the 401.
We've got some very variable
They definitely
speeds.
have. 401's doing tires.
It's too, yeah. I was going to say under yellow, maybe there's a bit more benefit to that, but why?
Unless there's concerns about whether or not the Coopers can run on the banking for extended periods of time, I haven't caught up with that.
I assume that's the tire they're running.
It would be, yeah, for round 3.
Right.
Cooper plastered on at least one of the cars. But this is the Hagerty.
Because I don't have my binoculars.
Yeah, no, this is the Hagerty colored car anyway.
Right.
And hello to everybody that joined us here at Daytona for Cars and Caffeine, by the way, with Hagerty Motorsport. Happy to have everybody along for some WRL action. I was told something like 200 of you. So while we've got some quiet time here, hello to all of you.
Oh, but my first sighting of the Pro Sport accident.
Yes.
Yeah,
We did see that car recovering from incident number 3. Well, he's got a double yellow at the moment. Let's, 2 small announcements, happy announcements. First, today is June 11th.
Brendan. Ads.
Oh, should we do ads?
Yes, let's do ads, and then we'll come back to your announcements.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Okay, we'll go to
Oh
ads.
my God.
No, that's fine. I hadn't been paying attention. Let's take care of some of our commercial responsibilities here. Let's say hello to Cooper Tires and Sentinel and Hagerty Motorsports, and we'll be back on the other side. We'll take care of the happy announcements then. We are at Daytona International Speedway. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pit.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Daytona International Speedway for the World Racing League 14 Hour. Happy to have everybody's company on DriversEye Live. Just getting ready to reset here after the full course caution. Our first of the day. I think your leader is going to be the 172 from TLM USA. And for a while, I thought it was going to be the 909 from Automatic Racing, but as Joseph pointed out under the break, that car has just been issued a lap penalty for passing under yellow in turn 3. So the first opportunity to kind of shoot oneself in the foot under a yellow flag condition there has kind of reared its ugly head, and it's cost that 909 a lap. Not too early to get some of this back. Obviously, it's a long day, but that won't be doing that car any favors. Before we go back to green here, let's just throw in our two little happy announcements here. One, today is June 11th, which means it is our fearless leader's birthday. Not at DriversEye Live, but at the World Racing League. RJ Till. Happy birthday to RJ Till. If you see him down in the paddock or up here in maybe around race control, do wish him a happy birthday. Sung to yesterday at the drivers' meeting, which is a nice change. Also, our resident Englishman is now our resident Anglo-American, Scott Michaels.
Oh, please.
Yeah, well, Scott picked up his U.S. citizenship yesterday down in Orlando. So congratulations, Scott. Welcome to the crowd. Enjoy your taxes. You're going to have a great time.
I've been paying
We all
them anyway.
I
Thank you
figured.
very much. What are you implying?
Now, you said he got it in Orlando. Are you sure he didn't just go to Epcot?
We're back to green, by the way.
Drinking around the world gets you a citizenship. Anyway, back to green, as Scott points out, diverting the attention away from himself. It's the 111 who is actually...
Oh my God, what a gaggle.
Thanks, Matt Malone. It leads the field in scoring, let's say, on racehero.io if you're following along live timing, but does not lead the field on the road. That is, I think, the 63 BMW. It is a mess of cars headed down into turn number 3, and this is where things really accordion together, and you get silly little front-to-rear contact, corner-to-corner contact, as the field bands together on the brakes without the paved runoff down at turn 1 and 2. You've got some margin for error there, but turn 3 things really narrow up, and if you're not careful and everybody isn't really playing the same game at the same time, you tend to get a little bit of contact front to rear. It actually looks like everybody's done a really nice job, despite being still 2 and 3 wide on the run out of turn number 5 into turn 6. I know we're following along the track sides here. It's a good look at what this restart action is like around the infield portion of Daytona International Speedway. And you can see just how much time it costs the GTO cars. The lead pack, or the lead cars in the running order on track at the moment, have completely gapped this major group of GTO cars that started about halfway through the field, including your leader. You can pick out the bright yellow number 172 from TLM USA. The straight goat car is in there. We know the 111 from Thunder Bunny is in there. That is going to come back through in the overall race lead.
Oh, I think I just saw the Racer Motors car get absolutely dive-bombed into the bus stop. If they didn't have to run through the grass, then those guys managed to get through there side-by-side somehow. But so one thing I'm interested by is, I think Hammer Motorsports number 1 car pitted right at the end of that yellow. So we have 11 cars on the lead lap, but Hammer are a minute 30 off the back of the pack, which, I mean, looking at the gaggle we've got here, is actually not a bad place to be.
No.
But,
I'd be a lot happier there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, basically, I mean, as I said,
the iRacing strat of just taking a pit stop to get yourself in the clean air.
It's interesting too, Scott. I think the Hammer cars actually pitted on separate laps. I think the 01 came in first, the liquid moly colored car, and then it was the Auto Park It car from, or the number 1 Auto Park It car. Word from the 401 camp is it was a tire that went down. So it wasn't concerns about the tire being able to last. It was just at the time that they came in, the tire was either already down or on its way down. Fortunately,
that's the ACP car, I think, just sending it into turn 1.
Fortunately, that tire change was made under yellow, so it's lost some time and certainly a couple of positions, but having a tire go down under green and having to make that change is a lot more costly than just the 7 spots it's given up to do it under yellow. So some bad luck, but also kind of under some more fortunate circumstances than I think the race would have otherwise allowed.
GTU update. We haven't noticed, but under that yellow flag, it looks like the Stratus 58 came into pits and hasn't left. They're now 7 laps off the class leader.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Capstone, the 555, are apparently still in the pits as well. They might be on an outlap, depending on how Race Hero is scoring that. But yeah, as usual, I guess the GTU class is kind of falling apart a bit after the first hour. But we have Racer Motors out in the lead, a lap ahead of Stratus, and then 9-4 are 4 seconds behind Stratus for second. Which is, it was the 9-4 car that was stopped and caused that yellow, was it not? Or was it the 555?
It's the 9-4. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I had been calling it the 84. It is the 94. That sort of Nissan colored.
No, and it's number 84, 9-4 Motorsport.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 9-4.
Yeah.
I got you. Yes, it is the number 84.
The reason why
that was the car stopped at the exit of 5.
The reason why I'm questioning is because they only lost 1 lap. Somehow.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because they're still running third right behind Stratus at the moment. So, as timing's about to hopefully confirm that. There they are, in fact. And yep, they are now exactly a lap behind Racer Motors because they're under the rear wing of the Racer Motors car.
So that was the only GT. Oh no, that car had just been in, wasn't it? Before that, before the yellow flag.
It came in, and then on its outlap, it stopped.
Yeah,
out of
I was going to say I wonder if it had run out of fuel, but I forgot it had just been in. Because it seems to be fine now. It was recovered, and now it's,
I have no idea.
Fine.
Unless they literally bump started it or something. I wasn't watching, but I have no idea how they got it back to the pits, only losing 1 lap.
Yeah. If it got,
I
don't know.
It feels like it's even. Anyway, it feels like I'm reading timing wrong because I don't know how you I don't know how you pull that off. But yeah, they are apparently 8 seconds behind Stratus right now, in second in class, 2 laps off the lead.
I'll look back into GP3. 197 from Overnight Motorsports leads the 85 from AOA Racing, and the 86 from Three Fast Guys and Denny, which I think I'm right in saying is a new chassis for that team. Still an FRS, but I think unless this is the car that had been for sale, still out on track waiting to be sold. But I think the plan was for that car to be sold and the car to be reshelled. So a nice return from Three Fast Guys and Denny. Currently on the GP3 podium, but we've still got the top 6 in that class within 13 seconds of each other. Overnight, AOA, and then Three Fast Guys and Denny. And then the 294 Lexi and the 195 from Overnight Motorsports. So a nice battle at the top of GP3. GP2 being led now by the Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, number 348. The Harrison Motorsports from 146, and then the 606 from Core. We lost the number 119 from Chris Hall, Hoser Racing. That was the car we saw in the grass down at turn number 3, wasn't it? The erstwhile leader of GP2 just before, I think it was just before we went to the full course yellow, the number 74 from Cunningham slipped back to 5th. That car may not be on the lead lap anymore. Wait for them to come through. On board the 01 from Hammer Motorsports, Alex Welch, who we have now called in a couple of different races, in a couple of different parts of the country. I know we've seen him in some SRO stuff before. I think he's running GMG.
Brendan, has this car had a penalty?
Which car? 01?
01, because they're back to 17th. We were just talking about how they pitted under yellow and were in quite a good position in the top 10, I thought.
I can take a look. Let's see.
Yeah, I remember the 01 and the Hammer were 01 and the 1 Hammer cars were both in the same place, like 9th or 10th, I think, just before that yellow. And I thought the 01 pitted at the right time, but nothing on. No. Maybe they just got caught out pitting under yellow and safety car got between them.
The car stopped at turn 7, according to the race control log, or it's called in by turn 7. Yeah.
Don't see anything at the moment.
Yeah. By the way,
22
is the card number that's listed?
Yes.
Just to tie up this loose end, the incident we saw earlier this morning with the number 147 and the 134, the 2 leaders in GP1, we had said that if they were both potentially at fault, they would both be receiving penalties rather than just calling it a wash.
Yes.
They have both received 2 lap penalties.
Yes. I think it'll be inconsequential, but
Yeah, it will be, and they've already lost time. The 147 car has never come back
Well,
out.
the 134 came back quite quickly, did it not?
It did, but I think it still lost 3 or 4 laps in the process. Whereas the 147 did not ever return.
Oh, this is a replay of the slow car through the bus
That'll be
stop, it looks
022
like.
there, isn't it? Oh, nope, there it is. You can see it just back, well, I say back right, sort of the right side of the screen there, just before the grass. It's still there, actually.
Oh, so it is, yeah. I've got a palm tree in the way, but yeah, it is there.
I think that might be the car that was stopped.
There's a very slow car, so I think there might be a spun car in the bus stop. Someone skipped.
Yeah, we can go.
Maybe it was confusion about the yellow flag with that car. I don't know. There was a queue of cars going really like paced car speed through the bus stop. That seems to have cleared itself up now, unless there's a spun car that I can't see behind the palm tree.
Here comes the 134 that we were just speaking about back down the pit lane.
Oh, the full course yellow's out. Oh. That's why everyone's running slowly. I'm not sure what for. Oh, well, yes, we are. It's the car that's...
I would assume it's that car, yeah. Now, that's an interesting place to throw the full course yellow for. I assume they just don't want to be towing through the bus stop.
Well, and it's the fastest part of the track, right?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Maybe next to turn one.
I was going to say, I think the drive.
Also, it would put all of the the west banking under a neutralization.
Right, so does this benefit anyone at the front? I guess it would benefit Hammer, the number 1 car that was, assuming they managed to keep on the lead lap, which I think they should have. They were roughly at the same speed as the race leaders. So Hammer's going to pull up and we'll have 11 cars on properly on the lead lap. I don't think, there they are, they've just come across the line. I don't think Choice Racing managed to get back on the lead lap. They're the first car lap down, followed by Screaming Goat, who are making a great comeback already.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that hasn't pitted yet, right? I think we've had everybody in and out at least once.
Certainly no.
In GTO.
No cars at the front of the field that haven't pitted, yeah.
Yeah, my guess is this will probably have more of an impact on the general production fields, if anything. Return pit call for the 484. That car was just in the prior full course yellow.
Choice Racing are on the lead lap, as are Screaming Goat. So that gets 2 more cars back on the lead lap. Next car will be Automatic Racing, who are a lap down. So that's the first car lapped. Now it depends where the safety car is.
So
is this the safety car on the exit of turn 3?
Yes.
Okay.
So that'll be waiting for your race leading number 111 Thunder Bunny car, which I think is just this black and purple car exiting turn 2 here, headed down into turn 3. Yeah, there it is.
Safety car's pulled out. Although it's caught the Mustang.
No, it's going to wave the Mustang by, and then it'll pick up the 111.
So the Automatic Racing car was only 2 cars behind, so that's quite unlucky for them.
So, in a way, it will benefit them, right? Because it'll put virtually nothing in between them. Now, we know that car has pace, at least equal on pace to the leaders.
I disagree. Their fastest lap of the race is the 2.5 slower.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be doing fastest laps here for a little while.
No, but it does indicate that they... We saw this at the start of the race. They submarined pretty quickly through the top 10.
Yeah.
Automatic Racing. So I think they're... I think they're a car that needs a faultless run to stay competitive. But yeah, you're right. They're in a good position. That car's relatively quick on the straight. So if they want to be aggressive, they're in a good position. Yeah. And it's still early. It's really interesting that Choice Racing and Screaming Goat, I think they legitimately raced their way back onto the lead lap there. I'll try and...
I would buy that.
I'll try and follow that on the restart, see if anyone else manages to leapfrog ahead of this Thunder Bunny car. Because the Thunder Bunny car, while it has set a good fastest lap, it qualified down in 15th. So it's not a car with lots of raw pace.
No, and that car does have some variation between drivers.
Right.
Where you see...
Racer Motors in the pits, by the way, for GTU lead.
So I failed to make that point as well. I was going to say that I think GTU is going to need stops here as well. We're up to an hour and 18 minutes complete now.
Yeah, I don't think they need stops, but I think it would help because they pit around, based on the first stint, they pit around 45, 50 minutes. They've had some yellow flag running since then. But yeah, I think they're going to benefit from pitting relatively often, basically any time there's a yellow. The Camaro's back in with the bonnet up again, by the way.
We're going over the PA, right?
Last I heard, yes.
Okay, I'm going to make a public service announcement to people who were running streams to please reset your streams.
Are they all behind?
There's so many. Yeah. It's like they just...
I'm
It's like
kinda
they've just
surprised
turned
by
off
that.
the internet at 401. Or sorry, 401's the camera that I've come across that actually is still on. It's like they turned off the internet at like 8:15.
Oh, the stream's just stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bummer. So this will be the hottest race. Well, we still have to go to Atlanta. This will be one of the hottest races we run all year. And those cockpits will be awfully toasty, which means the equipment will be awfully toasty.
Is that the number 1 car that's just exited the pits into turn 3, or am I misidentifying?
You are misidentifying.
Blue and yellow car.
That's not the number.
Oh, okay.
That appears to be I don't know. Civic, perhaps?
Yeah.
Some sort of Honda?
I thought it might have been, but yeah. Oh, green flag apparently. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's been very quick. That's in and out for the pace car. It didn't even come by start-finish. The 111 heads back out under green flag conditions. They didn't even get the field. Well, they got most of the field under control. But you can see all the way around the banking, well, we can see all the way around the banking, that there are a whole group of stragglers that never really caught the tail end of the pacing order. The 111's got the jump here. Watch out if you're the 909. Up comes the number 77 from Kingpin Racing, which is already a couple of laps down. In comes the number 172 from TLM USA, up the inside of that Aston Martin GT4.
Yeah, here comes the Racer Motors. They were one of the cars that didn't catch up, so they actually would have lost some time to their class rivals taking that pit stop. It wasn't a free stop.
This will be the onboard with the 401, which I think is in real time. It does say 920 down at the bottom right, so we're all good there on the 401. Previous race leader and your pole sitter, of course. Gingerly around the outside of the corner, gets balked by the Ford Mustang. Some of the license plate on it as well.
Yeah, there were a couple posts on the WRL Racers group forum of cars actually being driven around Daytona.
Nice.
Yeah. So a lot of these are actually street legal. Now, I don't think most of them are, but a lot of them still are.
No. 401 is in a battle, not with the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW it just passed, but with the Porsche Cayman that sits ahead of it. That'll be the number 983 from Will to Win Racing, and the 52 ahead of that. So the next two cars ahead of the car we ride on board with are battles for position, with this number 401 in something of a light recovery mode at the moment. He's very high up on the bank. I thought it would have tucked in behind the W2W car in the draft. Look at the legs of that Porsche Cayman on the run down to the bus stop. That car, I don't know if it's light on power, or I'm sorry, light on downforce and therefore drag, or if it's just got that much power, or if it's just a slipperier shape than the M4. But man, that car drew away down the banking. Now, it's a good launch from the 401, and that's what downforce will get you. Nice run through the bus stop. Well, now
and we're about to see what lack of downforce gets you.
There you go. Yep. So now that the car's kind of tucked, well, I'd say tucked back up, it's got some of the ground back. It'll be interesting if we stay on board with this car to see what kind of ground it's able to gain back all the way through the infield. It made up this gap and more through one sequence of corners. Now laid on the brakes.
That's an interesting.
Down into 1 and 2.
It's a very tight entry. I don't know if that's being defensive on purpose.
Probably to some degree. Ooh, 401 looks to the left. You can't pass through here, not without some cooperation. Cayman goes
that's a defensive
again.
line for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So,
oh, contact! That had to have been contact.
Yeah, if it wasn't, it was really close. Watching the driver of the 401 to see if there's any sort of reaction as he went past. Didn't look like it. Little lift through the kink. If there was contact down at turn 3, I think they've gotten away with it. The car certainly seems to be fairly healthy, and now drawing out a little margin on that number 983.
A little tail happy, but
52.
Little tail happy, but controllable, obviously.
Now let's keep an eye out the rearview mirror of this car to see if the 983 is able to make up any of this ground around the banking. We saw the margin it pulled the last trip around NASCAR 1 and 2, and then again through 3 and 4. I think
now, as you see on the
done a decent job of gapping those cars.
Now, as you see on the overlay to the bottom right, this is only the fight for 8th, but they're only about what, maybe 7 seconds behind the leader here because of those full course cautions that we've had.
At 8.1. I'm sorry. Yeah, 8.1 last time across the line for the 983.
Yeah, what's interesting though is that 5 seconds of that gap is between first and second. So the Thunder Bunny 111 car has really bolted, and I was keeping an eye to see if anyone else was able to jump ahead of it to get a lap back, and no, because the Aston has just got no pace in comparison.
No, you're correct.
Who is this? Which car is this extremely bright, impressively bright?
TLM USA.
Okay.
Into the pits has come the 77. That car's been in the grass.
That was a, hold on, that was a weird sound. Oh, someone was smoking there.
It was the 70 in the pit lane?
Okay. Well, yeah, because you could hear on the audio that the driver of the 401 actually backed out of it a bit, and I was trying to figure out why that would be.
No,
but yeah, I think that's exactly why.
It's been in the grass. So that car appears to have had, I think they've jammed on the brakes at the last minute trying to get into the pit lane. As you look to driver's left, Gabe, do we have the start-finish camera? Can we cut to that just briefly?
I'm not,
Let's see
not
if we
sure.
can pick this up.
Not sure Gabe's at the wheel at the moment.
Should make the point that this car is 53rd overall, so it's not a competitive.
No, it's not, but it's
a
very odd situation. So you can see tire marks that come up to the pit lane entry, just pointed more or less directly at the camera. That car, I think, has locked up coming off of the banking into the pit lane, run through the paved Advent Health logo, knocked over the pit entry cone, and then cut through the, you see the mud marks in the center of the screen? It's cut through the grass all the way down through about a third of the pit lane, the first third to half of the pit lane, dug through the mud, and then rejoined the pits, dragged water and mud across the pit lane and into its pit stall. I think that car's had a tire failure. They're looking at the right rear corner of that number 77, and I think they've had either a failure or some kind of very, very late issue on that car that brought it to pit lane at absolute, well, maybe not absolute terminal velocity, but it will have been something like 140 plus at that point.
You can't get speeding in the pits if you're not in the pits. Running through the
But
grass.
You can't get an unsafe pit entry.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
And a 1X. For your troubles.
Well, I mean, the whole lockup thing is interesting because that's a GT4 car, right?
It is,
so
yeah.
It'll have ABS. So
yes.
there must have been, yeah, the tire failure makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. They're looking at the right rear, so I would assume it's a right rear issue on that car. Maybe it's a suspension issue, and maybe that suspension issue will have bugged the ABS and allowed it to not participate the way it's meant to. But now they're actually walking away from the right rear corner of that car with nothing bolted onto it. So if it's not a tire issue, it was a suspension issue, I think, for the right rear of that number 77. As you mentioned, Scott, not a major player at the moment. They've had their issues through the course of this morning, but having already had that awfully lurid moment for the number 34 down the grass on the racing side of the tri-oval, now we've had this long excursion for the number 77 down the pit lane side of the grass in the tri-oval. And we've missed both.
Should just clean up the point that, by the way, this is the car with the fastest lap of the race, the Kingpin 77. The Camaro did leave the pits, so it's back out and running again. There's another car down at the start of the pit lane that I can't identify. It's definitely a general production car. It's been sat there for a little while, but other than that, and the 77, the pit lane is clear at the moment. As for the gap at the front of the field, that's kind of stabilized. The 111 really bolted straight off the restart, pulled out 5 seconds, and that's been trimmed slightly recently. In fact, GTR 99 took a second out of that lead last lap. I don't think, as I'm trying to locate them on the track, I don't think we've had anyone else get back on the lead lap. So right now we have 13 cars on the lead lap, down to Choice Racing number 511 in 13th place. And then Automatic 909 Aston Martin's the first car a lap down. GTR 99 just come across the line there, and the Aston further back. So yeah, the Aston is running third on the road. If we ignore this general production car that's about to get lapped, but not making enough inroads really to get itself back on the lead lap right now. Long way to go, plenty of time for them to do it. But that's where we lie there. I did notice that our GTU leader, Racer Motors, is still behind the GP1 leader at the moment. I think that pit stop they made under yellow they obviously weren't expecting the green flag to come out quite so instantly, and it has meant that they've lost half a lap. You would usually lose closer to a full lap if you made a pit stop on a green, so potentially still of benefit, as we've got, it's a red Mustang was the other car in the pits, which is now driving very slowly into the garage. The 555 MPO1 is coming out of the garage in the other direction, and the 58 is also in the pits. We've got a green flag waving at the start-finish line, so I'm guessing that means we've got a slow car in NASCAR 3 and 4. I can't.
Sorry. Your eyes have gone to the right place, Scott, but I don't see anything.
I don't see anything either. But
maybe further back at the bus stop, but
it's definitely still waving green. Yeah.
No,
there's a slow car on, well, it's slowish car on the apron, but that's not.
It's not that slow.
Oh, the green flag's gone now, so maybe that car had spun.
That could be. Yeah, I'd buy that.
But that car has got back going again. It's not that slow, but it isn't full speed either. So I imagine, is it an MPO1? It looks small. I don't think it is an MPO1. But yeah, I think it's a Mazda perhaps. It's stayed on the apron, so I imagine it's going to be making its way into the pits this time.
The thing that's going to be difficult is trying to identify, trying to kind of cross-reference what you guys are seeing on track versus race control, because there are like 2 Marshall stations between turn 6 and the finish.
No, there's one.
Oh, great.
Yeah, no, there's exactly one.
I think if a car spins on the exit of the chicane, we get the green flag at the start line.
Yes. Now that doesn't mean you have to wait for the green flag to pass, right?
Does it not?
No, not here. The rules here allow you to pass once you're past the incident rather than waiting for the next green flag.
Yeah,
because you're so limited by distance.
That would fundamentally change the race if you had to wait.
Yeah.
Brendan, do you know why I don't like that?
No.
Because what if there's 2 incidents?
Well, yeah, so there was mention of that yesterday. They said they would like you to be past both, but obviously it's tough to know.
There's no way of communicating that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like there's no I'm past the incident, and then there's a car on fire in NASCAR 3.
Chances are slim, but your point is well taken.
So it was the 762, by the way, spin and continue at some point in the track.
Yeah, so that's a BMW, grey BMW. They've come back to the pits, and a lot of attention being paid to the left front. It's been jacked up on the left-hand side.
So I know we've made the point that the automatic car is still a lap down and doesn't really have the pace to unlap itself on merit. That does still leave us with 13 cars on the lead lap, and all within about 1 minute and 2 at the moment. So
I'm actually surprised that's spread out, considering we just had a yellow. There
are three of them are off the back.
Yeah, 3 cars, but they.
I don't know that they were actually caught
maybe
up
they.
to
Yeah, actually, good point. Maybe they were the 3. One of them is the Hammer car that was half a lap down anyway, so maybe that car just never slowed down. Because the green flag came out so quickly.
Screaming Goat was involved in that, and it's actually they're a little off the pace at the moment. Is at number 29, but they are still on the lead lap despite having had a pit stop under green very early on this morning. So all things considered, it's a decent recovery for that 29. The 511, who we've not really spoken much about from Choice Racing, is the last car in the lead lap, 1 minute and 1 behind. That is a duo this weekend, according to the entry list. That is just Bill and Will Choice.
I think we just had a green and black Mazda pull into the garage.
We did.
The 77 has left the pits after going through the grass, and the car that we were just talking about that I've already forgotten the name of, that spun in the chicane, has also left the pits. As they're left front. 762. Okay. So we now have a clear pit lane at the moment.
So I want to do some housekeeping. We have an extremely messy house at the moment, and I need to run the Roomba that is race control. The 143, which we saw in an incident with the 625, you'll remember down here at turn 3, there was contact. It was deemed to be avoidable contact, egregious enough that the driver was ejected from the remainder of the race. I don't know that will actually affect that entry. I don't even know if the 143 is. It is still circulating, apparently, but the driver was deemed at fault for that and has been removed for the remainder of the race. So if they were hoping to use that driver in the second part of the race, that they're going to be short-staffed at this point. We've got a couple of incidents under investigation, one of which includes the number 9, which, if memory serves, is the Team ACP car. Question mark? Question mark? No, I'm sorry. It's Almonte Motorsports this weekend. Almonte Motorsports under investigation for possible contact.
I was about to confirm, yes, that is ACP, but you right?
I'm glad we didn't. And then another incident under investigation, contact between the 511 for choice and the 131, which is a number that I don't recognize, I'm afraid. The Chandler School entry.
That's interesting because obviously the 511 is a car that's just fought its way back across the lead lap. And it's not always, but usually it's the faster car at fault in those kind of incidents. So
yeah,
that could be pretty tough for one of our lead lap cars.
So those are two incidents that are kind of pending. I also wanted to shout out some of the notes that we got early on in the race. I want to make sure that we hit those.
Can I just interrupt very briefly?
Go ahead.
Yep. GTR 99 has taken the lead on that lap. I hadn't even noticed the gap closed down all that much. But,
no, it's a good call.
Yeah, the 111 2 laps ago had a 2:05 lap time, which is a couple of seconds slow, and that allowed GTR 99 to catch up. And on the last lap, they made the pass. They were only a 10th ahead of the line, so I imagine that probably happened out of NASCAR 4. And they are now heading through the kink. Those cars should be nose to tail-ish. I'm not convinced they are, actually. There might be at least one car in between them. It's difficult because they're both purple BMWs. I know they're quite different BMWs, but identifying one versus the other. I actually can only see one purple car, so I'm wondering if the 111 might be in a little bit of trouble. Oh no, there it is. I'm just not looking. Yeah, there is a significant number of cars between them. I'm going to wait for them to come back past the start line, but I think the 99 has already pulled a decent gap out there for the lead of the race.
Yeah, I wanted to get this in before the lead changed hands, but the 111, we got an update from Thunder Bunny at the beginning of the race. It is Laura Hayes that was starting that race. I assume she's still in the car. That you would tend to double stint, I think, unless it's already gotten so hot and humid that you're gonna single stint your drivers.
Well, it's only gonna get worse.
I know. I know. But that's the other. Ooh, wide entry for the Ginetta. That's the other thing, though, is do you want to keep people fresh so that they have the endurance to deal with those late summer stints? Well, it's spring, but I feel like anything outside of February feels like summer in Florida.
Yeah. So 99 across that. No, the 111 is directly behind them, so I was obviously misidentifying some cars.
And the other two TBR cars, really quickly. Matt Kehoe started the 421, and Evan Stamer started the 501. Go ahead.
No, I'm just watching these two cars. I'm not going to be in sync because I'm with your cameras perfectly, but they're both going into the International Horseshoe at the moment. There's a queue of 4 cars ahead of them that the 99 is going to have to deal with. Oh, the 99 just seems to have a lot of punch directly off the corner that the 111 doesn't necessarily have. And the 99 managed to clear 3 cars before the kink. And the 111 gets completely blocked as 2 of those cars decide they need to overtake each other into the West Horseshoe. So this gap is going to extend now as 99 managed to deal with another car on the brakes into the West Horseshoe. There's a yellow flag at turn 6, waving yellow. I can't see why.
It is because here at the chicane we are towing somebody on the back part of the circuit.
Right. So the turn 6 yellow flag covers everything through to the bus stop. Is that right?
Well, the turn I don't know if the flag does. Certainly the marshal post does.
Well,
because
then the only place where there are flags are at marshal posts, right? So.
Yeah, but remember we were just talking about how it's only once you're past the incident.
Sure, but this is the other way round, where the flag is way before the incident. As in the yellow flag is way before the incident, not the green flag being way after the incident. My understanding is usually sometimes, yeah. So in karting, when you can see the green flag and you can see that there's no incident between you and the green flag, that's usually you're good to go. But if you see a yellow flag, you have to not overtake because it could be around a blind corner. And yeah, there aren't going to be any marshal posts, I guess, between turn 6 and the bus stop. So that's interesting. Oh, the side-by-side for the lead So that completely reversed itself, presumably due to the yellow flag. The 111 goes around the outside of the 99 into turn 1 and takes the lead. Yeah, there was genuinely a couple of seconds between them in turn 6, so that yellow flag into the bus stop must have completely destroyed the 99. They're now nose to tail going down the inside of a red Mustang into turn 3, the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, there they are.
A little bit of relatively clear track ahead of them. There's a Janetta and a Mazda side by side right in front of the 111. But after that, there's a good bit of clear road. Considering that the 99 has looked like it's had more pace recently, we could see the swapping back the other way once they get some clear track. We've got the Lexus in the pits, by the way. It's just in the pits. So yeah, through West Horseshoe, 111 leads 99, nose to tail. Down into turn 6. That yellow flag is cleared now, so they are free to race through the remainder of the lap, hopefully. Out onto the banking, side by side again. Once again, the GTR 99 car just has way more punch off the corner than the 111, and he's straight through, just on acceleration. So the 99 back into the lead around NASCAR turn 1 and 2. They're going to catch a lower class car in an awkward place. The GTR 99 has so much more straight line speed in general. It's not just punch off the corner, it's all the way down. Gaps the 111 by 4 car lengths or so into the bus stop. The lower class car has managed to stay clear through the bus stop, so they're going to get a clean run through the NASCAR banking, and 99 has kept extending. It's a good 7 or 8 car lengths now as they go around NASCAR 3 and 4. Lots and lots of clear track for the leaders. No one really very close behind, so our first car lap down, I'm assuming, is still automatic racing. It is. The last lap, interestingly, for the 2 leaders was 5 seconds off the pace. So that obviously there was some sort of major yellow flag issue. Yeah, these 2 cars are really interestingly matched, because that 7 or 8 car lengths that made its way out to closer to 10 car lengths through NASCAR bankings is now exactly 0 car lengths through the braking turn 1. So yeah, I don't know if it's a downforce. It doesn't seem to be, because the 99 car's major advantage is straight off the corner. But there's definitely some sort of setup between these 2 relatively similar cars. That means that the GTR 99 car is so much quicker through the fast parts of the circuit, but on the brakes in particular, the 111 is really fast. Do we know how similar are these cars? M4 GT4 for the 99, M2 for the Thunderbird. Okay, so they're not actually that similar. I thought they were both M4s. So I guess the Thunderbird car we'd assume to be lighter, possibly more aerodynamic. But I guess the weight is going to make a big difference on the brakes. I'm not familiar enough with these 2 different types of BMW to know what kind of weight difference that would be. Again, the GTR 99 has pulled another 10 car lengths, but that was through the infield. So
the other thing for me is I feel like as a guess, I feel like the M2 probably has a slightly higher center of gravity.
That particular M4, I think it's because of the way the rear wing hangs off the back of the GTR 99 car. That particular M4 looks very low slung. I don't know if that's just a
right
effect. Probably is. You can't really see. It's a bit of a fallacy with the BMWs in particular, Bentleys as well. People make the mistake of thinking just because you can see a lot of bodywork is super heavy. It's not necessarily. It's definitely not the heaviest part of the car. By the way, the 9.4 Motorsports GTU MPO1 is back in the pits. I think this might actually be scheduled because they didn't pit under the last yellow. The only GTU car that I think did pit under the last yellow, at least the only competitive running one, was Racing Motors. So this seems like, with some yellow flag stints, this is about where you can stretch a finish line. We're an hour and 43 minutes in. Looks like they're making a driver change and refueling the car, so that should be normal. So this might be where Racing Motors extends their advantage a little bit, taking advantage of the fact that they did pit top up under the last yellow, even if it wasn't perfect, because the yellow was so short. There's an opportunity for them to put 2 laps between themselves and the rest of the field, at least for a short period of time. I say the rest of the team. Meanwhile, they are still behind GP1 leader by 7 seconds. So GP1 leaders showing what you can do with good fuel mileage and staying out of the pits. Right now, anyway, the pace difference between a GP1 leader and a GTU leader is 3 seconds a lap, based on their fastest laps. So, but we will expect that GP1 car, so GP1 leader, by the way, is round 3 racing 701k, but we'll be expecting them in the pits relatively soon.
God, I've lost eyes on the 99. Now Vettel's also strung out a little bit, but the 99 and 111. Do you see where they are on track roughly?
Not right now. No.
Okay. Give us a heads up when they cross start finish line. We'll try to cut back to that. See if it pulls back together at all.
So here's Racer Motors across the line. But
I think they're in Oval 3, guys.
94 Motorsports, by the way, is leading the pits with Racer Motors coming into turn 1.
We'll
I think
catch them back up at start finish line now.
Yeah. I think this will be the 99. It's about, what, 3-4 seconds, probably, that margin?
Well, it was 1.8 last lap. I think now that
here's
the
the
111's kind of fallen out of that slipstream bubble, I think the 99's going to be able to stretch its legs a little bit.
Honestly, it was never in the slipstream.
Well, PB from GTR.
It's, you say GTR and I hear JTR for some reason. Like, why do we care? They're a long way down. But I don't even know if that car's still running. I assume it is. But yeah, because of where GTR 99 is fast, they tend to jump out of turn 6 with enough pace that the 111 doesn't really ever end up in the slipstream. Because the 111 makes its pace, all of its pace into turn 1.
We've got a waving yellow here at 3.
Oh, there's a stopped MPO1 on the left before the King.
I think that's a 58.
That car has spent...
You might be able to see it on the turn 3 exit camera.
That car's spent some time in the pits already today, so it's a little bit out of contention.
Oh, there's a car being recovered on a flatbed here in the access road as well.
Yeah, there you see it on the left-hand side of the track here.
Yeah, that I'm fairly sure that's the 58. Is that the King car on the flatbed on the middle road?
I'm not sure. Well, I guess you've got better eyes than I do. It might be the 84 slow on an outlap.
No, it's not the 84. I think that's
moving
the 58 stopped.
It is the 58. Race control log calls it the 58.
Yeah, it's got the crazy Stratus snorkel on it.
I think that's a requirement for everybody to run.
Yeah, but they all have different solutions.
Oh.
The Racer Motor one I know is quite a bit lower profile. Yeah, they all have something at the same height, but they've kind of built their own ways of doing it.
Yeah, they all look fine
no kidding.
Coming into the corner.
Yeah, maybe just an upshift or something.
Yeah, but then you see the white flag come out, so it's a slow vehicle immediately coming out of the... Yeah.
I wonder here if we're just getting into the part of the day. Things are literally heating up. I mean, it's a hot one. You know, we're headed for about 88 degrees. Humidity's high. We're in Florida. We're gonna have storms, you know, a little later on this afternoon. And I just wonder.
99. That's awfully close to the yellow flag.
Yeah, there's a waving yellow in response for the vehicle being stopped. You can actually see it on the left-hand side of the screen as it came through there, just going back up the other direction. So yeah, I just wonder a little bit if the heat is going to start kind of playing its role here. We've seen it that way with the onboards already. I don't know if, well, nobody would have seen it because we weren't running cameras yesterday, but the Thunder Bunny 110 was out during the HPDE, the BMW 1 Series. Actually went back out without a hood, which I had assumed was a cooling solution.
Run out of hood pins.
Also possible.
Less likely. Seems unlikely.
Yeah.
By the way, just a quick update on the field. The 94 Motorsports has now dropped 2 laps down on the class leader. There's a car going through the runoff at turn 1.
It's a Pro Sport Aston.
Yeah, I knew I recognized it.
Yeah, so I actually did want to make a point about the Aston at the front of GTO. I'm sorry, not the Aston. That'll be the 58 on its way back in.
Oh, is it? Yes.
The BMW, the number 99, and the number 111 from Thunder Bunny. The 111 from Thunder Bunny actually did a 203 on the same lap that the 99 did its PB. at a 2:01, and they're about even on absolute pace, right? A hundredth of a second difference, so more or less the same. I think what's happening is that GTR number 99 has been able to hang on to its tires a little bit better and a little bit longer and set the time, whereas the 111, I watched it out in the runoff down at turn number 1, and I just wonder if maybe tire wear isn't starting to play a little bit of a role on that number 111, where it started pushing a little bit too hard. If it wasn't wear, maybe it was just heat, and it took some of the pace out of that car.
At the same time, the one thing I've noticed, the major part of the track where those two cars have a very obvious pace difference is on the brakes into one.
Oh, okay.
So I wonder if the GTR 99 is saving their brakes and the 111 isn't, and there could be overheating issues there. Again, as you say, the temperature's picking up. You might be a bit safer pushing really deep into turn 1 earlier on in the day, but as we get, and it's definitely getting, it's particularly getting hotter for us here in Coventry, obviously, because the sun is moving into the position we don't want it to be in. But yeah, it's definitely feeling hotter.
Feels fine in here.
Great. I'm glad to hear it.
58 with the turning radius of the boat has made the left-hand turn in mid-pit to go back into the paddock. So that, I think, is one of the first NP01 cars, not with an issue, but to actually have to go into the paddock to resolve it.
Well, the 5.5's been in and out of the paddock.
Oh, have they? Yeah, I missed that. I thought it was
no, those and that car as well was already many laps down. So I think they've been in there as well. Just trying to find. I have a feeling I don't want to actually call this without. Yeah, I think 9.4, the GTU car. We've noticed that there's some driver variance amongst that team. I think they may have put in one of their less experienced drivers for this stint. I noticed they lost a lot of time to Racer Motors on the out lap. First lap, I think it's the first flying lap, has been a 2:16, yeah, which is 7 or so seconds off of what Racer Motors is doing. So that car, which has just dropped 2 laps off of the class lead, might continue to drop away a little bit. So it might leave us with a 2-horse race in GT.
Yeah, already a fairly thin field, and that does tend to turn into more of a race of attrition, as we saw at Road America.
Well, except for the fact that it actually finished, certainly the Sunday race, right? Finished really close.
True, yeah, Sunday did, yes.
But again, it was just between the two cars.
Yeah.
The two cars that we have left now, basically.
Yep.
Well, I'm not going to call 9.4 Motorsports out of the race by any means, but certainly 1 and 2 in the GTU field right now are the 1 and 2 we saw dicing it up on. And it was in this order until the very last hour when Stratus managed to overhaul Racer Motors. So expecting another good race today, hopefully, if those guys can keep running.
Another PB from Team GTR, 2:01.932, just shaves 200ths off of their previous best.
Edging, by the way, there is also a personal best for JTR.
Oh, yeah.
2:02.6. But yeah, the fastest lap of the race overall has been a 2:01.7, which was set on lap 3. Much cooler conditions. So that's a really good lap time for this time of day. This kind of heat.
So I had gone back and listened to portions of last year's race just to kind of set the expectations. And there was a good portion in the early part of the afternoon, right around 12 o'clock, before the cloud cover built up and we had the storms kind of roll in, that put a pause to last year's race. And the pace had dropped from being in the mid 203s for fastest lap, low to mid 203, into the 7s, mid 7s, high 8s, right? So the heat and the tire wear 3-4 hours into the race had taken, upwards of 4 seconds out of the ultimate pace of some of those cars. Now, traffic will have played a role there for sure, but I don't think it would be, unreasonable to say, okay, if you're running high 201s, low 202s in the early part of the race, that the pace eventually will drop out into the 5s and the 6s. And if it doesn't, we should keep an eye on those cars for being more consistent over longer periods of time and using that to their advantage. Now we're not even 2 hours in, so
you say there are only 2 cars that are below 205.
Well, there you go.
Everyone else in the field is already down there. So anyway, I don't know what that means necessarily, but it means that if we look to the bottom of the lead lap, Hammer Motorsports is currently the last car on the lead lap.
Yeah.
They're in the 207s, which is not uncompetitive. There are cars all the way up in the top 5 who are running 207s, but if you're running 5 or 6 seconds a lap off the leader's pace and you're already a minute and a half behind, you're going to lose the lead lap again pretty soon.
Yeah.
So yeah, those two leaders who are stretching out, they've got 26 seconds now on TLM USA. We only had a restart 10 minutes ago? 15 minutes ago? Not that long ago.
It seems longer than that.
I think it was longer than that.
No, you're
yeah.
right, it was longer than that. It was on lap 33 and we're on lap 50 now. So yeah, a fair bit longer than that. Okay, so it's been a fair while.
Half hour at least, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, if Hammer Motorsports are going to lose 5 seconds a lap and they're only 30 odd seconds ahead of the leader, then yeah, it's only going to be about another 6 or so, and they'll be back off the lead lap again. Choice Racing and that's Will to Win actually. Screaming Goat moving up through the field quite nicely, dropping to the top 10 now. But those last few cars on the lead lap are in similar positions. Certainly Choice Racing is. They'll drop off the lead lap in the next 5 or 6 as well at this rate.
Part of me wonders if the pace differential here is some of the teams have already taken a bit out of their tires, whereas the GTR car has been conserving to this point, and now it's trying to build up a little bit of a margin on that number 111. I mean, they've got some quick drivers in that car anyway. It is a good car. It's a very consistent car.
GTR
but it
99.
seems, yes.
It's not that consistent a driver grouping.
Not amongst the three of them, but it tends to be a well-driven car on a regular basis, on a fairly regular basis, and when it goes quickly, it will go quickly for long periods of time. There's not a whole lot of variation once those particular drivers are installed in the car. So over the course of a stint, you know, you'll see consistent laps that are, if it's going as quickly as anybody else on field, it will keep going as quickly as anybody else on field. Even now, you know, instead of doing a 202 instead of 204.5, and it's still quicker than everyone. Yep.
Except Automatic Racing, which is a car. Yeah, it's down to we just did a 4.2. Oh, there's a car spun in turn 1.
That is the 362, I think, from RRT. They dropped the RS on that car. Previously RRT RS Racing, now just RRT Racing.
5 letters is too many, I think.
There's a backslash in there too.
Well, yeah. We're not going to call that. So yeah, so I'd say 5 letters is too much. I look immediately towards TLM USA, third place, but
we'll keep an eye out up here on the number 52 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW.
A slow car on screen here. NASCAR.
Yeah, it hasn't been, but it's definitely a Cayman.
And it's stopping.
WW cars?
No, it's a white Cayman.
Yeah,
I don't think they have any white Caymans, do they?
It's kind of stopping.
Got some silverish.
How on earth are you picking out colors in this song?
Yeah, they're all white cars.
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just throwing it out there. You know?
Oh,
it's a Cayman. I bet it's silver.
770.
They're all sun-colored
There you
cars.
go. So 770.
Got the 2 in the pits again.
Yeah, that is the more troubled of the Team ACP cars. In comes the 511 as well. I think we're about due for some stops.
The
no.
2 is just coming in.
I think we might be because a lot almost everyone didn't pit on the last yellow.
Now that we've had a full cycle of pit stops, it's time to start using Joseph's timing.
No, they're not full cycle is the problem. Because people have come in under full yellow.
Yeah.
Well, it's as good as anything.
And then we had a mini yellow in between, so that's going to screw things up a little bit.
That's okay. We'll get there.
Yeah, oh, bird. I feel like Andrea Iannone.
Andrea Iannone.
We've got no. Okay, so this yellow flag that we're seeing on the right-hand side of our screen is for the stopped car at the apron of turn NASCAR
Correct.
4.
That car has come to rest on the apron there, and we haven't had to recover a car from the banking yet, have we? I think they've all eventually continued. Oh no, we did have the Mustang. I think that came to rest down there, didn't we?
I remember last year they would do hot pulls.
Did they? I honestly couldn't remember. I was thinking about it earlier, and I couldn't come up with an answer.
Yeah, my memory was way worse than yours.
I actually remember shockingly little about this race before the thunderstorms last year.
I just remember very little in general, but I feel...
You know, coincidentally, Brendan, same.
Yeah, I bet.
I think because it's on the same side of the road as the pit lane, they were doing hot pulls, but could be totally wrong. frozen camera there that made me think there were a couple of stopped cars into turn 3.
It's fine here for me.
Oh,
You
no,
guys need to refresh.
No, it was only frozen for a moment.
Gotcha.
I just happened to look at it like that.
Have we recovered any of the onboards at all?
I haven't checked. Last I saw, we had like 2 of the round 3 cars had functioning onboards, and everybody else is cooked.
Pro Sport has one, but it was, when I looked earlier, it was about 10 minutes behind. Like, still in the pit lane under yellow.
Gabe confirms that we have 2 of the round 3 cars, and everybody else is cooked.
Wow. I assume that is physically cooked.
It's
At least
unclear
for the
because it
time
was
being.
super early in the day, and I didn't. Well, I mean, you guys were there. How? I mean, the
it's
sun would have been
humid.
low, but it would have been hot and humid still.
The air was thick with a number of C's.
Is that the Choice Racing car leaving the pits right now?
This one?
The black and orange.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that was one of our last cars on the lead lap, so they're going to have dropped off the lead lap, which is going to really.
This is
hurt
half
them.
of our onboards.
Oh, hang on, is this our white Cayman? Has it made it back?
No.
No, it's right there.
It's
It
a
has not
different
made it
one.
back.
This will be the Pinnacle car, I think, on its way in, which we
Yeah.
haven't mentioned any of the Pinnacle cars yet this morning.
Different white Cayman.
Yes.
So if the yellow flag comes out now, Choice Racing will suffer because they've just dropped off the lead lap with pit stop. Hammer Motorsports. I've actually kind of stabilized the gap. I did notice a few laps ago that Thunder Bunny managed to go 4.5 seconds quicker than GTR. And that gap shrunk. It's now below 2 seconds. So accordioning back and forth.
Yeah. And it's odd because the pace will go together, and obviously they're working through the same traffic roughly all the time, right? You'll have one will do a 202, another will do a 202, then you'll go into the 204s and 205s, the next will go into the 204s and 205s, right? So they'll sort of trace each other's lap times.
Well, GTR 99 went that lap that Thunder Bunny gained 4.5 seconds. They did a 209, so they obviously just got bunched up in some traffic. Maybe, I mean, might just be because their car isn't as good on the brakes, so they're looking after the brakes. But I just get the feeling they're being more careful in general. So maybe that's going to cause them to lose some time in traffic every now and again.
Well, and let's not forget here that I was thinking about this earlier, right? I'm not going to say that we need to you need to run 2 separate races, but I think you have to factor in that we are almost certainly going to get a race reset at some point with a red flag, right? Where we are going to.
We haven't actually mentioned that today.
No, we haven't, but I think it's going to be important to, and it is going to matter. I think probably around 1 to 1:30.
I was gonna check the.
That's what I'm seeing. It's about 1:15 is the number I saw. Storms build up, right? We're in Central Florida. It's hot out. It's humid. We're on the coast. This is the way of the world, unfortunately. And
the world that is Florida.
Oh, leaders are both in. 99 is in front of us. 111 is in. So this is head to head in the pit lane.
As is GT. You need a racing motor.
Yes, that's actually very interesting. That's how it's worked out. GTU's doing pit stops there, doing tire changes on the number 6.
That's very surprising.
Yeah. I wonder if they're working through an issue there. 59's in as well. Let's keep an eye on the 2 overall race leaders, though. The 99 GTR BMW appears to be doing fuel only. The 111 appears to be doing fuel only. The 99 by rights should get moving first on account of having an earlier pit stall. And therefore having come to a stop first. But they were basically nose to tail when they came into the pits. That margin had decreased to basically nothing at all.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it was half a second in fact across the line.
Exactly. So they would have
being in the pits,
accordioned up under the brakes, on the way into the pit lane itself, and then accelerated away, or when they accelerate away, they should come back together. Cans of fuel still going into both cars at the moment.
Racer Motors still in the pits on jacks. The 59 looks more ready to leave.
It looks like they're actually working at the right.
Gone.
They're looking at the the left rear corner of the number 6 there.
So they are definitely losing time.
It actually looks like they pulled the engine cover off.
That's the 111 out of the pits.
Yes, it is, with the 99 still very stationary, as if there are varying degrees of stationary.
So we've had 2 class lead battles coming to pits, leaving the opposite order to what they came in.
Yeah, and this one's not close.
Neither.
And that 99 is a substantially slower pit stop than we've seen out of the number 111. Not the way I would have expected that to go. So this is going to kind of take a big swing at things in the overall running order. 99 has left and is just now coming off the pit lane speed limiter down at the west end of the pit lane.
Racing Motors still. Is the engine cover off that car?
Yeah, that car is so modular that whereas normally with a prototype you would expect the whole unit to come off, the engine cover is just a central piece. Right, so what you would expect to see on an Indy car, where it's just that top center portion, and then the wheel arches come off separately.
Yeah. So Racing Motors had a lap on Stratus, so the fact that Stratus has left the pits doesn't mean they're in the lead yet. I don't think. But when Stratus come back around, they'll take the lead in GT.
Yeah. In comes the 609. It's not one of the round 3 cars with a functioning onboard camera at the moment.
Oh, actually, I think I'm wrong. I think Stratus has already taken the lead. They must have pitted a lap after Racing Motors. So yeah, Racing Motors are going to be. I think Stratus is just about to come past. So yeah, this is a big problem then. So they've lost. They're now losing multiple laps.
So one of the very few things I do remember from this race last year is that TLM USA was actually extremely competitive for a very long period of time. They were well into the 5th, 6th hour of the race before they started to kind of slip back down the order. And it's the same thing again. Now it's not just pace, though. Now they're doing it... I'm sorry, it's not just fuel mileage. They're doing it on pace. That car's been kind of kept in contention here. Finds itself in the overall race lead now as... at least partially a result of its fuel mileage. It's going a couple of laps further than either the 111 or the number 99. But those were also the first 2 cars to pit, right, in GTO up front. So running slightly richer, perhaps?
Yeah, is the 501 Thunder Bunny very similar to the 111? They're both M2s.
Yes.
But the 501 is still out there.
Correct.
So they're getting better mileage.
It would appear so, yeah.
So,
we have
20 positions, by the way.
909 is in.
We have a development.
Go ahead.
Instant under
center engine cover. And I'm wondering if that was something like right front 55 to left rear of the number 6. Right? Because that is where all of the attention and work is going on that Racer Motors NP01. Worth noting, Joseph, that was obviously a... if I had that wrong. So if that's a 55, you're right. That's the AOA car. And then that would have been the number 6, obviously. Yeah, they've just gone salmon on Race Hero.
Good point that 501 Thunder Bunny's in the pits now.
Yep.
So that was the M2 that was getting slightly better for mileage than the 1.
Automatic is in.
Further point to joke, I mean, the GTR. The JTR car did set their own fastest lap of the race recently, and actually it is on pace.
The front right corner again, although it doesn't look like they're actually doing
2 non-BMWs in the top 10. I know.
I mean, there's been a more general trend towards those BMWs as being, the strongest.
Yeah, and
I'm not sure if...
By the way, we don't have our strongest BMW of the season in the top 10.
Yeah, the JTR car. Yeah. Ooh, slow. Is this the Honda? Or is this a BMW? No, it's a BMW. It's the 501. That's very odd. Now, why is he not come in?
Also, that was a very competitive car.
Yeah.
Before the last.
That car, I had been kind of gingerly headed out from... It probably was. I mean, rush out, but...
Yeah, it did a 5:38 lap, which is a slow.
Including the out lap.
And that's a minute slow-ish for an out lap, I think. Yeah.
But I don't understand why you wouldn't pit the car then. Yeah. So this is your 501 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW. Already dropped to 14th. Ought to be higher than that. And he is carrying... Oh, no, he's going to pull off to driver's right. Now, I'm hopeful just a reset and not a, this is where I've chosen to pull over. He could have just gone to the left into the access road and pushed backwards.
Yeah.
But now, if they can't get that car going again, he's pulled it off to driver's right. right, almost certainly generate a full course yellow. Now, the good news is if we do end up with a double yellow here, we've already completed the GTO cycle of pit stops.
Racer Motors leaving the pits.
Yeah, after it didn't look like that actually accomplished a whole lot, but whatever. They've been able to do it in the pit lane, I guess. Yeah, and confirmation that there was contact with the 55 and the number 6 down at turn number 6. I'll leave Joseph to keep an eye on.
Yeah, the Racer Motors are not taking responsibility for that contact. So,
yeah. Are they going to be handed responsibility for it if they're a faster class car?
Yeah. Not based on the language of the text, but obviously there are two sides to every story.
Yeah, and they're not the ones who make that decision.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And there is some critical thinking to be done there. Right, turn six is a left-hander, and the 6 has damage to the left rear. Right. I mean, think through the ways you can get left rear damage in a left-hand corner. It's not.
It would be difficult for it to be your fault.
Yes. It would be, unless you were to close, really close the door aggressively on somebody. But we'll leave that to the stewards to decide, as we always do. They've been fair, but harsh but fair with penalties, I think, in the past. So, for what it's worth, it doesn't look like it's caused any issues for the 55. As far as I know, that car's been still circulating. Yeah, 9th in GP2 at the moment. Still being led by Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft. And the 606 from Core Motorsports. What 46 still obviously competitive? Harrison Motorsports BMW.
Now, did you guys note that the 401 is pitted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're handling faster stuff.
Yeah, I just saw the purple. Now, do you guys have the live timing site?
I don't have it up at the moment. I'm still in Race Hero just until we got that full sort of green flag run underway, and we can start counting laps down, to a reasonable number. 701 is in. Oh, the hood goes up because of the God, silly me. Yeah.
So
I was panicking. That is your GP1 class leader still.
So we're down to 9 cars on the lead lap now. Hammer Motorsport and Choice Racing both dropped off. Choice Racing's 2 laps down, so I believe they were under investigation earlier, weren't they?
The 511?
Yeah.
I actually don't know.
I think we mentioned. Oh no, maybe they weren't. Maybe the timing's just updating. They're 1 lap down now. They've lost a lot of time.
Which I can't imagine anyone's really doing. But
No,
you never plan to drop fuel, but I know Billy's been doing a lot of work on the fueling system with that car, so it's possible that is a feature rather than a feature / bug.
A known issue.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, technically, unless it's very specifically illegal, it's not an issue as such. But a bit of overrun is pretty common.
The 987.
That car is slow into turn 1 though. Like the Lexus was catching it.
The 987, right. By the way, before I forget, had a horrid lap about an hour ago. They were noted for as the recipients of contacts from the 131 and the 123 in the same corner in turn 6.
Ginetta coming to the pit very slowly by the looks of things.
Yeah, I'm actually happy we've got a Ginetta here. I'm a little disappointed it's not super competitive, but
I remember there being 2 pretty competitive ones last year, right? At least for the first.
Yeah, I mean, the Ginetta has been a really consistently competitive car.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always had the feel of like the Astons and the Ginettas are the type of car that can compete with Caymans and BMWs.
That is the 762. It's still 762 racing. Now that car was a really competitive Porsche GT4 Cayman in previous lives.
That car was competitive last race.
It's competitive almost every race. It was fairly quick at Mid-Ohio. I mean, it has been a very quick car, but they've moved away from that and over to the Ginetta. And it's actually not even listed as a Ginetta on the entry list. So we'll want to get to the bottom of that a little bit later on. I wanted to make this point as well, as I think we have the overall race leaders together on track. Is it the 111 and the 17? Oh no, the 172 is going to lap down. How's that happen? Interesting. Did we have a penalty for the 172?
I will look, but I don't believe so.
Yeah, they took... Their pit stop was a normal length.
They were running third before the cycle of pit stops, and they are now a complete lap down to the 111.
They had
a
a
long stop.
Yeah, 446
They lost a
on that
minute,
lap.
and then a 227.
Oh, that's just because
They're pitted before.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Start finish.
No, I think their pit stop is relatively normal. 446 isn't. It's slower.
It's about a minute slower than the triple ones.
Yeah,
that's true actually. Yeah.
Well, so I actually wanted to make this point. When you mentioned we were down to, was it 9 cars on the lead lap? I think some of that is actually a function of how fast the Thunder Bunny pit stop was. It got them over 40. Well, now it's 40 seconds on the number 99.
That's a good point. That's about half a minute faster than the 99s.
Yeah, 99s actually had some trouble that lap. They, instead of doing 204s and 205s, that lap was a 213.8. That almost certainly will have been an issue on track. To lose 8 seconds in a lap is
full course yellow.
Oh, so we are now the
721 impact at turn 7. Let's cut over to the chicane camera to see if we can see anything there.
So which car was that?
Oh, there it is, backwards in the tires.
It's called the 721.
That'll be the RRT Racing entry.
Are there any more letters that can go with that?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
No backslashes either.
58's coming out of the pits, out of the garage even.
So, oh, do we have replays here, Gabe? I know we're dealing with a couple of other things at the moment. Interestingly, they've actually not gone yellow on timing yet.
I was gonna say, what's wrong with the ticker?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
I actually just noticed it was still green.
I've noticed it's been a little bit slow all of our cautions so far.
Yeah.
I don't know why that would be. 762 Racing is listed as Janetta on Race Hero.
It's not on the entry list.
Not on the entry list.
Yeah. Maybe I have an older version of the entry list, but definitely says 2020 BMW, or 2020 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Probably some other letters thrown in there for good measure. Maybe a 718.
Neither of those are. None of those are letters.
So Racer Motors are actually only 4 laps off the lead somehow. No? There wasn't a yellow flag while they were in the pits, was there?
Who?
Racer Motors. There's the yellow.
No, it wasn't. No, it was all under green, but it may just have felt longer than it actually was.
Oh no, Joseph said 14 minutes. So.
That's what it says.
Yeah,
maybe one of the other cars had issues at the same time or made a pit stop.
Yeah, Stratus did pit while they were stopped. But yeah, I mean, they're actually, like, 4 laps is not out of contention.
The other RRT car is into the pit lane. Oh, no, sorry, this is Money Pit car. We've done that before. I think here as well.
Caution's out.
Interestingly, on your ticker, Joseph, the title has gone yellow, but the number has stayed green.
I know. I was gonna surreptitiously tell, because the number's not supposed to change color, so I'm not totally sure how that happened. The magic of BMX strikes once again.
Chill Out is back. The 404. We lost them a long time ago from contention, in fact.
Yeah, do we know why? That kind of happened while I was distracted with other things.
No, I have not gotten to the bottom of that. We haven't heard anything via our phone number. And a reminder to those of you down in the paddock, now that things are slowing down just briefly for this full course yellow, that you are welcome to text the phone number that was given out during the driver's meeting and also in the broadcast survey email. Get in touch with us and send us your thoughts. You know, your race updates, driver in car, any sort of thing that you think might be relevant to us up here in the booth. Yeah, get in touch with us there.
Your favorite local restaurants?
Oh, there goes that RRT BMW into the paddock. Good pickup, Gabe. Okay.
Yeah, they're all pickups. They're flatbeds, actually.
So is that the pickup line then, that access road?
It was at that point, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, leave that to one side. Full course yellow, number 3. 2 hours and 25 minutes into the World Racing League, 14 hours of Daytona.
Long green flag run, relatively speaking.
Yeah. Is that longer than the first one we had? 35 to 63, right? So I got us 28 laps. First one was 26. So just about the same as our opening stanza of the race.
Which is frustrating because both are exactly the wrong length for us to get any idea of how really anyone's doing on fuel mileage.
No, but I think wasn't the most recent round of stops a full run? Because all the stops ended up being under green.
Sort of. There was that micro yellow.
Okay, that was less than a lap.
Yeah.
The pace car came out at turn 3 and went back in and pit in.
Well, this might be one of those because that car's been recovered.
True, because the car registered a yellow lap. Sorry, say that again, Jason.
Well, I was going to say that this one could end up being shorter as well because I think everything's been cleared away, right? But it's already gone on for maybe a lap longer than, maybe we're doing this to give teams a chance to pit.
Yeah, they couldn't quite make it short enough to make it a micro yellow. They want to give it a chance to cycle through.
And you've got to call lights out on the safety car and that sort of thing at the appropriate time. And if you haven't made that decision, or you've already passed whatever that point on the track is, and you're committed to the next lap, even if the car's been cleared, you still have to do that next lap under yellow. And my guess is that somewhere around the bus stop, they'll turn the lights out on the safety car, so... Oh, 99's actually taking the opportunity to pit under this full course yellow. Now that is interesting, and it makes me wonder a little bit if, having had that long lap, the 2:13, if maybe that car had been off track and they're just taking this opportunity to come in and check things over?
If they don't lose a spot here, which they might not, I mean, it's been a full 10 laps since their last stop. It's not a bad time to pit.
So they're out behind the number 52.
Okay, that'll put them back in 8th.
No, but they're not on the same lap.
Oh, well, then I don't know.
I'm looking at it. I thought they would have been.
Maybe 52 wouldn't have been the first car lap down, would they?
It's possible. So we're screaming goat, because that'll tell us.
52's on the lead lap. They just came across the line. Are you sure it wasn't the 2? That's the 52 in turn 1.
You're right. It is the 2. It's my fault. Yeah, so they're behind the 2, which is also not relevant, so forget that. So let's keep an eye out for maybe the Screaming Goat car. That'll give us an idea. That car should be easy to spot. They are 3 cars behind the Screaming Goat car. So there you go.
I think we have this discussion quite often, and in a perfect world, pitting every time the safety car's out is the way to go. The problem is you put yourself at the back of a 70 car queue, but it's not.
That does less damage later in the race as long as you have time to recover. As everybody in the Daytona International Speedway area finds out, I just got a Facebook message. So let's adjust that.
Was it me?
It was not you, no.
Oh, okay. I want to make a note really quick about this scoop that we got from Chattanooga, which I don't think we called out. They removed the wing and the splitter for this round so they could take out a little bit of weight, because obviously that will have been part of the modifier, right? And that's another thing that comes into play here when you're talking about configurations for certain tracks, right? You're not just necessarily talking about... Are we getting ready to go back to green, by the way?
Yes.
They always do it when we least expect it, so yeah, they are.
I'm glad I could help. Green flag is out, and we'll restart coming off of our 3rd caution flag period. Is that right? That's caught out a couple people here.
It's the 111 leading the pack, but it's not going to be the GTR 99 second, right?
No, it's probably the 421.
It is?
Yeah, it's a Thunder Bunny 1-2.
Wow.
Big gap as well, 11 seconds.
Yeah,
So-
this will be actually some of the biggest gap we've seen all day.
And
apart.
it's only going to spread out because that means that there are a ton of cars between the leaders.
Yeah,
The
also,
111's got a clear road.
that 421's been quick, but not as quick as the 111. There's also a recovery going on with the 909 mired in this first 15 cars or so.
That car is, by the way, still trapped a lap down.
Yeah.
They've had sort of...
It's the 421 off at turn 3.
Oh, there you go.
It's just been off in the grass.
It's only going to make that gap bigger.
It's actually going to lose the spot. The 401 is just past it on corner exit.
Well, the 401 was 18 seconds off the lead at the start of the lap, so...
Just cost the Thunder Bunny car about 7 or 8 seconds.
So we're going to come to the end of our first lap under green with a 20-odd second lead for the 111, which is way bigger than it had before.
That is only going to get bigger,
Yeah.
right? Because of the, like you mentioned, when you pit, you sort of find yourself at the back of a 60 or 70 car queue. Now, they're not that far back, but you still are going to have to work through about 20 cars.
We say that the 401 didn't pit, so they're on the same fuel strategy.
My point is they're
Yeah,
still
yeah.
going to deal with the same issue we were just talking about where you're mired well back in the queue. And
it's interesting, actually. It was a Thunder Bunny 1-2 and a round 3 4.
Who's this? Who's this? That's stopped in pit lane there. Look
That
at
is
crew
Black
running
Mustang.
towards it.
It's going again.
It is 17.
Yeah, Black Mustang. There's also a Civic. Flashback to last year.
We are down to count 'em, one functioning on board.
Oh, that's the second Core Motorsports car. It has not turned a lap yet.
Which one?
That's why I didn't recognize it. That's 17, Black Black Mustang. Yeah. Nice.
Alright, first lap under green complete from the 111. 204.9, surprisingly slow, getting back up to speed.
Well, you're accelerating about here, so you're not.
Yeah,
doing
I suppose.
150 in the
seconds after one lap of green.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what. It's still always going to be worth taking the pit stop as long as you don't get wiped out. As the 99 goes screaming around the outside of the chill out 404, which looks like a toy car. But those two are in the same class, so that's quite, I guess the 404 is so far out, just cruising back up to speed, I imagine.
The 421 Thunder Bunny Porsche is about to come under fire from the 609 round 3 racing BMW M4. Report from Thunder Bunny. The 501 ran out of fuel on the way to their last stop. And apparently that's an issue for the M2s and M4s. So the car is running well. Scott Blind's in the car right now. They've recovered, but they did lose, obviously, quite a bit of time with all of that. Where's that drop? 14th at the moment. Looks like 2 laps off of the overall race lead. And the field strings itself out again. It's amazing how quickly that happens. We go from that giant pack of cars, firing off into turn 1, 3 wide in the braking zone, people off in the runoff just trying to make some space for everybody and not have any contact. And then within about 2.5 laps, everything's single file and strung out again. Is that the Thunder Bunny car? That is an enormous lead.
Yeah, you can see on timing it's ballooned to 23 seconds.
Yeah, well, and I think it's going to be bigger than that.
Yeah. 203.8 from the 111 in the race lead on that lap.
Here comes the 401 across the line now.
They've still got a lot of cars to get through.
almost 28 seconds now.
Good race for second though. Will to Win have moved up into third.
No progress being made by the 609. Now,
the
actually,
609 just lost the place, I think.
Oh, it did. You're right. The 983's just kind of put itself in between those two cars.
Oh.
Well, the 983
that's close.
made 2 places up that lap, I believe. So that car, that car's the, well, actually, round Yeah, I wouldn't expect them necessarily to close in on the second place car. They didn't have any pace on that lap. They did manage to make 2 places up. So that's Thunder Bunny 111 ahead of 401 round 3 racing and Will to Win 983, the first Cayman in the field, the first non-BMW in the field.
Joseph,
Brendan.
are you reading hashtag scoops at the moment?
Yeah, I am, actually.
Would you like to share that?
Are you talking about what just came in via the car number 01?
Yes.
Yeah, got a message from is in Ryan's stead. I'll say, your boy, Tim Myers. Car 01 just topped off to get off cycle, which a lot of cars did, so that's not really a surprise. Trying to get their lap back. They both cars had DSC failures on their first lap of the race and had to be rebooted. Now Tim's saying that a few of the other BMWs out on track had issues with the same issue yesterday. This is the first time they've run into it this weekend. Bad time to run into it. And going very low from flat up onto the banking. The car thinks it's flipping over. Which, that surprises me an awful lot. So are they saying it's a hard transition will trip that switch? Is that... Because there's no real reason, you know, you shouldn't be... Well, I don't know. I guess what's the accelerometer decide is 10 top up, I guess. Happened to both their cars and at least 2 other teams that ran over to Hammer to see how to fix it. So that's a really odd electronics glitch to deal with. And it's a surprise that they have to deal with it because obviously this is a car that you'd run. It's an M4, right? And it's a GT4, so presumably somebody's got a module to fix it for Michelin Pilot Challenge. Anyway.
The reason I kind of wanted to progress to that or kind of flush that out is because the JTR car specifically has had some long-running issues this morning. And Tim mentioned that a couple of other teams had been in touch with him on resolving that issue. And I do wonder if maybe that has played a role in the JTR 696's issues throughout the course of the morning.
If that's the case, that is such a bizarre... Because why would you think to check for that? To think, oh, our electronics module is going to freak out if we go onto the banking at a track that is famous for its banking. I'm sure there isn't like a per track situation. I'm just surprised that that's an issue, I guess. Smarter people than me.
I mean, there are other GT4 BMWs that run at Daytona, right?
That's what I'm saying.
You know?
Yeah, I mean the fact that so unless you have to have a BMW engineer come out specifically for the Michelin Pilot Challenge races at Daytona, right?
Yeah.
The only thing I'm thinking is that maybe in traffic, some of these cars are taking really shallow exits in turn 6, and they're waiting until they're basically at NASCAR 1 to get up onto the banking. That's the only thing I can think. And the kind of a stiffer ride maybe triggers that. It's so odd.
Bad lap a couple of laps ago for Will to Win, by the way. They dropped back from 3rd to 5th.
And then immediately set a PB.
Yeah. But a PB that was 2 seconds slower than the car.
Yes.
So we've got a lot of shuffling actually going on in the top 5 at the moment. GTR 99 works its way back through the field. They're going to be in the best place on fuel, right? Because they're the only car that in the top 5, certainly, that pitted under the last yellow.
Well, let's take this in a fuller or a broader sense, Scott, right? So before that full course yellow, that GTR car was 41 seconds off of the overall leader because it had pitted. It had a longer pit stop when it did come in under the previous cycle. And then it had that long 2:13 lap that cost it 8-9 seconds to the Thunder Bunny car again. So that margin had ballooned out to 41 seconds. We've had the full course yellow. It came in and stopped, topped off with fuel, and has gone back out, now finds itself in 4th, having worked through the bulk of the traffic, and is now 39 seconds off of the overall race leader. So that's net more or less no change in terms of the gap, but now they're off sequence. Now they've got a full tank, whereas the 111 is halfway through a fuel run. They were last in at 54.
Yeah, GTR has 9 laps extra fuel, essentially, than they would have had.
Yeah.
For free.
Yep.
By the way, yeah, that gap between first and second, we were commenting on how it was quite large for straight after a yellow flag period. It's now, they're going to come across the line in a second, but it's going to be over 35. There it is, 36.6 seconds, the lead for 111 after just, what is that, like 5 laps of green, 5 or 6 laps?
Yeah.
And they continue to be 2 seconds a lap faster than anyone except GTR 99.
Yeah.
So, again, GTR 99 is quite quickly going to end up, in fact, we should really look at that. They should be going into turn 3, I imagine.
Yeah, good catch. Right up on the back of the 421.
Right.
I assume we don't have an onboard for
and
really anybody.
It's a 401. In fact, the 421 and the 401 are side by side, are they not?
No, 401's the white BMW ahead of it. That's
Oh,
the Pro
okay.
Sport Aston. But the Pro Sport Aston has just balked the number 421 on the exit of turn 3 a little bit, and it's allowed the number 99 to catch up right to the back of it. Now it's caught on the outside a little bit on the way into the kink. Pro Sport Aston gives way at the apex and allows the 99 to carry on its way with now just about 2 to 3 car lengths between 421 and 99. The battle for third with the second place car, that number 401, just 1 car further up the road, actually. It's the Choice Racing BMW stuck in between them. Good run from the 99. Now, we've seen this a couple times. That launch off the corners is really, really good for that car. And just absolutely powers by through NASCAR turn 1, oval turn 1.
Yeah, it was very capable of doing that against the 111 earlier, so that's no surprise. It's weak on the brakes into turn 1, so it's not weak on the brakes into the bus stop, obviously.
Now, remember that 421 too is a new car and still only has, the driving trio, I think it is this weekend, still only has this season under its belt.
Oh, that was a 123 there.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
123 spun at the West Horseshoe.
There it is. That car was, I think, in second place in GP1 maybe an hour ago. Yeah, 123 from NFC Motorsports. GP1 margins have blown out a little bit.
Yeah, but also, I think they might have, I don't know, round 3 were ahead of all the GTU cars last I checked, which was a little while ago, but now they're...
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
you know, it'll turn into basically a 7 and 7 rather than an 8 and 8, or well, maybe a 6 and 6, but depending on how long the delay is. But the yeah, I'm just curious to see if anybody really kind of plans around it. Is anybody going to try to back time, or do you decide, well, you don't want to screw up that back time if the lightning shows up
Yeah, I
5
think
minutes later than you expect?
It's going to be far enough out from the finish, and also while it's very predictable that there's a 95% chance that it will happen, predicting exactly when to enough accuracy to time your fuel to it, and it's not going to make that much difference. You just have to stay on the lead lap. Although that is something that a lot of GTO cars have found difficult to this point.
Yeah, I wonder if you might see the leader pushing a little hard in the last, half hour before the weather actually does move in, just to try to put as many cars a lap down as they can.
I've thought about that, but often you come to the conclusion that any cars that are slow enough that I'd be able to lap them aren't going to.
Spinner to the inside of 5 here. Is that the one?
It looks like it might be.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? So the one car was the first. No, actually not. It was the first car like that. It's definitely not here. TLM USA automatic, and the O1 have all passed it recently, I think.
I believe that is the car having traction control issues, correct?
Were we specific about which one, or was it both cars were having that issue?
They've been both.
I thought Joseph said it was both. I haven't been checking.
What did I say?
Which of the Hammer cars was having problems, or was it both? With traction control, or was it both?
We believe it was both.
Right, that's what I thought I heard.
One of them was able to catch a caution flag to reset the electronics during that, and the other was not.
Real quick, down in GP3, there's a very good battle going on for second right now. The 195 over Sports is holding that position. The 197 had been holding third last lap, but has lost 2 spots. This past lap to the round 3 racing car and 3 fast guys in Denny's. They're all within 3 seconds right there, battling for second in class.
So is that 3 fast guys sponsored by Denny's now, or is it still 3 fast guys and Denny?
I think Denny is still helping them drive at some point.
Right. There's the one.
You do wonder if
again and
you do wonder if Denny ever plans on selling the team and it becomes 3 fast guys and IHOP. Anyway,
we've got a train of MPO1s coming in the pits. I wasn't aware that. Oh, actually, the 84 I definitely was aware it was running because the car's in the lead. The 555 I didn't think was running as it pulls left into the garage, so it is no longer running. The 84 is the class leader, and that carries on down the pit. I think that's the class leader. I assume it is, because nobody else is really running. It carries on down the pits to its stall. Looks routine and scheduled so far. As long as it is moving, it is pulling away in the lead of this class right now. Such is the way of GTU. Yeah, it's in 25th overall, 81 laps complete. The next car is Stratus, who are in the garage at 74 laps complete. And then Racer Motors also in the garage at 66 laps complete. Nope, that's wrong. Sorry, Capstone, the 555, who are now in the garage, have actually completed slightly more laps than Racer Motors. They're 2 laps ahead. So, such is GTU.
3 fast guys and Denny's to second that last lap. And the 605 also got through, passing the 195 Porsche.
Yeah, it's a good, as you say, JT, good 4-car race there. 2 overnight motorsports cars, which always makes me nervous. 2 teammates
close by.
Huge battle like this. Yeah, especially as they're the slowest car in the field, slowest class in the field. Therefore, they'll have higher class cars buzzing around them all the time.
It's good to see though, because GP3 usually stretches out quite early, just because a bit of a pace difference within the class. But I mean, to see a battle going right now. you know, we still have 10.5 hours to go. I'm liking it.
Try and locate that battle on the track. I think it probably is the closest relevant race we have.
Are you
coming across the line now?
Are you talking about the lead for GTO?
Second.
Take a look at the lead battle for GTO. I don't know if we're gonna. We're slightly understaffed at the moment, so I don't think we're gonna be able to follow it. But that looks like an awfully close fight for the overall lead.
Yep, it looks like Thunder Bunny has had a difficult time, at least the last lap. They may have had a driver change because that car, 208s, is not typical for that car. That's where they've been running recently.
No, I
It
think
does mean that the 52 has closed them down and are on pace to pass them this lap. So yeah, we'll see if we can locate that little battle. That's the two BMWs. Obviously, it's GTO. It's basically
Yeah, I'm trying to think now. When was the last time we saw ACP in the lead of a WRL race? It's been a minute.
Oh, here we go. Side by side into turn one. It's the 52 on the outside of the 111, and they break a lot later, which again is telling me that there's a new driver in that 111 who's perhaps not quite as comfortable because that car was extremely strong on the brakes into turn one earlier in the race. But it's the 52 car, the multicolored, almost art car design Bmw M4 GT4 of Team ACP has passed the purple 111 M2 of Thunder Bunny Racing. Not really. Third place isn't really, certainly not in range. They're 10 seconds back, and not really going any faster. However, the fastest car on the track right now is a fourth place running GTR 99, who pitted under the last yellow. A lot of places. It's just GTR 99 maybe pitted a lap later for whatever reason. So they're in a good place on fuel. Yeah. So anyway, everyone's in roughly the same place on fuel, but GTR 99 is the fastest car on the track at the moment. Other than the Aston from Automatic Racing, GTR 99 the fastest car on the lead lap. Automatic Racing were a 10th faster on the last lap with 204.9. Thus proving that if they could ever get back on the lead lap, they'd be competitive, but they've had a really hard time getting off sequence in the right way to make that jump. A few other cars have managed it, but Automatic Racing has not yet. I think we just had that second place fight in GP3 come across the line, and Three Fast Guys and Denny have pulled out a decent margin on the trio of Porsches behind. There's kind of a few seconds in between each of those cars now, so it looks like they've kind of organised themselves into correct speed order.
Yeah, and it seems like that Scion FRS is pretty consistent at this point right now. It's going to be interesting to see how much time they're going to be able to take out of the Lexus from 94 Motorsports that's leading the class right now. They're currently at a 15-second gap.
Got a call of debris down after the chicane, so anywhere from the chicane basically to start finish.
GTR 99 has taken third place off of round 3 racing, 401, on that lap. Although they then go quite deep into turn 1 and lose a bit of time, but I think they've kept that place. They're also right behind Automatic Racing. Oh, okay, so those are the two fastest cars on the track, running around nose to tail, essentially. Automatic Racing a lap behind 99. 99 is 10.9 seconds off the lead. So actually this is something interesting to track. If Automatic Racing are currently going fast enough that if they get enough time, they'll catch the leader and retake their lap. However, they have got GTR 99 right behind them, who could also do basically the same thing, but actually take the lead. So Automatic needs to keep this pace up, cut through traffic, get some green flag running, and they'll get back on the lead lap, but they also need to hold GTR 99 behind them in the process. So yeah, we'll try and keep an eye on that for the next, hopefully 20 or 30 minutes of green flag running.
Did we mention what happened to the 74 Cunningham Ford Mustang?
We knew that something had happened, but, well, maybe a few somethings, but I don't know if we ever called what.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what, because it had been 4th in GP2, I believe.
I get the sense we. Oh, actually, you see the debris there. It's actually right in the middle of the chicane. Looks like maybe the inside of a wheel well. I'm not totally sure, but
There's
I
a
don't think
waving
it's a
yellow in the middle of turn 1, by the way.
Okay.
I can't see what for.
All right, we've got something going on at. Oh, 501 has the 501's hit a tire wall around the chicane.
The waving yellow in turn 1 is gone.
That was a spin and continue for the 17.
Okay, I missed that.
I only know that because Race Control is updating it for us. And
Nice.
that would be the 17 would be question mark. I want to say the core car, but I know it's not the core car. Is it? It is. It is the core car.
Yeah, they had been fifth in class.
They've got they've also got a 606 out, and they're running 4th and 5th in GB2. And the fact that there are 2 of them is throwing off the fact that
There's also the 17.
yes. So keep an eye out for the 501. We'll cycle through here while we try to manage some technical issues. So we're cycling through cameras. If there is still a
Yellow
stopped
flag,
car there, we'll
full
pick
course
it up.
yellow.
Full course.
Okay. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, right-hand side of the screen. I missed it entirely anyway.
Oh, the car.
Is that a... Oh, yeah, that's a 501, correct?
501, yep. That looks like that's gone straight off. I wonder if it's...
501 was relatively competitive earlier, but it dropped away a little.
Well, it had been penalized a lap for passing under yellow. It's still running 16th even after being stopped for, a lap or so. So, yeah, that's huge, and that was a car that they've had to repair. Was it the 501 that was were they one of the Thunder Bunny cars that needed to be repaired after Road America? They had a rough weekend.
Give me 1 second and I can check. No, the 501's the one that finished second on
Oh,
Sunday.
okay. So it's just that the wheel of misfortune has finally struck the 501.
Yeah, so the 421 was written off from the incident in the kink.
Right. And the 111 had a mechanical? Am I remembering that right?
No, 111 finished fifth.
Oh, well then I'm an idiot.
We're probably thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, I remember they had a rough weekend. Was it... Are you looking at the Saturday or the Sunday?
That is Sunday right there.
Okay.
So Sunday they had 2 cars on the top 5s. Saturday the 111 finished third, whereas the
Look at that takeoff.
the
That's a great shot.
The 501 had an issue of some sort because they ended up finishing 16th out of 29.
Right. Okay. So the 501 we see here is moving under its own power, so it's been able to be removed from the tire wall.
Yeah, which means we hopefully a little bit of cleaning should be able to go back to green pretty quick.
Yeah, it should be a quick check of the tire wall and potentially forming up the field again.
It's interesting that no competitive cars have really pitted. Certainly not at the front of the field.
That doesn't quite surprise me because I think that last caution was a lot more convenient. I think a ton of people did take that. We're only, maybe 5 laps on from that?
A little bit more than that. 10 laps?
Yeah, okay.
I think I'd be tempted. Certainly, if basically automatic, be a good idea for them to do whatever everyone else does. I think we've proven by this point in the race that they're going to need a little bit of help. If they can get back on the lead lap, they'll be competitive, but they need to get a little bit of help from the leader to give themselves that opportunity. So either stay out here if the leader pits and hope for a yellow pretty quick, or pit now so that you can stay out longer and hope for a well-timed yellow at that point.
696 back in the pits again. And the Janetta.
The 01's
Civic has the bonnet up.
The 01's lost traction control again during the last caution, I think it was. Which is odd. You know, I kind of understand it more at speed than I do under full course yellow. So that's the piece that was sitting in the middle of the chicane there. It almost looks like a tire carcass. I thought it was a piece of fender. Oh no, what's this?
It's a BMW 3 Series E46 of some sort.
That's not the 4, is it?
Don't believe so.
I don't have ID
I had
on
the
it.
4 down as pity.
Yeah, but would it be on its outlap here, coming out of the?
It's orange and black.
I can't remember if the 4 had any orange on it.
It's the old choice car. Remember? I think it might.
I thought both of the PC cars were black and blue.
Maybe, but I remember the 4 still being in choice colors.
Okay.
We're waiting on ID now. I'm keeping an eagle eye on race control. Don't worry.
Your thing says it was last seen a while ago.
Okay. Wow, it's being useful.
I've been using it as well. Yeah. It told me that the 701 is expected to pit soon, hopefully during this.
Yeah, it would be a good time.
That's a leader in GP1.
It is. They've got a 2-lap gap between them and the 336. Obviously, the big mission car. Did Mission bring 2 or 3 cars? Obviously, one of them is basically out of contention.
2 listed.
Okay.
And earlier, the team had reported via YouTube that they had ran out of fuel. It would be back out shortly.
We assume that referred to the 336. 701 is in the pits now, finally, or maybe on their way out.
What? I just saw something weird from them. I'm pretty sure I spotted them on the apron overtaking the whole train and safety car, then came in pits, and then pulled into their box but never stopped, rolled straight through, and now they're on pit exit.
That is weird.
It's all a lot of weird. And now I'm interested to see where they're going to pull back out. They are right alongside the first car in the train.
This, by the way, is going to probably extend this whole course yellow, because there's no reason to bring it. Even though this by itself probably wouldn't have brought out a new full course yellow, there's no reason to go green while this recovery is going on.
The 701 is now allowing the whole field to go past.
That's so weird.
Now
the
they've
rules
pulled
are
into line in some random part of... No, they haven't. They're still trying to let cars
that's
pass.
them here, I think. So the rules are pretty explicit about basically no gives backs. If you screw up under a full course yellow, you've just screwed up. Yeah, watch this space.
Yeah, they've ended up just filing into line somewhere.
I mean, you have to assume it's some sort of genuine miscommunication, but that's a pretty weird one. People coming out of the pit lane now. That's the 111 and the 52 have both pitted, and they've swapped positions on the pit stop. The 111's made back out in front of the 52.
Oh, so did the 909 pit? Because if not, they should now be on the lead lap ahead of the leader, on the tail end of the lead lap.
That's a tricky one because I
should be able to spot them when they come around. I think it might be 909 third in line again.
That is the 4, it looks like.
Yeah, the 909 is third in the queue, so they are on the tail end of the lead lap. They will obviously have to pit, I imagine, in another 10 laps or so.
That's what it looks like to me, yeah, 10 laps.
It's a reasonable... Yeah, as I say, do whatever the leaders don't do at this point. Try and get yourself... Now they need a quick caution.
Now, I know you guys are indoors, Scott, but what's your sense? I'm looking at the marshal's post here. That looked like awful lot of wind around this track.
Trying to spot... Yeah, the giant American flag in the center of the fan zone is pretty well
stretched out. The awnings look like they're blowing around. I don't think any of them are in danger of being blown away. So yeah, standard Florida wind. I would say. It is the direction it's blowing in is down back straight, as in it will be a tailwind into the slight cross tailwind into the bus stop, direct headwind braking into turn 1.
So our track map is oriented basically north-south. So we're basically looking at you said a headwind into turn 1 and a tailwind into the chicane for the most part.
Yeah, I would say based on that, the wind is going to the north.
Okay. Make the slipstream, for whatever it's worth, we'll make the slipstream a little less powerful going down the back straight and skosh more powerful. Although if it's going to be mostly a crosswind on the way into the tribal.
Yeah, between 4 and the tribal, it'll be a crosswind.
I believe both of the incidents that we've got
pace cars
to
in,
deal with. Okay.
And the field is being led to green by an AOA MX-5. As
of course.
99 gets a fantastic run on those two cars. One of them being 511 and sweeps into the lead on the road. And the lead in race, in fact.
Yeah, yeah.
So they've been, in fact, AOA. Oh no, automatic pull into the pits. Why have you done that? Okay, so that's.
That's the worst possible.
Yeah, I was going to say, they had 2 options and they took none of them. And instead have now pitted entirely under green. So,
right.
I mean, they were trapped to lap. No, they shouldn't be because they were ahead of 99. I don't understand that.
Unless they felt that they were going to be lapped on pace anyway. That's the only thing I can think.
GTR 99 was behind them for the last 10 laps or so before they got a flag. Like, directly. But they didn't seem to have any trouble keeping them back there, so that wouldn't make sense to me. None of that makes sense to me. I'm at a loss. I'm sure they have a reason. Anyway, GTR 99 now has an enormous amount of clean road. They didn't pit, so they are going to be 10 laps worse on the field now than everyone else, which is, again, that's interesting. Not that that's necessarily a bad call, but it's definitely the opposite call.
Yeah, these
for the entire remainder of the race. The 909's already left, so short this stop. They're gonna have a lot to clean track at least.
So your top 3 here, the 99, the 983, and the 421, none of them stopped on that round of pit stops. The cars behind them, the 52, the 111, and I guess you count the 909 in that, have pitted. TLM USA and the 172 has not pitted.
We're going to find the 909 drops another 3 positions, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe only 2. Round 3 racing cameras should take more timing this lap. Here comes the 99 across the line. 2037. Solid first lap. So the second car is going to be the 983, which we are waiting for.
That is the one. One of the sort of unfortunate side effects of the way these cautions tend to work out is because we don't do the IMSA thing of, okay, let's sort every class, let's filter through and make sure that, okay, everyone's got a wave around and everyone's mostly in the same, pack as their classmates, if you will. You do tend to get these stretches where the leader overall is basically free and clear, and then everyone behind them is mired in traffic.
Yeah, I think it makes the strategy a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's just a side effect.
There's a bit more of it down, because otherwise everyone should get on the yellow.
I think this is the pass per second here. This is the 421 going around the outside, the 983 into the kink.
Oh wow, that race had a 1.6 second gap across the line, so that's closed up 2 corners.
Yeah, well spotted. And that's awfully close. 421 just drives it in deep, kind of diamonds the corner off. Brendan.
Yeah, hi guys.
Hi.
Can I provide you something of a generalized Blue Garages update?
Sure.
Yeah, so it's a busy Blue Garages at the moment. Had a chat with the Screaming Goat guys. The engine threw a rod, seemingly for no reason. We know it was a new engine in that car. They said they had about 6 hours testing on it, and all the parameters and everything looked fine. Telemetry looked fine. The car came around the western banking, NASCAR turns 1 and 2, and threw a rod, and that was it. So they've got a hole in the block. The engine's toast. The car's done for the weekend, obviously, and the plan is to be back definitely for VIR, possibly for if they can get it repaired. But that is the story on the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing.
Did we get an explanation as to what their motivation was to change the engine? To LS swap the engine?
No. Should do a little bit of catching up there, but they were in discussions with some of their neighbors about some of the other issues going on, particularly with Chill Out, who is still down there in the middle of what I understand are some suspension repairs. So I'll check back in with the Screaming Goat guys a little bit later. The 501 had also just been recovered to the paddock as I was arriving there. There's a lot of damage to the left front of that car. Driver's okay. Obviously, the car's made it back. It looked like the left front corner, suspension-wise, was largely okay, but they hadn't been able to formally test and diagnose and make sure everything was still going to be all right. But the bodywork surrounding that left front corner of the car is in tatters at the moment. So there's a lot of work left to be done on that car. Even if the bones are okay, that car is going to take some doing before it's ready to go back out on track.
I take it that's our general Blue Garage update.
Brought to you by, not brought to you by Blue Email, although if they would like to sponsor us. So what are we looking at in terms of?
Oh, well, what's interesting is the 421 didn't make that pass.
Yeah.
Or have I got that the wrong way around?
No, I think that's right. I think that's exactly right.
I'm trying to
So
find those cars on the track at the moment.
So I think the reason for that will be, Scott, is remember we were watching the 983 battling with the 401 earlier, and the 983 was super trimmed out, right? Had great straight line speed, but really didn't have it in the corners. And I wonder if that's what's happened, if it's just retaken that spot around the banking.
I'll keep an eye on, try and follow them on this line. We've had the 99 across the lines. We should have those cars really soon.
The thought behind running the... I have an update from the Screaming Goat guys, because they are listening to us and they are very responsive. So the thought behind running the LS, I'm quoting them, was the cost per hour of running, and the S54 was... Hello, spam risk, thank you. The S54... the S54 was at full song, where the LS is way detuned. They thought they'd get good life out of it.
Wow.
So that has not kind of played out the way that they were hoping.
A very small sample size tells them that they were very wrong.
Yeah. Well, it worked fine for the first 8 hours of running.
This was just one-off.
Yeah.
Not ideal when you've got a 14-hour race to do.
I do wonder in these cars how much stress is going through the block in the banking. I don't assume that it's a ton, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that feels like it would be relatively insignificant compared to the same area.
Yeah.
By the way, the 983, I didn't quite catch which Cayman it was, but they had a car past them around the outside into turn 1. Now that car is in between the 421 and the 983. It may have been the 986. It was the lapped car either way. So yeah, 983. I'm just not convinced they've actually. I'm not convinced either of those cars have very much pace. They're both in the 9s and 10s, which I know is probably traffic affected, but they're not in a huge amount of traffic. So it's possible that neither of those cars are actually running very fast. The 4th place car is 3 or 4 seconds lap quicker, and 4 seconds behind. So that actually might become more interesting when we got all three of those cars together for second overall. First place car is the number 52 ACP Tangent Associates car. They should be coming across the line now. Here they are. That's on a 701. Sorry, slightly different car. Oh, then yeah, the 52 is now past the 983. The 983 is dropping away now. That lap's 212. They're really not in a big amount of traffic, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, the number 52 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW has moved up into third place overall and is actually matching lap time now with the 421 from that last time. But obviously they had to make the pass on the 983, a little bit of traffic, whereas the 421 is having more. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. The gap for the lead has ballooned out to 32 seconds. So yeah, this pattern we've been seeing all day, having a lead car towards the front of the pack and everyone else towards the back of the pack, and we end up with half a minute between by the time the lead trades out. This time though it's GTR 99, which is stretched away in lead. I do feel like that might be the car that has the best overall pace today.
Have we? Sorry, I was.
Hits, by the way.
Oh yeah, I think they're dealing with more electrical issues.
Well, I mean, they're still running 10. Only one lap off. So if they can keep dealing, then they'll be in it. Are we allowed to work on cars?
No, the thing is, Scott, it's only been 8 laps since their last stop, 6 laps since their last stop.
Okay, so they're really not dealing with it that well anymore.
No, Brendan.
We'll come back to Brendan. That was Brendan. Are we allowed to work on cars during red flags in WRL? No, we're not. Like, there were a lot of cars at Road America. There were a lot of cars penalised for that. So
that is correct. Yes.
Yeah. So
not just penalised, but disqualified from the running order.
Oh, full on. Yeah, that's what it was. Wasn't it? That's the worst thing you can do.
Yes.
So, yeah, apparently. So yeah, so it's not like Hammer can kind of limp through to the red flag and fix them. They're out of the pits again. Just quick. That really looked like just a refuel. Brendan.
Yeah, we got it this time. We had a little echo going on underneath the PA system in the paddock. But I can tell you I'm joined by Cole Lofsgaard, who just casually reminded me I referred to him as Cole Lunchguard back at Mid-Ohio. So I owe him an apology, first of all. But second, Cole, you've had a heck of a year, right? Winners back at Barber in one of the best displays of on-track action I've ever seen at a WRL race. You got the one win and been in contention just about every weekend.
Yeah, it's in that way been a dream season for us. I mean, round 3 and everybody associated with Sentinel and Cooper Tires has really stepped up for us and given us a really great platform to compete with this year. We've shown a lot of pace for sure. The car's been easy to drive at all these races, and it's been easy for us to showcase what it can do.
Feeling at home in the M4 GT4 this year as opposed to the Porsches from last season?
Yeah, it's definitely a change for sure. The first race or two, I was still trying to feel out the braking pressure that's needed for these cars. Just to murder the brake pedal in these M4s, and that's not really my driving style. I tend to be a earlier, lighter braker, and these cars reward later, heavier braking. So that's been the big thing that I've really had to adjust on. But once I kind of got the feel for that, it started to come together, and I felt much more at home in the car for sure.
So one of the things we had talked about up in the booth a little earlier was the potential for weather a little bit later on. You guys have kind of found yourselves in contention, but kind of hanging on there in the 401. Are you guys factoring the potential weather later on into your strategy, just kind of hanging tight for now and running laps, or are you still viewing this towards the end of the race, even at this early hour?
Well, it's Daytona. You have to focus on the weather. You know, it's not a question of when it's coming. It's not a question of if. It's a question of when. So, it's going to happen at some point. So, it's hard to predict it, though. I mean, Florida weather is quite unpredictable. So, I think every team here is watching the radar, watching the clouds, and seeing what could develop for later on in the race. And that's just going to play into how your strategy works towards the end of the race. For whatever reason, our car is just chewing up right rear tires right now. So unfortunately, we're a few seconds slower than what we could be doing right now. We're about half throttle, quarter throttle on the banking, which is good for our fuel mileage, but not so great for our pace. So we don't have the front running pace right now. So throughout this race, it's going to be a matter of strategy to try to get to the front at the end.
It's worked out for you guys so far. You're back in the car when?
Whenever they tell me. Hopefully I get a little bit of a break. I was in there for about 3.5 hours, so hopefully maybe 5-6 hours to get back in. But Ryan and Brad will do a great job for us, so yeah, we'll be in good shape.
Awesome. Cool. Lost car.
You idiot.
I almost did, yes. You're absolutely right. And they've called me out for it upstairs. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Be cool. And, we'll check in back with you towards the end of the race.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It always storms in Daytona. No? Alright.
Cole Oscar from the 401 car for Round 3 Racing. Currently 8th overall.
Is it 8th? I got them at 7th. Is there a GTU or something that's up in there?
No, then it just changed since I last looked at it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, they're
great.
up to 7th.
Okay, so that's just been a pass around the 1, I think? The better positioned of the 2 hammer cars. The 01 has fallen by the wayside with another right front puncture.
That's interesting. I'm wondering if maybe the Continentals are just maybe a bit too soft here at Daytona? Or,
Are they?
I don't know.
Oh, we've got a car slowing on the way into the chicane. Who's that?
It's not a Thunder Bunny, is it?
I don't think so. It looks a little low slowing. I wanted to say it was an Aston, but I don't think it is. It is an Aston. It's the 909. Automatic car running 9th. They've just pitted. That's just out of the pits. And remember, they stopped right after the yellow flag, but I think Scott was saying that they hadn't stopped in their stall. If that's the case, I wonder if they've run it dry. No, no, that shouldn't be the case. Even if that stop wasn't a real stop, it's only been about 19 laps since their last stop, and they can go further than that. So. Unsure what the cause is, but the effect is that we have a stopped car in the back straightaway, and it looks like we also have a stopped car at turn 5. Yeah.
That's the 197 Overnight Motorsports.
The leader, no, sorry, not the leader, the third place GP3 car. If we can go to the turn 5 camera, the next one, actually, not this one, but the one after. There it is. You can see it just over the sort of berm there that defines the edge of turn 5.
Yeah, towards the exit of the corner.
And that is listed as an impact, so that car's gone into the tires. Well, hopefully it's not a severe impact, but turn 5 is one of those corners where you can end up with tires off on the way in, really on either side of the track if you get kind of caught up in traffic in a bad way, or even if you never really get settled coming out of the kink, it can be a really sketchy corner, deceptively so.
Real quick, going back to the Aston Martin towards the back straight, are we sure that was the 909 and not the 143?
I am sure insofar as that's what race control has called it.
Okay.
There should be a marshal post down there, so I trust that that's positive ID.
Yeah,
the 983 has come in, by the way.
Because the 143's gone salmon.
Interesting. Okay. Well, at the same time, I don't have a. No, I'll take.
Thing says it was unexpected.
Yeah.
Disappearance.
No, I'll take that. I think that's a 143. I think that might be a missed call. because I'm seeing the 909 is still. You might see it as being on a pit lap, but I see it. I see it as still circulating and still
I do
out on
too.
track.
Yeah, I just came across the line now.
Okay. Yeah, so that should be the 143. Should be the other Aston. I don't think we've gone full course yellow for this, but it wouldn't be out of the question because we do have two concurrent incidents that are having to be attended to.
Well, I'm thinking because the Aston is far enough away from the racing surface that I think it's okay to kind of not necessarily count it as two cars being recovered.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they decide that call.
We definitely are under yellow, by the way.
Oh, are we? Okay, it just hasn't.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, this is Race Hero being slow. Safety
Okay.
cars in the coming out the bus stop into turn 3, NASCAR 3.
Gotcha. Also seen as the 17 core missing as well. So maybe that's just because we're under full course yellow and everybody's about to be unpredictably a bit slower now.
That explains why the 983 came into pit, because I thought that was odd, given that it was 4 laps early. But if that's in anticipation or because the yellow's just come out, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I mean the safety car comes onto the track at the International Horseshoe, so it's been out for a little while. Now that it's coming off in NASCAR 4, that would have taken it a few minutes to get there. So my eyes aren't great, and I don't have a large screen in front of me. Which car is it that's off at the West Horseshoe?
Well, we don't have the best resolution. Oh, sorry, the West Horseshoe. That is the 197. We know that because it is in race control, and also because they've dropped out of 3rd and now they're running 4th. I think on this next lap they'll probably fall back to 5th in GP3 behind the number 83.
And you said there were multiple incidents?
There not multiple incidents per se. We have an Aston that was stopped on the way into the chicane, but that's since cleared out. We
The
think
99's in the pits, by the way, race leader.
Okay. Official timing has not yet flipped over to full course yellow, but we see around the track that there are double yellows out.
52 has stayed out, so they're going to take the lead. I wish my eyes. I think I need glasses. Like Brendan is identifying stuff, and I can't even tell a number that's in the pit lane in front of me. I feel like this is an eye.
I can tell you
As
we
it were.
are under 10 hours now.
696 in the pits, but they are still irrelevant. I mean, you can't really get bounce backs and briefly, so I don't think they're going to be relevant.
No, you kind of have to luck into it.
Yeah, they've been hitting every caution, I think. I'm not sure I see very many other relevant cars in the pits. 421 is apparently in the pits.
Always raises my cortisol slightly when timing doesn't. When timing and scoring don't flip us over to yellow, because it messes up my projections.
It's really weird. I don't understand why. Like Race Hero is usually absolutely.
It's not Race Hero.
Yeah, but I don't know why the
I don't
information Race Hero is being fed is any different today. It's strange.
I think that might be a manual process, and I think whoever's working the timing computer has to flip it.
But it's consistently about the same amount of time. Well, actually, this does seem to be taking longer than usual. Trying to work out. So the 421. Does anyone know the color scheme of that car? Is it a purple one?
I believe it's still purple and black.
Okay, in that case, they are leaving the pits now. But 99 has already left the pits.
The 501, I think, is the only car that is a slightly different livery, because I think that's more of a white and black.
Yeah, you're giving me too much credit. These aren't, because I don't visit the track often. I'm not that familiar with the color schemes anyway.
I just have to. I've just stared at them long enough. I've stared at the blurry pixels.
So my process when I'm remote is much more onboard camera based. So I
Oh,
don't
that's
actually see the
true.
degrees very often. Yours is very much playing, or has been pre-Gabe, playing with the external cameras, so you get to see them a little bit more, or at least you make the effort to see them a little bit more than I do.
That's true. Yeah, we're kind of forced into learning what they look like in small screen.
I'm also starting to force myself to just assume everything is a BMW these days, because a lot of the Porsche teams are
Yeah,
BMW,
statistically.
and I keep thinking, oh, that must be a Porsche. It's not. It's a BMW.
Half the field is either an M4 GT4 or an E46 3 Series of some sort.
Yeah, there's a decent number of competitive M2s as well, I'm finding. But yeah, you're right. So at least in GTO. I mentioned it earlier to Brendan that we had a point where 8 of the top 10 were BMWs of some M variety, either M2 or M4, which is, for this, considering where this series was in terms of variety when I started covering it a year and a half ago, I wouldn't have guessed that it would end up going this way, for better or worse.
Is that Brendan trying to poke in?
It is. Brendan, down to you.
Yeah, just a brief Thunder Bunny update. That number 501, the news appears to be better than thought. That car is running, and there's a driver putting a helmet on down in the paddock at the moment. So fingers crossed at the 501, after its incident a little earlier, I'll be able to get back out there.
Yeah, I gotta say about like some of the cars that one of the things that makes me a bit happy is like GP3, for example. We've got a Toyota Celica and a 1986 BMW 3 Series running. I love that.
I think
I do like
that class was led by a Mustang on the first lap, I think. I don't think I've heard a Mustang lead anything in the series for again the whole time I've been covering. That's kind of cool.
I think that's GP2.
That looks like that might be the 197.
Either way, the car.
on a flatbed.
Yes.
I believe the car pitted at the end of the second lap. So, and we've not seen it again. But at least it happened.
That sounds
Sounds Mustangy. Yeah, I mean, Brendan and I were discussing how disappointed with a lowercase d we are that the Ginetta isn't particularly competitive this time, considering that they have been in the past. I've now watched the Ginetta drive past me through the tri-oval, and it's a white car, but the back of it is covered in oil, which is not a good sign. Hopefully that's an issue they've fixed.
I like to think of it as a good sign as they're overcoming difficulties.
I'm surprised at how many tire dramas we've seen. You know, we're hearing a bit about the issues that the Hammer team is running into on their right front. We just heard from, I think was that Cole was telling us about the right rear giving up early around the banking.
Is there a trend? I'm not in. I don't feel in touch with the what we're getting through scoops now. But is there a trend, like a reason for it for these tire issues? Is it just general banking problems? But I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah,
Both cars have blown a right front in the past hour.
Both two cars from the same team?
Yeah, both Hammer. So the 01
car width's off the circuit.
There's a left-hand turn.
Yeah. No, it's indicating correctly.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
Is it going to turn off the track? It is. It's going to make a left-hand turn at the West Horseshoe to get onto the
motorcycle circuit, right?
No, it's gone further than that.
Okay.
Which car is this?
That's the blue and yellow Civic, I think.
So that'll be the old JNR car, which would make it the 92. No, the 92 is the one that's on the wall. Wait, no. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. 70.
Is it
79?
Deep Eddy?
79,
okay.
Yeah.
So Deep Eddy and GP2.
See, that's probably why they have to throw the full course yellow, because there's people like me who will conflate the two incidents. So there's that car, that 79 seems to have just been a mechanical.
GTU class leader in the pits.
This other incident with the 92 seems to be genuine contact into the. It's not been made explicit.
There are multiple safety vehicles over there with flashing lights on. Although I guess I kind of think maybe all of the safety vehicles flash their lights under the other flag. Anyway, it's difficult for me to tell. My eyes aren't great anyway, and I'm too far away from the bus stop. But yeah, there's some stuff.
Old
over
man
there.
Scott Michaels.
Yeah, apparently. If you're gonna call me an old man, can you at least add the doctor? Is that
Dr. Old Man Scott Michaels.
I feel okay about myself.
I don't know. If he's going to be old, shouldn't we call him Professor?
Well, I haven't earned that.
Yeah, he does have a PhD though, so we have to call him by his university given right. Dr. Scott.
941 is trying desperately to make its way into the garage. It's kind of stuck. Trying to make the left-hander. Ah, there it goes. I don't actually know what car that is. It's the 941 seems to be marked out with duct tape on the side of the car, which is kind of cool.
We're gonna run without the timing
blue
tower
and
for a bit, by the way, guys, because for whatever reason, it's breaking the broadcast. So.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah.
The not 941. Well, the 941 is in the garage. The blue and yellow Civic question mark is also in the garage now. It's coming through the fan zone, sort of adjacent entrance. I'm pretty confident that's a Civic.
Yeah, you see it being loaded up onto
the other Civic is leaving
its
pit stall. Oh wait, what's the? Well, that's the thing in the chicane, right?
The 92 question mark.
Okay. So that car's being put on a flatbed. Oh yeah, we can see from that. Well, could see from that camera angle.
Penalties while this has all been happening. The 89 has been given a lap penalty for having the visor up, or having a visor up rather, during the fueling. 3 cars dinged for passing under yellow with the incident at turn 3. Those include the 01 for Hammer, the 336 for Big Mission. That's your GP1 leader. That could have major implications. And the 131, which is, I believe, the Chandler School entry. And then we just had one come through, no balaclava on one of the crew members on the 63. That's a lap penalty. 63 will be open throttle racing. They're running toward the back of the field, really in the same kind of ballpark as the 131 is. So 2 teams that won't be hugely affected by it, by these penalties, but probably a little annoyed all the same.
Are you allowed to just drive in front of the safety car if you're coming in the pits? The leader just decided to pull off to the apron and just go 20 car lengths in front of the pace car, then get down to pit lane speed limit. And
We saw that at Road American. I didn't really like it then either.
I don't understand. At what point can I just pull off onto the apron on the exit of the bus stop and just drive around the whole apron in turn 3 and 4?
I mean, it's one flag station, Scott. I don't see what's stopping you.
Yeah, it's I mean, I assume they know they can do that, but maybe that's what I saw earlier on. If you remember, I was calling this. Actually, it was the 701, wasn't it? I think I called it looked like they'd overtaken the pace car, and there's a lot of smoke down at turn 6. Right?
It's the 84. The 84 is being noted on race control as being on fire.
Oh. Yeah.
That's your GTU leader, believe it or not.
That is. I was going to say, although I thought that was 83. Are you sure?
83 is a different class. Same team, different class.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is 84. So that's big news in GTU.
Yeah, you see it there with the flatbed in front of it.
In 22 laps, that lead will change.
Who wants to win GTU?
Well, apparently, at the moment, it looks like it's Capstone, but
if anybody wants to take some ballast out of their Miata.
They're only 5 headed. Yeah.
quick, could someone read
power.
tech? Anyway, go read tech into GTU.
Yeah, we'll start the race again. Don't worry. We'll start from zero. Still win until last.
They don't need to. There's still over 9 hours left.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
By the way,
you maybe could do it.
Yeah. The 58, which Stratus car, which is now somehow relevant, is in the pits with the door up.
Not just relevant; it's in a podium position.
Not sure how well they're getting along. Right. It's not just in a podium position, it's only 5 laps away from the lead, which as we know in GT is nothing. I'm making the assumption here that 9.4 barbecue is done.
Well, I mean, it might be done, but it still has like an hour advantage over second place. Yeah, GTU has been a really... Sometimes the mechanical issues are intriguing. Sometimes they add some
leaving the pits, by the way.
Sometimes they add some spice to the race, and sometimes it's like, oh no.
Speaking of spice, there's extinguisher everywhere in turn 6. Nobody can see anything. The cars are
oh yeah, there.
They emerge from the cloud. This is a good demonstration, by the way, of the wind that Brendan was talking about. The extinguisher makes its way past the portal on the inside of the circuit down there at turn 6.
Yeah, anyone who's using that at the moment is going to be very confused.
Yeah, I mean, you say the mechanical issues. The Racing Motors car was taken out in an accident, although then it had the fuel on there. So
yeah, knock-on mechanical issues. We assume?
Yeah, whether they're related, unclear. And obviously
Okay.
they wouldn't know either. Whether it's fixable, unclear.
If it is fixable, then I think they've got a shot at the win.
I'm told, by the way, that the 55 car that caused the accident with Racer Motors got a 2-lap penalty and the driver was ejected.
Okay, so not only did they think that the 55 was at fault, but so does race control.
Well, have you checked your messages?
Have I checked my messages?
I sent you the video. Yeah, I sent you the video.
No, I got other stuff. I got too many things that I've already broken.
Let's just say, yeah, it was a bit one-sided.
Now, I don't actually see that in the race control log, so hopefully that's updated at some point.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I'm
there it is.
trusting
There it
that.
is. Okay.
Okay.
Right, and that's so the 55 is bolded there. I see it now. So it's contact between the 6 and the 55, and you look at the race control log. The 55 is bolded, and so they're considered the car that was. Certainly, you have a contact in Billy Smith in the 6 camp, so he would know if one of his drivers was ejected.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for those who haven't seen the video, they on the run between the space that is required and all that regular stuff. But
Yeah.
anyway, enough said about that. I think. Yes, Brendan.
Yeah, a quick round 3 update. The 701, which had been the leader
Which
in
is
GP1.
now leaving the pits, by the way.
Yes. Okay, so they've replaced the right front control arm on that car.
Oh, so it wasn't a puncture then.
No, it wasn't. It's still the right front corner, but it failed apparently down at the bus stop. Shea Holbrook was behind the wheel at the time. Did a good job to keep the car out of the wall, got it back to the pits. I don't know how much time they've lost. I think their lead was upwards of a lap at the time. So
2 laps.
yeah. Okay. So anyway, that car's obviously back out now. The 401 in GTO, I think pitted twice under that yellow, if I'm not mistaken. I watched it come in and leave once, and as I was walking away, it come back in again. Yeah, so I don't know if they did fuel the first time and are now doing tires. We know they've got some tire loading issues on that car, or temperature issues on that car. But as I was walking away, I think they were doing tires.
They appear to have dropped off. Well, they weren't on the lead lap, were they? That wasn't one of our lead lap cars. So I think they were 1 lap down, and they are still 1 lap down. So nothing lost, hopefully.
I do wonder. I wonder if any of the teams have any insight into this, but I do wonder if you tend to get more of these failures when you do draft the pro into the car. You know, it just you've got someone who's a little more used to taking curbs and putting the car through its paces a little more than.
Green flag is out, Joseph.
So it is, yeah. If you get those cars put more through their paces, run over more curbs, you know, get more curb strikes and more damage to the suspension, more damage to the tires. I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
Got a Hammer car. It took the green right in front of GTR 19. GTR 99 is 4th in line at the moment, and Hammer is number 1. I think that is the 01.
Little spits of rain in the paddock, boys.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, we got some darkish clouds. Definitely not the. Oh, there's definitely rain off. If I look towards NASCAR 1, there's rain off in the distance.
Oh,
None
you
of
can see
is-
it here too. Are you talking about the same sort of system that we are looking off at the back stretch here?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. None of it's difficult when you're trying to work out which direction that's looking in. If I look at the bus stop, it's quite nice behind the bus stop, but I'm at the wrong angle. Oh, there's waving yellow at turn 6 still. That's an odd. I don't see why, but also why would you restart? Anyway, no full course yellow at this point. None of the clouds look like the lightning sort. Using my Florida resident knowledge. So we might get some actual rain that lasts at this rate. But anyway, back to what's on track at the moment. So I think it's the 01 that is, but that car is 3 laps down now. When did that happen? I know we've. Okay, so the 1 is only 1 lap down, but it is not the first car a lap down. Well, actually, yeah, neither of those Hammer cars are. It's not one that's trying to get back onto the lead lap at this point. But yeah, it does mean we have a train of 4 GTO cars at the front of the pack with clean air. One of them is the Ginetta, which looks like it's actually about to draft past the Hammer car in question, while the GTR 99 car runs around the top of the banking through turn 4. Yeah, the GTR 99 car's got some good legs on the straight. I think it might actually end up doing all 3 of these cars if he's really aggressive on the brakes. It is the 01 that leads them. He's not aggressive on the brakes, so the GTR 99 stays 3rd in line with the Ginetta just ahead, and the Hammer 01 at the front of the pack. There are some GTO cars behind as well. There's a couple of Caymans and then the automatic Aston. So nice group of cars at the front here. The Ginetta goes down the inside of the Hammer BMW and moves to the front of the pack. Again, none of this is for position. GTR 99 goes up to 2nd in the order. GTR 99 actually for position has a 6.6 second lead over Will to Win, 9.823, and then there's a 4:10 gap back to Thunderback Racing, 4:21, and then 27 seconds back to the 111. Presumably then would be the first car that pit under that yellow flag. They did pit under that yellow flag, and yeah, I think they were the first car to do so. There's some intervention vehicles off to the inside of the circuit in turn 6, flashing, but that is just recovery. GTR 99 about to overtake the Ginetta, eases past. We've seen that car so strong out of turn 6 all day, so no surprise there. And they now move up into the lead of the train, and nice lot of clean air in front of them. So we'll see GTR 99 stretch their legs, I think. Wow, yeah. 5 or 6 car lengths before even getting anywhere near the bus stop. I don't see any further development just yet in the rain. In fact, the sun's coming over the start line. But we definitely do have some sort of system moving towards us from turn 1 area, NASCAR turn 1. GTR 99 stretching their legs ahead of the field, coming towards the start-finish line. Will to Win and 4:21 is the closest battle up towards front field. Yes, Joseph?
So I have pulled up a lightning map. The nearest strike appears to have been, nearest and most recent strike appears to have been just...
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt, Joseph. We've got to battle for 2nd place overall into turn 1. They were side by side. The 420, sorry, the 983 was actually ahead before the brakes, but 421 dived back down the inside.
timing, although there was a half 10th between them. So, but then so it's the purple. Remind me, which of the Caymans is the purple one out of those two?
That'll be the 421.
Okay, so so the position change did happen. The 983, which is the sort of dark brown and yellow car, dived down the inside and managed to. They were slightly behind going into the braking zone, but managed to brake slightly later on the inside and take that position. The purple number 421 car, the Thunder Bunny car, then was overtaken into the International Horseshoe as well by shouldn't be a last car. So that car's now in between them. Do we have Brendan?
Yes, at the International Horseshoe, actually. Before I come back up to the booth here, because I forgot to put on sunscreen, the number 84 came past me on the back of a flatbed, which would have been the flambéed NP01 from 94 Motorsports. And that car is quite literally toast. Extinguishing all over the back. They've taken the rear bodywork off, I assume, just to ensure that everything that needed to be put out was put out. But that car won't be going any further this weekend, for sure.
Well, they're going to be in the lead for the next half an hour at least. They might even make it to the Lightning.
I know, I was thinking about the same thing.
Give us an update.
Yeah, we've got some spots of lightning just to the west of, to the northwest of DeLand, which is awfully close to you guys. Not within 8 miles, I would reckon, given that that's the go no go.
We're still running, yeah.
Yeah.
So northwest is going to be behind me, right? That'll be why I can't see it.
It'll be. Yes, actually, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. At least that means that at least that gives me an excuse. not seeing it at the moment.
Yeah.
To the
I've
north
got
right now just looks like solid rain, but no lightning.
Yeah. So the lightning at the moment is about 19 miles out.
Which way is the weather moving?
That's a good question. Why you ask me good questions? I don't have answers to that. Which direction is the wind going?
Well, I think it would be pushing something northwest away from us.
Okay, so that. I wonder if anybody. We've talked so much about this weather. I wonder what the chances are that somebody's. If people are planning for it, and what if it just doesn't come?
What if it just doesn't?
What if the weather doesn't move in?
What do you think they do?
Yeah.
Celebrate.
Maybe.
No, there is definitely weather moving from the direction that the wind is coming from. It's just not like.
No, the weather is moving directly towards Daytona Beach.
But not where the lightning is.
No, I think the lightning is carrying towards Daytona Beach. I think it's on the way.
Well, bear in mind that the forecast says it's due in half an hour, so that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Or at least the forecast I looked at this morning said it would be about 1:15.
I see. Well, it's creeping though. I'm seeing thunderstorms possible around 2 p.m.
Oh, okay. Let's move backwards slightly. I mean,
Yeah.
1 till 3 is the sort of the time to look for in Florida, so it's all tracked. 202.5 for GTR 99 across the line, which is pretty close to their fastest lap of the race. They've got nice clean air still. The Gaps, the Ginetta, the Hammer, BMW, automatic Aston. Thunder Bunny comes across the line now, 5 seconds slower, so that gap is extended out to 22.5 seconds. Will to win 4 seconds further back, doing a 2:10.7 on that lap. We've got a Hammer #1 car with a floppy right rear tyre.
You're kidding.
What a shame.
That wasn't what I was going for, but yeah.
I know Tim's a prepared sort of fella, but is he prepared for this many tires?
It's a good question. Yeah, it's actually a very good question. How many spare tires do WRL teams bring? Especially at a track like this, which, banking aside, this is not a high tire stress track. Start corners, not that many corners, hardly any combinations.
It's probably,
surface, I don't think.
It's probably the highest speed, highest average speed that they'll hit. Well, I shouldn't say probably. It's easily the highest average speed. So I wonder if it's just...
Yes, but banking aside, all that speed is done in a relatively straight line.
I guess what I'm saying is there any chance that the tires themselves are just being overstressed centripetally?
But these are DOT, air quotes, DOT trials, right? So
yeah,
therefore, in theory, designed for DOT speeds. But we'll leave that because I don't have the expertise to.
right.
But yeah, I think Brendan mentioned, my memory's not helpful, but I think Brendan mentioned that we had some tire issues last year, but I don't remember it being like this. And I mean, I would have remembered if it was like this.
Yeah. Now
But
I'm
it does seem
seeing...
to be localized to just a few teams.
That's why I wonder if it's maybe some kind of... I mean, it could be anything, right? Because it's not a spec tire, so it could be down to the tire manufacturer. Setups are obviously wide open, so it could be a camber issue.
And it's a unique track.
Yeah.
So that Hammer number 1 car, by the way, was in 9th. So that was a top 10 running car. It was only 1 lap down. So that is actually genuinely significant, as the GTR 99 sets its fastest lap of the race at a 2:01.8, closing in on the fastest lap of the race overall, which was set on lap 3. So that's very fast for these weather conditions.
I think we might be getting into the danger zone here in terms of weather. It looks like
there's definitely the cloud that contains all the rain is now moving over the circuit.
Yeah, and so I think there's a chance that we've had a strike to the north of Daytona Beach. That'll be about 10 miles out. So still we're still safe, quote unquote, but we are getting to the point where yeah. And the strikes are if that is a actual lightning strike and that's confirmed, then you're talking about it's all around the circuit, right? And it's just a matter of time before one kind of gets into that ring. So for me, if I'm close to a pit stop, oh God, I don't know. That's a tough call because you can't work on the car during a red flag. You're probably not going to get a chance at you're probably not going to get enough yellow flag running to really make a stop. And we're not going to go to a yellow flag before this red, right? So it's, we're going to go straight to red here as soon as we hit that lightning ring. So maybe there just isn't a strategy call here. Maybe just run it flat out.
I think we've got enough time left in the race that it's not super critical.
No, but that's not fun.
Also, there's no wet tires.
So there are different tread patterns though.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
There are teams that will switch on to different tread patterns when it gets dicey.
Chill out LS Swap MX-5 comes up.
Nice.
And Racer Motors are coming out of the pits to try and take the GTU lead. Having been in the pits for about 3 hours.
So now they get to race the weather.
Yeah, and just as their little snorkel light is extremely obvious, which kind of tells you how dark it's got all of a sudden. As they're leaving the pit, they're just going straight out. They're ready to go. I think actually they're not even on the podium.
No, I think they're 5th. I think they're 5th of 5.
Oh wow! Okay, that's right as the red flag's about to come.
I mean, they're 36 laps down from the lead, so I mean it's not horrendous.
It really isn't. I mean, we're only 5 hours in, guys. This is a 14-hour race.
Yeah.
Plenty of time for GTU catastrophes, especially with if we're going to be getting these cars wet. God.
Right. Well, it might cool things off a little bit.
Do we know what these cars do when it rains?
Run better? I'm kidding.
Well, the thing about it is, I think if we were just gonna run into rain, I think actually a lot of teams would be really fond of that because it would really ease up. It would take a little bit of energy out of the tires because you're just not gonna run as fast. And I don't
yes,
know. I
good point. That would help our tyre situation. Yeah, essentially. Saw the number. Wow. Sorry, the automatic Aston, the 696, and the number 1 Hammer car all kind of met in turn 1, all doing strange speeds. So that was, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication going on.
I'm gonna be honest. At this point, I'm hardly at all following timing. I'm just watching the lightning map.
That's go for it. That's fine. The 1 is surprisingly slow right now. So a little bit of an outlier pace out there.
The one,
getting mugged.
the one just, I don't know if we mentioned it, but the one just had to pull in for a right rear flat about 10 minutes ago. So that they may still be kind of.
Yeah, I did mention that.
Okay.
Yeah, because that dropped them out of the top 10.
So I don't know if they're
hilariously, they've come out of the pits 2.5 seconds ahead of the 01, who I think actually just overtook them. So we've ended up with both Hammer cars in the same place in the race, in the same place on the track. Just one of those things that happens. The weather off to NASCAR Turn 1 is a lot brighter all of a sudden. So I feel like
how's it look off NASCAR Turn 3? NASCAR Turn 3, yeah. Yeah, so that's where the strike off at Ormond Beach was.
That's going away from us.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's not going to come towards us. I can see all that rain.
Yeah,
sure.
but 8 miles is 8 miles.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Up right at the screen.
Yeah, but that's
it
all
actually
blowing
looks
away.
worse on camera than it is out the window. To be fair, it doesn't look great.
It looks bad, but it's all in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
The stuff off of NASCAR 1, I think, being blown behind the grandstand, based on.
Yeah, it's mostly to the south and to the north. Eventually, something will build and I think clip here. And even if the rain does it, the lightning will. At least within range. Also, Joseph, you did ask about going red versus double yellow. It actually doesn't go right to red. They pull the safety car out, pick up the leader, and then bring it the whole field right into the pit lane. So,
but
car comes out, it goes right back in.
Does pit lane exit close in that scenario?
Yes.
Okay. So you'd have to be relying on the wave around at the start.
Yes, but that does happen. Any car that leaves its pit box before the safety car gets to the pit lane entry will be allowed to go to the end of the pit lane and sit in front of the safety car and then be brought back around to the tail end of the field when they go back out.
So there is potentially a call there.
If the safety car is in, you have to wait, and you have to wait properly for the field to go by and you'll lose the lap. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds on that stuff, just because while it is likely to happen, we're not there yet.
Just give me something to talk about.
Just come in.
That's a relevant car, the 421.
It is. It's 5th overall, 5th in GTO at the moment.
This is going to drop them off the lead lap.
Almost certainly.
That's early.
And
That's a problem.
Yet, are they? Yeah.
They're halfway through their stint.
Yeah.
All right.
Afraid of that.
So this is the purple car which did overtake the 983 recently. I don't know. I think we missed the fact that the 401 has got itself up in second. Yeah, they've gone 7th, 4th, second in the last 3 laps. How has that happened?
That feels like rescinded penalties.
Yeah, it does.
Or something.
There's absolutely no way they could do that because there's only so many cars.
Nobody's pitted, yeah.
And there's only 6 cars on the lead lap.
I don't think the 401's been given a penalty.
They haven't now.
No, the only penalty that I've seen get overturned is the 484. That split decision car was called for an early shortcut. That's been overturned, but that's it.
Well, apparently the 401 is now suddenly 3.5 seconds ahead of the 983, and they've gone from 7th, which would have been a lap down, into 2nd. So something's happened. Some sort of timing correction, penalty correction, or a bug, or they found the cheat code.
Up, up, down, down.
Exactly.
Race control won't give us a lap back, so we will. Just real quick, in GP3, there's been a very good battle for second between the 605 from Round 3 Racing and the 195 Overnight Motorsports cars. They've been within a second for the last couple laps here, with the Round 3 Racing actually moving into second place 2 laps ago, I believe. and you still have fast guys and I guess Denny maybe 16 seconds up the road in that class where they made the position about half hour ago, I believe.
Can I just confirm how many fast guys?
It should be 3 fast guys.
Okay, good, thank you.
3 fast guy and Denny's.
There's a large split difference in terms of pace there.
They claim it's. I understand that they claim it's 3, so we'll go with what they claim until proven otherwise. The 421's out of the pits, by the way, so that actually wasn't. If it was a problem, it wasn't one that took ages to solve. And the number 1 car is extremely slow. Last 3 laps, 216, 216, 214.
I wonder if this is a recurrence of that traction control, stability control issue.
So since the last yellow, it did 2 laps under green, a 327 and a 317. Then it pit for its puncture, and then since then it's done a 216 and 216, 214. Racer Motors back in the pits. I think that's just 1 lap.
Oh, I didn't realize they'd come back out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
As you were on your way out, they came back
Gotcha.
out. I think actually that feels like they've done more than 1 lap.
Well, so the issue is if they're pitted behind this or the garage exit, you've got to go do the lap and then come back in and finish.
That's what I was thinking, but I feel like they've been out there longer. So
maybe they just
desperately
ran the
try
fuel
to find. Yeah. Try to find them. Well, they're not going to miss out.
They are last in GT, I think, right?
Yeah, I should have just done.
We've got a slow car here. Entry to the chicane, 213. Control. Corner 6 called it in as slow, smoking, and stop. The 3 S's.
Behind a palm tree.
I argue it can't be slow and stop.
So that should be split
That was
5.
sequentially.
Second place in GP. Oh no, 5th place now in GP2.
I think they've just pitted. I think that's coming out of a pit stop.
Yeah, that should be.
So that is.
So I don't.
It's out of a pit stop, but it's an out of sequence pit stop.
I don't think Racer Motors did do a lap. I think they just came in, and they're on their way back out now. But
Installation lap. I mean, there's a full 11 laps between. So that'll be
yellow.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
According to Race Hero, the Marshal hasn't quite got that far yet. There it is.
Well, this is reverse. Normally we'd see the flag before we'd see it on Race Hero. This time Race Hero is instantaneous.
As I've just definitely seen an overtake in turn 6.
Look at the delineation between the clouds. I mean, those are thick clouds.
It looks, I'm telling you, it looks worse than it is. I mean, there are definitely rain pockets down to the south.
Armageddon-esque here at Daytona.
Whereas
it's for the best. Just wipe it clean and start over. The 14 hours of Brendan
complaining about Florida.
Yes.
Scott definitely not complaining. Definitely not disagreeing.
What's the state that
this
made
is
you an
yours
American,
now,
Scott?
buddy. You chose this.
I've chosen none of this.
You're like, I'm going back to Connecticut. Or wherever you are. Vermont.
We need to convince WRL to go to
Thompson,
yeah. So Scott doesn't have to go anywhere. Let's go run.
Run the Loudon Roval, you cowards.
There we go. Briar.
I'll take Lime Rock.
Yeah, go to Lime
I can do that. I can do that drive.
GTO only, 6-hour super sprint.
I would fly out for that.
GTO and GT.
Be fun. Yeah, you can.
No.
They won't last long anyway.
No, that's fair.
No.
It'll be alright.
I want to just quickly note that the lightning seems to have stalled out to the west of DeLand.
Do we know what this yellow's for?
I think it's for that car that stopped.
Yeah, I would think so.
Just making sure it's not lightning.
No,
is there a car
we would know.
There is that. Yeah. If you the camera that we were just on, there were a couple recovery vehicles, and those were attending to the 213.
So mysterious 401 that appeared out of nowhere is now in pits.
I really don't think it's that mysterious. I think that car's had a lot of pace, and it's just that the other cars are.
No, Joseph, it drove from 7th, which is a lap down, to 2nd in 2 laps. It's impossible.
Pinched hands emoji.
Is
I
impossible.
Now, okay, this is curious. Why are we holding a car at pit exit? Are we sure this isn't for lightning?
No, we're not. Is there a car in the pit exit lane?
Yes.
Yeah.
And just
No. It's in Brendan. Is Brendan saying it's someone blocking the pit exit, so he can't?
Yeah, I don't think that's the case though.
This is lightning
Oh,
It
they're
looks
bringing
like-
everybody slowly.
on the apron. Yeah.
I think you guys might be right.
Well, that's
This
a
might
shame.
be.
yes, yeah, I think. So we're getting a couple strikes near New Smyrna Beach, which isn't quite close enough, but it might be closer
where's
actually.
the blue lights? I don't see them yet.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, there's blue lights that flash if that is the case, right? If the lightning's close enough. So either we're preempting. Automatic racing, by the way, of being caught out by this.
Yeah.
They're stuck at the end. That's the only car. it's the
Yep,
only relevant
401's
car
down
that's
there
stuck.
too.
Oh, that's 401.
It's right in front of them.
Again,
It's 696, 401, 909.
I keep being caught out by round 3 racing. I know they changed the BMWs quite a long time ago.
Okay, so we're getting strikes inside 11 miles. I don't have anything inside 8.
Yeah, let's just let this one ride out for a minute before we kind of jump on there.
Manufactured drama.
Bright and sunny here.
Well, this is literally manufactured lack of drama.
Yeah.
Is Macy here?
Like, this is diffusing the drama.
Well, could it have maybe started lightning before we ran into our technical issues? We could have just fixed them during the break. That would have been nice.
Or
Would
at
have been
least
very
blamed-
convenient.
At least blamed the lightning.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's electrical interference.
Well, it's currently sunny here at Daytona.
It is.
It's actually, yeah, it looks rather nice outside. The wind has dropped.
It's not that nice outside. It's very hot.
It's
Well, hopefully some of this rain takes a little bit of the energy out, and then it'll just be humid and miserable in a different way.
You know, it looks fantastic from a Pacific Northwest standard.
I don't know. Is hot and rainy better than mild and rainy?
No.
It's more interesting. Is that a car stopped out of turn 6, by the way? On the
Yeah.
banking?
Yep. I wonder if they got going too slow. The car stalled and.
It's the 17. No, it's a different corner. Excuse me. There was a slow car driver's left coming out of 5, and that was the 85, the AOA. Running, well, currently at least 6th in GP3.
This is preserving the lead for 9-4 Motorsports, which was barbecued about an hour ago.
Is there a World War 9 still?
Red
wins
flag.
There it is. Yeah.
No,
Probably
because this is
not.
Florida, so this weather will pass soon enough.
Yeah, but how long do we have to wait now?
As in, what is the...
It's 30 minutes from the last strike within 8 miles.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Well, this is... Those of you who follow the WEC will remember the situation from Sebring.
I was just gonna bring that up.
Yeah, you will very much remember the situation from Sebring, since you were at the facility.
Yeah, that was a good hour's worth of constant lightning.
It's so funny because look at this. Look at these pictures, right? So we're stopping this race for weather, and it is bright and sunny outside.
Well, those of you who follow the WRL will remember this from 53 because it was exactly the same at exactly the same time.
So should I do my? Should I break out my Eduardo Freitas?
No, he's a little busy.
It's
If you try and summon him, I don't know what'll happen. Probably break the broadcast again.
This is not an accident. It is a matter of law.
Is he Russian?
Yeah, and he's been banned from.
He has to wear the David Brabham globe on his overalls.
I have to initiate it by saying full course yellow, full course yellow.
That accent is not good, man.
It's neither is his. It's a weird.
His impression of himself is questionable.
That's the worst Eduardo Freitas impression. Eduardo Freitas.
It's such a weird. It doesn't sound like anybody. Like it doesn't. If you're like, what accent is that, Eduardo? And you're like, you wouldn't be like Portuguese, obviously.
Is it Portuguese or Spanish?
I mean, his name is Freitas. It's probably Portuguese.
I thought he was Spanish. Maybe
Let's find out.
We have been red for 45 seconds, and we're already discussing the nationalities of
Yeah, Portuguese
major
motorsports
series
official and race director.
race directors.
So eat that.
Out of curiosity, have they mentioned the red flag in the race control log so we have reference for this time?
Okay.
Well,
I mean, I can tell you it happened at 1:03 minutes and 42
Fair
seconds
enough.
p.m.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you to Race Hero, which is a Hagerty Motorsports property for the use of their data, which is using Orbit's MyLapse data. It's Orbit's all the way down. So that has to be. This has to be for the Lightning off of.
Yeah. Oh, the blue light is on. I was looking at the wrong one.
Oh, where is it?
It's the one down here in the fan zone on the Megatron. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
You
call
know.
the big TV
yes,
screens.
I see it.
Yeah.
So it has to be for those.
Jumbotron. That's it.
It has to be for the strikes outside of New Smyrna Beach. But I'm a little surprised. I wonder if they're just playing it a little safe because that's not quite. It's not quite inside 8 miles. It is. It's close to 10. I mean, I'd rather play it safe than like have someone get struck by lightning, obviously. But I'm just surprised that set off the thing, the beacon. Is that automatic, or is that manually set? Do you know?
No, I mean they have a screen up here in the. Oh yeah, we're definitely inside 8 miles. It appears to be to the south, so like just north of DeLand, kind of out in the boonies there.
That's not within 8 miles. That's
just like infringing. It's starting to become. Oh, maybe that New Smyrna is just on the edge. If it is, it's very close.
It's so. Google Maps tells me that from the speedway to the center of DeLand, it is 17.76 miles.
No,
You'll appreciate that, Scott.
What?
17.76.
Oh, nice.
I assume that was part of the exam.
Yes, it was. At first, I thought it was the non-metric units you were getting at, but yeah. Don't worry.
All right, we figured it out.
You use miles. Well, miles per hour.
Kind of. They use whatever
I
they use.
Don't.
England uses.
I'm an engineer. I use,
and he's an American.
Entirely metric.
But the British.
Scott's mental measurement system shambles.
No, the British will take both measurement systems and they'll just use whatever one suits their like argument more.
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh my god, it's so hot, it's 100 degrees. Oh my god, it's so cold, it's 0 out.
They'll put.
Whoa! We don't ever use Fahrenheit. Don't put that on us.
Okay.
Complaining that it's 36 out just doesn't have the same impact as 100.
No.
Works for me. Just don't complain.
You're English.
Also, when is it 36 out in England?
I don't know. It's just a number. 36 is just a number.
Okay,
that's an
30.
8500 reference.
I don't get that one at all.
That's a 33 is just a number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Back in the days when we were scrambling to get 33 cars.
Well, I thought you
Could
were
you
getting
imagine?
at. I thought you were getting at the year where they ended up with 35 cars on the grid, but I was like, that's not 36 still. So I couldn't figure out where you were getting with.
Did that happen?
Yes.
They
in like
started
90,
35 cars?
But in like 97 or 98, because you remember they did the goofy thing where they left like 25 spots for IRL teams, and then 8, and then that like there was some like legal thing going on, and so they were like, okay, well we'll let these 2 in or whatever because they would have qualified on speed.
Yeah, so it was 6 cars that had to qualify in or something like that. Anyway, quick rundown in your classes. In GTO, leading right now is the 99 Team GTR, looking great today. Followed by 401 for Route 3 Racing.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Someone's got to. 983 Will to Win Racing, currently third in GTO. Triple 11 from Thunder Bunny Racing fourth, and the 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates in fifth. GP1, unfortunately, a bit spread out right now. Big Mission Motorsports lead with a 336 car. Second place is RT Racing, a 362, and Round 3 Racing in third in the 701. NFC Motorsports still on the same lap as the second and third place car, sitting in fourth, and a lap behind them is the 346 from Money Pit Racing. GP2, the 348 Tornwagen leads with a lap margin over Harrison Motorsports in second. Core Motorsports, the 606 Mustang, third place over the 407 Craftsman Auto Care. Fourth and fifth place, another 2 laps back, is the 178 from JNR Racing. GP3, Denny is still somehow leading, thanks to the 3 fast guys in their sign up for us over the 605 from Round 3 Racing. With the 195 Overnight Motorsports Porsche, 6.5 seconds behind in third, followed by the 94 Motorsports Lexus, the 83 over the 94, rounding out the top 5 in class.
So the answer was 30 minutes, right? In terms of
after the last strike.
Yeah, so that we're about 10 minutes into that ballpark. Somehow we've made it this far. The problem is going to be that I think this front is still kind of lingering out there, and so what are the chances that we run out that 30 minutes and then we get back running and it just we get hit with another one. It looks like there's a cell off
building directly to the west.
Build directly to the west, and then also one that's popped up basically over us off of Ormond Beach and is moving east northeast.
That one to the west, I think, is the one that would concern us here because it's built from the looks of things just about 10 to 12 miles to the west, and is now trending or tracking steadily this direction. So you've got to wait. Okay, once that storm's within 8 miles, if it's producing lightning, and it almost certainly is, now it's got to pass over the circuit and go 8 miles the other direction. Then we've got to wait a half hour.
Yeah, the thing.
I mean, it could realistically, and if you're hearing this in the PA, there's a chance we may have been shut off for PA announcements. But if you're hearing this down in the paddock on the PA, this is just a guess. This is not official. I would not be shocked if this takes us until at least 3 o'clock.
Yeah, because the problem here is if you zoom out on the radar, right, and all the teams are probably looking at their radar because they want to know, what to look forward to, and also to plan out when you're going to put your pay drivers in to make sure that people have paid for their seats have a fair shot at getting in and getting some running. The thing that you're going to be looking at is we're kind of pockmarked all the way across the state here. It's going to be a question of whether and so you've got a lot of energy basically all the way out towards God, there's not really any end to it. It's just kind of picking up off the Gulf and moving across the state. So there's a lot of energy kind of just in the atmosphere here, and it's going to be a real question mark whether that energy dissipates before it gets to us or whether it actually builds and pops more little cells up. It's a shame because it means that we won't get any weather racing, you would assume, because anything that does actually rain over the circuit is going to dry up, as we had last year. These are all pretty short cells, so they're going to rain on us a bit and then dry back up by the time the lightning timer expires.
Yeah, yesterday we did get some residual rain after our first round of storms during the day. it did rain through probably 2:30, 3 o'clock. Once we had cars back out, and one of the sessions was a fully wet session. So there is a chance.
It didn't
obviously it didn't obviously pan out that way last year, but it does kind of have the chance to throw, some intrigue into the mix here. The other side of this is, we've just crested 5 hours, right? 5 hours, 4 minutes down, 124 laps. Even if this ends up being something like a 2-hour stoppage, we're still going to have 7 hours left at that point, which is just short of a standard WRL race. Like, this isn't, okay, we're going in for the run to the checkered flag. We still have an enormous amount of racing to be done after this is up. And that would literally only get us to halfway. So,
Yeah.
I will say this: if there are teams that are headed back to the paddock to wait this out, just make sure your canopies are secure down there.
The wind picking up?
Yeah, well, not quite yet, but we did lose a few yesterday, and I'm just looking out and about here down in the paddock.
The weather website that I'm using at the moment says winds south at from the south at 5 to 10 miles an hour. I feel like that's an underestimate.
It's not super. It looks much less breezy up here than it is when you're physically down there.
Okay.
In amongst, you're amongst the trailers. You've got the garage buildings, the 500 Club, the circuit itself. The lake kind of funnels some of that wind in. So, it does change as you move around the circuit a little bit, and I think it feels stronger than it probably looks from anywhere else. But the wind will inevitably pick up with a thunderstorm because you get the downdraft on the front side. It kind of doesn't matter at this point, other than, hey, secure your stuff,
Brendan, what's it like? Because you are our most qualified meteorologist on the team by a mile. Because didn't you take like a broadcast meteorology class in college?
Oh my gosh! Why have you? I can't believe you've done this. Yes, I did, Joseph.
Now, what did you learn from that you can apply to
Not
this
a
situation?
Lot. Much more on the broadcast than the meteorology, that's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like if I pulled up like an NWS map and because we've got time. Because now I'm
actually let's back up here. Let's clear up these qualifications.
Okay.
I have an aviation weather minor.
Oh.
Yes, that's correct. Unfortunately, these are race cars, not airplanes, so my expertise doesn't apply.
If you've taken an airplane wing and put it upside down, you've created the. That was trying to be Alan McNish.
Also, we can see the building that Brendan got his aviation pilot.
That's fair.
As far as
it's too far away, it doesn't apply anymore. What's cornbread muffin? It's cornbread. Yeah,
I'm into
just been offered cornbread.
Did you take it?
Anyway.
Did you take it?
Accepted.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, it was on the other side of the glass. We have to
of-
come back for it later. This is the part where thank you. This is the part where I commentate while eating cornbread.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's not a profiterole, but it will do.
No? Yeah.
Now, if anybody wants to make the trek across the track,
Clay's Day is great for anybody who's wondering.
can we
Clay's
get
having a
Clay?
great day.
Can we get Clay on the horn? Put him on mic too.
We do have a spare mic.
That's what we need. Anybody who's
No,
on
man.
that side of the racetrack.
Yeah. No, there's a handful of people over in race control, but there's actually still things happening.
That was our
At the
reconnaissance seagull that was going across the track there.
People are checking the winds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of crosswind here.
Let's give race control a mic.
That's what I'm saying.
How much do they hate us?
I feel like I just heard that chirp. I think they're saying, get them out of there.
Yeah, seriously.
A couple of cars have put tarp. A couple of the teams have put tarps on their cars to keep them from heat soaking, which I think is seems like an awfully good idea. I've also just been offered lunch. So, JT, it's time for breakfast, I think.
Yeah, it's only 10 in the morning here.
Oh God. Can you get Starbucks delivered? I guess you're in the corporate heart of Starbucks world.
How far is your nearest Dutch Bros?
No idea. See, I'm not a coffee guy, so
It's called Racing for Holland, idiot.
I'm the least qualified person to answer these questions in the Pacific Northwest.
Apparently the UV index is an 11.
1,000.
I didn't even know. I thought it stopped at 10. I didn't realize it went to 11.
That's not a good sign.
It's the spinal tap of UV.
Scott, as our Florida expert, our resident Florida resident, does the UV index go up to 11? Is that a thing?
I have no idea. When I lived in Florida, I managed to get to the point where I didn't need sun cream under any UV conditions. So
That's
I
how
was quite proud of
you now have to renounce your British citizenship.
That was the moment. That's what happens when you work as a lifeguard in Florida for 9 months. But I don't know. You're the aviation and meteorology expert, so.
Are we just going to throw wildly inaccurate accusations about each other's credentials?
I was told
back and forth for the next 2 hours.
A couple of hours ago. So
pit lane's been deserted here. There's a brief meeting of the minds at the central pit lane.
Also, Brendan, you've noticed we're all sim racers. We've somehow ended up at this real race in a position where we're supposed to be offering some level of expertise. We're used to this. This is what we do.
It is true, and if there's anybody who knows how to, I need to think of the right word here, work their way through a long number of hours while participating in endurance racing, it would be sim racers. Kill 24 hours doing just about anything. But not sim racing for 2 hours out of those 24 hours is a challenge, and this is going to be a challenge.
If
so
only
we'll keep it up for the moment.
If only we had Ennis here to like sing us the entirety of ABBA Gold or whatever it is he does.
No, he crashed because we were singing.
Oh, well, you can't win them all.
And we didn't.
We did win not them all.
For those of you who are listening and who don't know anything about DriversEye Live, which is fair enough.
Oh, good. It's the exposition part of the broadcast that
That's
everybody
fine.
loves.
I know. Well, listen, it's not just the people online who listen to us week in, week out. There are families here. There are crew members that don't normally get to listen because we don't normally go out over the PA. We are a group of former sim racing teammates. Used to do it all the time. Now I do it slightly less. Scott still does it, I guess, professionally.
Ironically, I do it more than Scott.
Esports racer Scott Michaels, Dr. Scott Michaels. Anyway, we've all known each other for something like 15 years at this point, and the sim racing hobby became what was for Time Endurance Radio, now DriversEye Live, and so we turn our not spitting nonsense on, in the middle of iRacing events and previous to that, R Factor events to each other, now to this basically for 8 hours a day, 16 hours in a weekend over WRL events. We have just as much fun doing it. Certainly something we've enjoyed over the last year and a half, being able to be a part of the series and
I have bad news.
Generally have a good time. Now rain on my parade. It's fine. Whatever. Go ahead.
The lightning has officially crossed the land
and into the water.
No, so if you guys, when you can't see it because it's behind you, but we're starting to see some strikes.
Yeah, this is expected.
Yeah, and now that is properly inside 8 miles. So if there was any question,
behind us, there is a radar and a man pointing.
Professor, would you get up and display the screen?
God, good grief.
Scott doesn't know how to work a projector. That's how you know he's a real doctor.
It's not even a projector. It's literally just a TV screen.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't look like there's much on the radar, but it is definitely.
Well, that's the trouble in Florida. Is it's 80%, 90% this, and then 10% apocalyptic downpours with lightning and heavy winds, and you know what I
But
mean.
again, that is why the cliche. If you don't like the weather in Florida, wait 5 minutes. It is real.
Okay, that's the weather anywhere other than on the
We
West
also
Coast.
have 30.
As a Connecticut resident, I disagree a little bit. It's not quite. It is. It's more a comment on just how random it is here. Not random.
No, there is something.
How changeable it is here.
There is something wild about almost the entire Southeast. Like once you get out of Appalachia, yeah, it's starting to. Anyone who
Which is its own thing. I've lived there as well.
Yeah,
But,
but I do want to. We're all having fun talking about the weather, but it is actually starting to get pretty close. So if you do have anyone who's walking around in the paddock, do bring them indoors and make sure.
You're saying that the lightning is getting closer to us.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
because it looks really quite nice.
I know it does, but it's all behind you is the problem. Is what I'm saying. It's the Freddy Krueger situation in terms of lightning. You guys can't see it, but it's right there.
Are you telling us we've missed our opportunity to go down and find food in the paddock?
Oh, the food's still there.
Yeah, but we would have to leave the safety of where we are currently sat.
You can leave the safety of where you're currently
You're
sat. I've
not in
spent enough time
Ukraine, come on.
not in the air conditioning for a little while.
You can't go to the embassy if you get hit by lightning, Scott.
This is manufacturing drama. If it's manufactured drama versus food, food will always win.
Oh my, the wind is crazy down here.
That is slightly better than Ryan's impression of.
That's actually JT reporting from the Jubilee.
I was gonna bring up the Jubilee earlier when you were talking about your impressions.
No, it's not time. If it were a 24-hour and it was like 2 in the morning, then we could break up the Queen. But it's not time.
We don't have any 24s this year, Joseph.
No, I know.
This is literally as close as we get.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
Speaking of 24 hours.
Speaking of how long we've been under red flag, it's starting to feel like a 24.
Yeah.
It's been 25 minutes.
It is amazing how slowly this time passes when nothing is happening.
Yeah, because when the racing's good, time flies by. Like when you know, Road America, those days were just going by so quick. But
it is nice to not feel badly about not talking about the race, though.
Yes, nobody.
Every now and then we'll stray a little bit. We got to bring it back. Here, there's nothing else happening.
Yeah, you can't
we're
complain
in
about
full podcast mode.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And Ryan's not here.
Oh no.
Should we do an AMA with the YouTube chat?
I would. Yes, I would do that.
Do
I don't
that.
know if they care enough to do that, but
probably not. I've got the YouTube chat up on my screen here. If anybody wants to ask DriversEye that you're down in the paddock and want to pull YouTube up on your phone or anything of the sort, by all means,
I would
ask
also...
away.
The first question is going to be, why are you so insufferable?
Yeah.
Sim
Can you
racers.
not?
Anyways, I'd say if you're down in the paddock, driver, team owner, crewman, whatever, it's a great time to come up to the broadcast booth.
You're not allowed.
Oh, just kidding.
We've been asked to do the interviews down in the paddock this weekend.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Is it just because it's such a hassle to go across the track?
I think it's more to do with wanting
some separation
I'll
between race
explain
control
offline. I'll explain offline. Yeah,
I mean that's reasonable. I don't see why that has to be kept hush hush. But you don't want people. There are series in the world in which race control has been bombarded by team leaders, and it hasn't gone well there. So I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a very. This isn't just a little clubhouse with the race control and timing off. in it, right? I mean, this is a stadium atmosphere with 100,000 seats in it, and you know, I think they're just trying to keep the officials in kind of their corner, the teams and the drivers kind of in their corner, and you know, the stewards certainly are. The stewards are down, you know, in the paddock to take driver and team owner concerns. I saw a couple of folks in and out of the WRL office down there, you know, having their issues addressed. So, anyway, all that is to say that eventually, if you want an interview, just again flag me down. A couple of you already did. It was nice. We chatted for a little bit.
Could we offer invites into the Discord? Question mark. Could we pull people into this channel if they have our Discord?
Yeah, and make like a waiting room channel and bring somebody in.
I don't have the energy for that.
Okay.
But it is by. If
No,
anybody wanted to do it, it's an easy way to get in touch with us.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
I know you're very busy right now, Brendan.
Listen, JT.
I know this is where you insert a joke about my 4 alarms. I got it. Let's move along.
By the way, I did
Every
get a
time you
note.
say 4 alarm, it makes me think of some hair.
I want to clean up at least one loose end. So we were kind of speculating as to what might be the cause of some of these tire failures, and it seems to be debris from the few notes that I've gotten. That it's actually
interesting.
Yeah, they appear to be damage rather than, you know, the tire like delaminating or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the weather tracker in capital letters and italics behind us is showing that we are about to get absolutely destroyed by.
No, you can't say that, Scott.
Destroyed.
It's behind us.
The destroyed Aston Martin.
Out the window actually looks quite nice, but coming from directly behind Brendan and I is a big cell that's going to hit us. And we obviously haven't had any yet. Everything is dry right now, but I don't think we're very
it's
far
not
away
going to
from.
stay that way.
Not very far away from getting wet.
Cue ominous music from behind.
Which, by the way, everyone in the paddock can probably see right now if they look towards us, because it's probably looming right.
No, yeah, that's more of a note for anyone, you know, friends and family that are watching than the paddock themselves.
I actually don't think we have any cameras that would be facing behind.
Well, if you put the one up across Lake Lloyd, like
yeah, that. Well, that one kind of
No, it's that way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we would want to see behind.
Oh, yeah.
Back here. I think the 3 exit cam is probably as close as we get.
Do we get any questions on our AMA? I'm sure it's super popular.
No, I think we'll scared everyone away.
Not one.
Should we
You know,
try
from
Reddit?
memory, somebody can text our DriverSeye live phone if you can still hear us in the paddock, but from memory, they may have shut us off in the paddock because they didn't want people congregating, and they wanted it specific to announcements related to the weather, seek shelter announcements, that sort of thing. I have to have the feed muted, but if
I already did that, so it's fine. The chief meteorologist.
Can you hear us? If you're watching the clean feed, can you hear us at all on the trackside cameras?
Oh, no. I don't think we're going out over, because I've been able to hear us before.
Going over the PA, yeah. Then we're definitely not. This is what they did last year too, which is definitely fair.
No,
So
I don't feel aggrieved.
Badly.
That's
I
entirely
feel less badly
tongue-in-cheek.
about wasting people's time.
Hi to Scott Pruitt's family at home.
IndyCar driver coach Scott Pruitt. Brendan Kazmarek is typing. Anybody want any grapes? I got some grapes.
I just had cornbread. I'm good.
Now, as a reminder, for anyone who's tuning in late, we're not under red flag for an incident or anything like that. There's lightning in the area. Is that fair to say, Brendan?
Yeah. I think that is the fairest thing to say.
Yeah. It looks like Ormond Beach is gonna get whooped a little bit, based on the lightning tracker.
What about Ormond by the Sea?
I have no information on that. I will not be taking questions on Ormond by the Sea at this time.
It was one of the first places I went in Central Florida.
Well, I guess
Some
this is
type of
Central Florida.
meet and
I
greet
keep thinking
up
of
there.
this as like, I think of Florida as in east and west terms, but that
It's-
doesn't really make any
It's
sense.
no, it's basically just the I-4 corridor. It'll run Florida, Tampa. I don't know. I mean, Tampa might not still be Central Florida, but from Orlando up north and east to the Daytona area.
The question is, would people in Tampa be offended if you called it Central Florida?
I don't know.
Yeah, to me, Central Florida is a north-south.
Yes,
not
for
an
sure.
east-west thing.
Yeah.
So I would call it.
I mean, their universities are certainly stated as such. Your
Yeah.
Central Florida, your South Florida.
Yeah, but then would
your
that
North
be
Florida?
would
They
Tampa
tend
then
to-
be the Gulf Coast rather than Central?
The actual beaches themselves tend to be like defined whether they're east and west, and almost nothing else is. I think in Florida. That's just in my experience, uneducated experience.
There is literally nobody more qualified to be discussing Florida geography than Scott Michaels.
Who's a doctor?
Dr. Scott Michaels.
Yeah, well. He sounds a lot more angry.
Dr. S.D. Michaels.
Okay.
Of the DriversEye Light Institute of Meteorology
Blasphemy.
and Motorsports Engineering.
I mean, we could probably call strategy.
We should
Right?
crowdsource
Not
one
well.
team strategy.
No, here's our problem, Scott.
Automatic racing?
That's a great idea, actually. Yes, real-time crowdsourced pit strategy. We do it for like 20 cars at once. We're keeping track of like 20 cars at once. If we were to just collectively focus on one, we'd have it nailed. I'm convinced.
Maybe.
I feel like we
So-
think we do better because we can spread our decisions amongst 20 cars, and if 5 of them do well, we think that was. We
Will
would've-
you stop?
Yeah, it's like, oh, we nailed it. Oh, we're
focused on
idiots.
one car. Yeah, we can't ignore. We selectively ignore the cars that we call total.
The other issue is if we do end up calling it wrong, there are literally no repercussions.
Yeah.
We just look a little sick for 5 minutes, and then we all move on.
Like how I found in my prediction software that I was swapping the lengths of expected yellow and green flag stints.
I had literally never noticed.
Yeah, I know. Nobody has. That's how good they are. In air quotes. Pew. What if we just did an AMA among each
sort of
other?
Dissipating a little
It
bit.
is actually, isn't it? We might
Yeah.
not. We might not get wet.
The problem, well,
Or very wet.
yeah.
I thought we had-
The obvious issue is still not the rain; it's the lightning. Obviously,
We found it. We got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It would be
it's,
ni-
we
It
literally
would
just
be
had.
nice. It would be
You guys okay?
nice, selfishly, to have a wet weather phase of this race. And last year we didn't really get one. So I know Brendan and I were discussing yesterday. We had kind of drizzle all afternoon, which again, selfishly, would be kind of nice to see the race go through a phase like that. And to be honest, well, depends how much we believe these stories that the tire issues are due to debris. But I imagine running around in the wet would be a little bit more
I mean, it could be.
tire friendly.
Yeah, it could
Listen,
be. It could
I
be
wanna-
a
I wanna-
mix, right? Because if you hit debris and you've got a tire that's already under a lot of stress, right? That might be a different ballgame than one that's, kind of further inside the margins. I don't know, but
some of these tire failures have definitely been the result of debris. the Pro Sport Aston, right? They searched the tire, the surface of the tire, to try and find a hole or a puncture in it, which eventually they did. But you've also had, the 401 said they were running around the banking at half throttle, right, to try and lessen the load on the tire. So they were giving up pace, actively choosing to give up pace,
really,
to hold back the load on the outside.
You were away during
tires
that, but
over
yeah,
the
that was
banking. Yeah, when I
Okay.
interviewed Cole
right.
Lofsgaard.
I feel like it's gotten cloudier.
So it has, yeah.
There's one dark cloud right over the top of us. No
The
rain.
American flights made it in just in time.
I'm
but
glad
and I'm proud to fly American.
other more jokes at Scott's expense.
By the way, we had a strike in the last 5 minutes or so. That's well
Yeah.
within 8 miles, so that's going to push us back at least another half hour.
Reset the clock.
Can we get Scott that list of? I assume that's a list of lightning strikes on the right side of the screen that shows radius and all of that. Can we get that on Joseph's timing tower?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan.
I
Could
did wonder
we put
why
an
we didn't have
encyclopedic list of everybody who's ever run a race at Daytona and just put that on the timing tower?
I have a suggestion.
Why is it not already there?
I don't even know.
Word that Deep Eddy is out in GP2, blown motor and transmission. And then it sounds like they were making adjustments, etc., under the red flag in an attempt to get the car back out, and so that'll be that.
So, well, there is that. So let's talk about that, because obviously working under the red flag disqualifies you from the running. But if you are running a pay operation, it might be worth it, right? Because you can still run. You just won't be classified anymore, and no one, I don't believe that there's any ramifications for running, a disqualified entry. It's just, you don't get points at the end of it, so you get basically removed from the running order at the end. So if it was worth it to your team, you could absolutely just work on your car, get the car fixed up, and then get your driver some experience and some running time, and just knowing that you're not going to score points for the event. Oh,
Especially if you have a pay driver, you can still get him seat time.
Weather's moving in.
Oh, look at that!
Can we just fill the screen? Can we get the stocks?
Move it as it covers the ambulance drive-by.
So, well, that's kind of curious. Excuse me. I guess there's no real harm in it. I'm just trying to work out what procedures are, is all. And maybe trying to extrapolate a little too much from.
I'm curious if there are safety vehicles suddenly on the move.
That's what I was trying to get at in a very roundabout way. Lightning is kind of popping up all around the area.
Are they being brought back to go get some lunch? They are being brought back, for sure.
It's possible. I think we're probably going to be in this situation. Well, we know we're going to be in this situation for another half hour, right? That is almost certainly the case.
Well, here's the thing, Brendan. You might be a bit more qualified to answer this, but in the event of a situation like this, do they bring in the corner workers?
They can, but typically the corner workers will have their vehicles near the station, and they'll just tell them to seek shelter in their vehicles. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's what they've done here. Difficult to tell, actually.
I don't love that we have lights on.
Can we get a transponder on the ambulance?
It could win GTU at this point.
I'm confident it's overweight for GTU.
No, but I did see at least 3 golf carts heading towards scrutineering to try and get a sticker at the last minute.
To pick up a GTU.
Yeah, to pick up a GTU class win. Yeah.
Trying to think if there's anything I would run in GPU or GTU. That would be interesting enough. I don't know. I don't think so. Radical, I guess, would be the go-to, but that's not all that interesting.
Ryan is yelling at the screen right now. LMP3
Yeah,
with
right?
150 horsepower engine.
What about one of those like weird LMP4 Ligier things? Yeah.
Wolf.
No, that's not what that's CN or was CN. I don't know what it is now. You know they still run those things at like Zolder in 24-hour.
Makes
Those
sense,
Italian sport prototype things.
Right.
Not really sure why. There's a race I'd like to do.
Because you can.
Zolder. Fuji. You know, all the 24-hour races that nobody cares about.
I wasn't even aware there was one at Fuji.
Yeah, the Super Taikyu.
The one that happened last weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it literally just happened. It's only the 4th or 5th year that they've done it. It's not a particularly old.
That's
event,
that's how you build a tradition.
That is true.
There's gotta be the first one.
You know what? You know what? Every endurance race, a major endurance race.
Oh, the rain is here, boys.
Oh yeah.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yep, there it is.
Also on the screen.
Weather's moving in.
Yeah, so now we'll wait and see kind of what this means for us here. It doesn't look like a particularly strong
Just in an existential
sell.
sense.
Yes.
It's not going to be a lot, yeah.
And anyway, I don't think I see any actual strikes from that one. I think all the strikes that are
That looked like it was just
painted
one
on
on the screen. So
painted on the map up there are well to the north and west in that cell headed up towards Ormond Beach. Anybody still flying? No. Oh, the banner toe is still flying right over the beach.
Hey, Brendan, look what I got.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And I got another window up that I'm just.
What do you have? I can't see.
Oh, you can't?
What do you have? What? Oh, you are sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Satellite of the lightning strikes, or
Yeah.
How many different streams do you think I can watch at the same time, Joseph?
Well, I don't know. Did you see?
Tops.
So I've got. I'm making the most of my triple monitor setup.
I just finished mine today.
Yeah, attaboy. So I've got
Wait,
on one.
how?
What do you mean?
How did JT just finish his today? He slept through 4 alarms and then got up and joined us.
That's probably why.
Oh, that's fair.
He probably finished
was
it after
today.
midnight.
Yeah, it's fair.
JT's got his priorities
Night owl,
straight.
JT Tammy.
I mean, compared to when we're up, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know where I was going with that. So Daytona Beach is. Oh no.
No.
No. Oh god. Look at that. It is popping off north of the circuit, and a little bit to the east. But
Yeah,
here you are, and here they are, and everything north of was that Florida 40?
This is one of the least interesting things I've done all weekend.
All those strikes that we just saw are like right on the cusp of 8 miles. Is my point.
Oh god.
I can give you about 5 things I've done this weekend that's less interesting than this.
I was going to say, you guys flew into MCO, didn't you?
No.
Brendan didn't.
Scott didn't. Or Scott did. I didn't.
Wait, really?
I
Yeah,
tried
flew
to
into-
fly in
flew into
multiple
Daytona.
times.
Always fly into Daytona. I want no parts of going into or leaving the city of Orlando.
Holy cow! That's a lot of rain, guys. That the
No?
track
It's
from
actually-
this
it's
angle looks properly wet.
It does.
No,
yeah.
it's
I mean,
really
it
not.
is,
It is.
but it doesn't take much to wet tarmac.
But it's not
It's not bad.
visibility nil, type of downpour. It's just the track is moist.
Honestly, for
and
Florida,
it's raining.
this is a 2 out of 10.
That's fair.
It's just really
Unplayable.
You don't say it's a 2, though, do you?
No, it's a 7.
I know. We've
I have an
got
idea.
almost an hour, guys.
When was the last
I'm
lightning
so
strike?
sorry to everyone who's listening and watching.
Expecting it to be 45 seconds. Why do we not just put elevator music on at this point?
Because we haven't
I'm trying to remember if we actually did
stuff.
talk our way through. Did we talk our way through the hours last year?
I went to get sandwiches, so I don't remember.
Thank you. So we're
That looks
gonna
like
cycle
hail.
through cycle through cameras right now.
That's not
so we
hail.
can.
They're
Yeah,
just
this-
bigger drops.
I mean, we've got the same angle, and it is nowhere near as bad as that.
Yeah, it's just the way the camera is.
Yeah. It looks like it's it looks
It looks like it's snowing. It looks exactly the same as it did
Yeah,
in
I know.
Ohio.
It's genuinely just like a mist.
So the lightning strikes seem to be moving offshore, which maybe that's a good sign.
Yeah, it looks fairly clear now to the south and west.
That's definitely the direction all the weather's moving is off.
Oh, and then we just had one on 40. So
Is that 30 minutes restarted?
I think it might be awfully close. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, this looks like static. It looks like we have a bad connection.
And who's to say that we don't?
Yes.
No, it's all right. This actually, certainly compared to last year, and definitely compared to yesterday, actually seems fairly tame, all things considered. It's just that pesky, 8-mile radius that we've got to contend with at the moment.
Yeah, cycling these cameras, I think, provides me, at least, as someone who's not at the track, provides me with a lot of information because we had standing water this time of the lightning delay of last year, and I'm not really seeing that. I mean, that looks almost that's not even soaked, right? That access road.
No,
the concrete below us isn't soaked.
So if it doesn't come down any heavier than this, I can't believe that we'll have too much. Certainly on the oval, I don't think we'll have too much in terms of wet tarmac by the time we're actually able to get going. I think it's made worse than it's made to look worse than it actually is because of the the painted sponsored areas in the tri-oval, which are going to glisten a lot more because it's painted.
Can't tell if I'm catching lightning strikes out of the corner of my eye down to the south and east, or...
I think you are. Yeah, out, but those are all out over the shore. And I think that's... the problem with that is that might still be close enough to trigger an alarm, even though it's not really a threat to us.
No, the one that's out over shore isn't. At the moment, the one that'll be causing us problems is the one to the north. Now, once the back end of that cell is cleared the coastline,
moving so slowly.
Once the back end of that cell has cleared the coastline, we should be clear as long as nothing else develops to the west. Now, certainly yesterday the deal was it would start and, run its course, and then new cells would develop behind it a couple of hours later. At the moment, it doesn't really seem like it's a threat.
Yeah. Let's check.
It does
Right.
say storm. The weather app I'm seeing here.
Does it say storms likely for the next several hours?
No, it says ending by 5:30. Or sorry,
Okay.
3:30. More possible later.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, if you zoom out to the entire state of Florida, right, is kind of pockmarked. Other than the Panhandle, that's not really even Florida. That's just the part of Florida that, like, annexed Alabama. Yeah, that cell over Ormond Beach is just kind of hanging out there, and it's really... I feel like that's the thing that's kind of resetting our clock.
It is. No, it definitely is. It's the one up to the north. Now, these... With Florida, I mean, you are just guaranteed to get these sorts of storms. You're not necessarily going to get, you know, you're not going to be able to predict how they pop up, where they pop up, with what intensity, etc. Has the camera rattled itself level? But, you know, even though it might be clear now, it might, you know, you might have a thunderstorm cell pop up in a spot that is going to create a problem later. Or, you know, you might be clear here at the track, but a cell develops to the south that it isn't impacting you in any way other than the lightning being too close to the circuit to allow racing to continue. So, I mean, that's kind of how this thing started in the first place. Right
It started
now,
out with a mist. How did it end up like this?
What was our time? Nice. Was it 103?
Yeah, 103, 104.
Was that our time?
Yeah, 103.42. Yep.
So we've ripped through, what, 54 minutes now?
Welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines.
Have you entered the YouTube chat?
I can either confirm or deny.
Down there. Yeah. That's the one that's offshore, though, I think.
Okay. The rain has stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now do the lightning alerts, or I don't know what the proper terminology is, but do these reset? I assume it's just a straight radius, right? It's got nothing to do whether or not it's on land or over sea.
Yes, correct. It's just 8 miles, and even if the storm is moving away, if the strike's within 8 miles, regardless of direction of travel, the timer's reset. Now, I don't see a countdown timer up there. Do you?
No, but I can't see very much.
I wish we'd hear more from Denny, you know?
Is that Denny Stripling?
Yeah, I just feel like, oh god. Hey, does it feel like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit out there?
What?
The weather website that I'm using has glitched in a major way. And it says it's negative 40 degrees with a real feel of negative 107. So, I don't think that's accurate. Do I want Daytona Tower?
Floridians might not ever leave their house again if it was ever 40 degrees down here.
No, people in Florida talk like 65 is like ice cold.
I saw somebody walking around down near the turn 4, the grandstands down at the kink with a sweatshirt on. Wearing shorts and a sweatshirt.
And they're like, what? It's winter.
The real feel of 99.
My
It's
hero.
not even summer yet.
It's a great value sauna, is what it is.
Sure. Fewer Finnish people.
What's happened to the sauna? Oh my god, what is this? Man, Ormond Beach. Anyone who knows anyone living in Ormond Beach, tell them to get inside. There's lightning aplenty. You know what's funny about this is there's just thunderstorms all over the place, and there's not even like a weather advisory.
No, there rarely is.
Oh, just kidding. There's a marine weather.
Even every now and then you'll get a tornado warning in this area, and people are like, but probably not.
Active weather alerts issued 1:55 p.m. June 11th, 2022 by the National Weather Service. Strong thunderstorms over the waters. The areas affected include Flagler Beach to Volusia Brevard County line, 0 to 20 nautical miles. Flagler Beach to Volusia Brevard County line, 20 to 60 nautical miles.
It's Brevard.
Well, this is the auto thing, so it
I
doesn't
did like
know.
the voice.
At 1:54 p.m. EDT, Doppler radar
Now we've had
indicated strong thunderstorms capable of producing winds to around 30 knots. These thunderstorms were located along a line extended from Ormond by the Sea to Oak Hill, moving northeast at 20 knots. Precautionary preparedness actions.
This voice is not that different from your commentary voice.
I put him to sleep. Mariners
Scott
can
is
expect
just about there.
Mariners can expect gusty winds to about 30 knots, locally higher waves, and lightning strikes. Boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until these storms pass.
Boaters.
Yeah.
Tell us about the golden and rainbow trout.
By the way, speaking of fish, I am 80 to 90% certain there are the remains of a fish on top of the TV tower at the bus stop.
I don't know what to do with that.
I've been up there 4 times now, and I still don't know what to do with it.
Oh wow, the chat's really popping off right now.
Is it?
Yeah, you take a look.
Oh, what's going on? Oh no, is it the bot?
It's either the bot or Sam.
How did Tom Beers sitting in the infield, bored?
Bored. Tom, I hope
You
you're
can-
under. I hope you're
you
undercover, Tom.
Yeah, we are also. Are we bored? This is not ideal.
No, I'm not bored. I'm having the best time of my life. I feel like a Paul Oakenfold song. Thank you, JT.
Oh wait, what?
What? Can I help you?
Uh,
I am occasionally monitoring the race WRL hashtag on Twitter. So if anybody would like to write to that, that exists. Consider that. It'd be nice.
What about Insta?
We're doing our best.
Hashtag race to URL on Insta.
On what?
Insta.
This is very rarely directed at anybody. Is the problem with checking Instagram for anything? You'll get people like round 3 is pretty active, and they'll and the Shift Up Now folks will tag it, but we got to get more people.
Yeah. Apparently, I have been sent the process for resuming the race.
Ooh.
Well, get on with it, Brendan.
I don't see
Yeah,
it.
is it in your hands? Or
Resume
what?
this
Resume the race.
No, I don't know where it is.
Make it happen.
How many ways do I communicate with RJ?
Okay, so Tom's telling us that there are fish in Lake Lloyd, and I understand.
It is
Why do I hear
very
engines?
hard for me to believe that that wasn't put there by a man.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is like that implies that there's been like a tornado or something that's picked up a fish from Lake
No,
Lloyd.
I think this is an act of human sabotage. I think somebody thought it would be very funny to put a fish or the remains thereof on top of the timing tower for whoever might see it next.
Hold on. Now you say human sabotage. What about gull sabotage?
Yeah.
It could. So there is that, and it's just that seagull decided that it needed to drop that fish on the second story of the timing tower at the bus stop.
Whomst among us?
Indeed.
You pronounce that as in Jeff Seagull. Was that intentional?
How do you pronounce it?
Seagull.
Seagull.
Wait, do you put the emphasis on gull?
Yes.
Seagull?
Yeah.
Like Steven
It's a
Seagal?
seagull.
The seagull. And Jeff Seagull. There's a difference.
No, you're pronouncing it like a last name.
Jeff Siegel.
Is
A
it four
seagull.
candles
Yeah,
or four
it's
candles?
exactly-
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Andals for forks. I know you don't like it, David. It's either this or Ronnie Coleman. Yeah, first off, it's a seagull. Anyway, seagull. It doesn't matter. Wherever
It's a gull
this
over the sea.
fish, wherever this fish came from, and however long it's been there, it does reside there.
We're gonna find the seagull and we're gonna bring it to justice.
What are we gonna do with it? To it?
Does anybody have a grill?
No, we're past that stage.
Yeah, with that attitude.
Oh, the fish. I thought you were going to grill the seagull.
I guess you could. I don't think seagulls are endangered. I think
that
pigeon
feels illegal.
Should have some pigeon.
Pigeons are very much not endangered.
No,
I can confirm that.
Especially in the Northeast.
I hope there are no boaters in the area. If there are, move, south to Titusville or north to Palm Coast, please.
Titusville.
It looks suspiciously like all the weather behind us is dissipating quicker than it's arriving. So.
Do you want me to review the race resumption procedures at this time?
I don't know that we're that close to it, but
no, that's fine. I won't touch on it. I will say that the track is basically dry now.
Yeah.
Other than the painted area is not so much.
Well, of course, right? That's always going to be slightly different, but by and large, and then maybe some of the bumpy areas down at turn 6. I think we've got everything pretty much dried up. But we're now in the zone that I was sort of referencing earlier, where now there is another round of storms building, in particular one to the southeast that is coming up on the shoreline that I think might cause us a little bit of an issue.
Where are you looking?
Anything east is going to move away.
As long as it doesn't reset the timer before it does.
Would you call this a zone of danger?
I would do that. That's topical because Top Gun.
Do they play Danger Zone in the new Top Gun? I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah. We're not going to talk about it though.
Why? Has it affected you in an emotional way? Are you gonna cry?
I did. Like
for
3
God's sake.
times.
Would you say that it took your breath away?
They did not play that song. I was going to text you during the movie if they did.
Wow. Break all rules of human social interaction.
When it comes to shoving Berlin, take my breath away in your face, yes, I'm willing to do all of those things.
The first 5 notes of that song are the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. I have PTSD from that song.
It's a good thing we can't play music up here. Don't have the rights for that.
I mean, you could play it over the PA.
Could I?
Although it would bleed in, and then we get DMCA'd.
Can we get that a recorder?
Do you remember the time one of our old race recordings got DMCA'd on YouTube because the organizers played a copyrighted version of the anthem?
I forgot about that. Now at least the tech has kind of moved on, so they'll only DMCA segments, so that's not too bad, and they just mute them.
Yeah. At the time, though.
No, I know.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. I think some of this stuff that's over to the east at Ormond Beach is maybe resetting the clock on us. I'm not sure.
That's what I was concerned about, is any of these even slight new pop-ups. Actually, it looks kind of okay. I don't see anything
I don't see
inside that red circle there. Let me walk next door and see what the current timer is. Be right back.
It's right on the edge, some of these new strikes that we're getting. It honestly kind of depends on where you're measuring from, to be honest.
Yeah, considering how we went to red, I think they're being conservative today.
And again, I don't have a good idea of whether or not it's automated, if it's just a visual sensor kind of deal, or if there's somebody, somebody at the facility or somebody maybe at the airport who's flipping that switch. Scott, you'll have seen it because you were there. Did they move cars forward at some point during this?
Nope.
Okay. I had a bunch of cars trip the timing line on me.
No, they've been totally stationary the whole time.
Okay. I have no idea what that was about then. Weather's moving out. I want to believe that we'll be done with this soon. I'm sure everyone who's still listening does too. The other thing here is we might have a little bit of a rev up time as we bring people back out to the corners. So it's not like it'll be straight away, straight to green flag running. We'll probably have a few laps under caution when it's about time. Maybe that's part of the procedures that Brendan's going to tell us about. But who can say? Not Brendan, because he's gone somewhere else, I guess. Question mark.
Yeah, he told us he's gone over to race control to get the timer.
Okay. I'm hoping for like closer to 4 minutes than 24, but it really depends on what this radius is. JT, what were you seeing in the production classes that tickled your fancy before we were? Oh no, I just saw a strike that might be close. Cool. But look at that cloud just dumping in the background.
Right?
Oh my god.
Battle for second in GP3 was looking real good.
That'll be between the 195 and the 605.
Yep.
Yeah, we did get a note about overnight, which I guess we could wait until we went back to green to talk about it, but we can talk about it now too. It was Chad Ross sent us a message on behalf of overnight talking about the 3 cars that they had in the field. Now they were telling us about that before the 197 fell by the wayside, but 195 is the Nicholas Bollner Foundation car, and the 197 coming into today was leading the national championship point. So this is going to be it's a good point because we haven't really been following the points that much because they're with drops and things. There's so much to keep an eye out for. So we haven't been really looking at points, but it's a good note and does kind of underline the that's going to be it's going to make for a rough result for them because this will of course be double points.
Yeah, and because they got a first and a second at Road America. The 197 did.
Yeah, so it's been kind of feast or famine. We'll have to wait to see what the cause of that contact was. I didn't see that they had been bumped off track, but maybe they'll give us a little bit of insight. Yeah, all that race control says is impact drivers left. There's no indication that there was contact, but regardless, the effect is a car that might be done for the day. We also got a note from them that in Berwick, the Nicholas Bollner Foundation is holding its annual golf tournament fundraiser, and apparently they're broadcasting it at the clubhouse. So we're sorry that you've had to listen to this for the better part of beyond an hour now. But we're doing our best.
So I had good news.
And then there was a lightning strike outside of Ortona.
And now I have bad news.
Yes.
We were down to about 18 minutes on the timer, and it's just been reset because of the south of the south and east, which is annoying because it's clearly moving away from us, but such are rules.
Are you sure it's because of that? Because there was a strike
Yes.
right off the beach to the northeast.
No, it's this. The timer, the screen over here just refreshed, and it popped up the strike about 4.5 miles to the southeast, and that was
Okay.
the one that did it.
So maybe the answer then is that there's a couple strikes that were missing on this feed, which wouldn't be shocking. Grip it and rip it.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Created
Is
a
it-
graveyard of water bottles over here.
That's water bottles?
Yeah.
How are you dehydrated? The humidity's like 1,000. You can't be getting rid of any moisture at
Joseph,
all.
how dare you?
Just saying.
I was in the pit lane for 45 minutes. What do you mean, how am I dehydrated?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Would you want to go down to the pit lane?
If
you were here, would you be like, yeah, I'll go to the pit lane. It's 1,000 degrees outside.
That's more of a function of extroversion than than temperature compliance. Well, what's the flag condition? Are we at a like a workman's red flag? Also, yeah, how's the wet bulb looking out there?
More of a moist bulb at the moment.
Wet
Don't
bulb
worry.
temperature.
Don't worry about it.
Daytona.
Isn't that what the real feel is? Isn't that?
I think real feel stuff is proprietary. I don't
Oh,
think
is
that's
it?
quite the same thing.
Oh, you might be right. Are we gonna hear it for saying real feel?
Yeah. Other
Jeez.
what was that?
Who was that? It's a race that also always rains at. Some silly man in a prototype just fired it up the inside of an Aston Martin at the Fort Chicane.
Yeah, that sounds normal.
That sounds about right.
Other automotive manufacturers and chicanes are available.
Boy,
Listen.
are they. Now, there was a hazardous weather outlook that was posted today at 5:23 by the National Weather Service in Melbourne, Florida. Increasing moisture will lead to higher rain chances again today. Scattered to numerous showers and lightning storms developing across the western Florida peninsula this morning will push eastward up to 15 and 20 miles per hour across east central Florida and offshore, mainly
say
during the afternoon
scattered?
and early evening hours.
Scattered too numerous, as in those two things are on the same scale.
No, I think they're yes.
They are independent, mutually exclusive.
Wait, I'm
Scattered, numerous.
Dr.
Listen,
Michaels. Now
I'm
he's a
literally
word
just-
doctor.
I'm literally just reading the words. I'm not processing what any of them are.
Scattered to numerous. I'm actually more taken aback by the fact that numerous is more than scattered.
However, some isolated storms will be possible across the interior counties into the mid to late morning.
Don't go
Some
there
stronger
anymore.
storms will again be possible, producing strong wind gusts up to 40 to 50 miles per hour, frequent
Put it in
lightning strikes, and
knots.
locally heavy rainfall.
I want it in knots.
Okay, well then subtract
12
like
knots.
10%. I don't care.
15%.
If thunder is heard, seek shelter in an enclosed building or automobile. So everyone, I'm not even going to say it because that's going to sound like a direction.
Oh yeah. It is from the weather service, but not from us. Or from
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost said the full sentence. And I was like, that's going to get me in trouble, I think. Hold on a tick. Picnic shelters, porches, golf carts, and dugouts offer no protection from the dangers of lightning.
I love that they have to specify that golf carts aren't a safe place to be in a thunderstorm.
You know what? I'm actually a little surprised. I'm gonna show some ignorance. I kind of thought maybe dugouts might be, but then
Do college baseball bats serve as lightning rods? Or metal.
probably.
Trying to think
Although
of
they're
a
not
hitting dingers joke, and I'm really not coming up with a lot.
okay. Well, AJ Allmendinger will be at the
AJ hitting dingers. My
AJ?
favorite AJ Allmendinger moment is when he hit the wall at Bristol and Mike Joy, without any preface, he didn't yell trouble, he didn't yell anything. They cut to AJ in the wall and he just yells, Wallmendinger!
I like when Cody Ware wrecks and then you could just hear the disdain dripping off of his voice. Trouble, Cody Ware, obviously.
Mike Joy might be the best current American racing announcer.
As Scott throws his hands up in frustration.
No, Scott has his head in his hands at the moment, or in his hand, one of them. I think he's being reined in by NASCAR and Fox, but if you were to just let Mike Joy go, we would get brilliant Mike Joy.
The thing is, he's actually on top of it.
No, I know, and that's my point. I think everything
he has a lot of contemporaries who are not on top of it anymore.
Agreed. I think he is operating at 20 to 30% capacity of greatness.
He drives historic Trans Am.
Does he really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
I didn't know he did any racing. I thought he was strictly TV and racing, like, TV4 racing.
No, no. He participates in.
Oh, we have to get Mike Joy into a WRL race. It has to be done.
That would make my decade.
We have to do it. I know
yeah. I'm not talking about he doesn't
Mike
do
Joy
play-by-play.
endorsed Schrader.
God.
They don't need to commentate. Just get him in a car. We'll take care of the rest.
Dortz hasn't done a race in like 10 years though. We have no idea what his how rusty he may or may not be.
He's Dorsey Schrader. How bad could it be?
Is that a real question?
Yes. No. No.
But no. I'm not talking about like play-by-play. Like he actually does the races.
No, I had no idea he was actually a driver. I have tremendous respect for Mike Joy. I actually like him a lot. I just wish he weren't so NASCAR, corporate all the time. And I got to be careful what I say considering where we're standing. But
oh yeah, that's fair.
Kind of hilarious
there. But whatever. I get that there's an agenda, a media agenda there, and they're not selling. We're selling different things than they're selling. We're selling endurance racing at its most pure and most accessible, and he's selling professionally promoted stock car racing. It's different, and I get it.
Yeah, I mean, NASCAR is famous, right, for the sort of media clampdowns that they.
Oh yeah,
people that,
the hard
that
sell
work around them.
Yep.
But yeah, Mike Joy's great. That's all I have to say about that.
Flash off to the east there. That's on another.
Don't bring that energy here.
The track is now bone dry. Even the painted areas.
So there are now strikes in a cell about 20-ish miles to our west, which I appreciate is very far away. Is it just reset? Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw that. Timer's just reset again.
No, I see that, Brennan. Are you talking about the stuff west of De Leon?
It's what?
De Leon Springs and DeLand.
Yeah, it's out to about 20 miles to the west. They've drawn a 20-mile square box around Daytona. So there's an 8-mile ring, what appears to be a 12-mile ring, and then the 20-mile box. And that 20-mile box has 2 strikes just on the very western edge of it.
Okay. Oh, well, all right. I was gonna say a box isn't very helpful because the corners are gonna be wider than the radius.
I think it's just the edge of the zoom box. So when they're in the close-up picture, that's just what that image shows. I agree with you. The box isn't relevant other than it shows what the smaller, typical view of the screen is.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, well, this is splitting hairs, right? Because if something's in that box, there's a decent chance that something's gonna show up inside the circle. But I feel like Pi plays in something there.
We were discussing Pi yesterday at dinner.
The number or the dessert?
Well, pizza and
Because I'm talking about the number.
how the perception of a 2-inch increase in the diameter of the pizza really doesn't. You've got to think critically about how much extra pizza you're actually getting.
I'm going to interject to refuse to be associated with anyone who calls a pizza a pie.
What do you call it?
It's a pizza. It has a name. You don't also have to call it a pie.
Do you know what they call it? Do you know what they call it where my wife's from?
Do I want to know?
It's a tray.
What?
Whether it's square or round is irrelevant. They call it, and most of them are square, but it is irrelevant. It's a tray. It's a tray of pizza.
Well, Pittsburgh is an etymological black hole.
She's from Scranton.
Well, Pennsylvania in general.
No. You just slow your roll there, champ.
All right, Yins.
Trays.
That doesn't sound good. Is that a siren going off in the background?
Oh, that may be the lightning strike detected noise.
Well, I'm glad I could help.
I don't know. I can't hear anything. I had to mute Chrome so that Facebook notifications didn't come through on the PA.
Just
You can mute just that tab.
yeah.
Can you?
Right click the tab.
Yeah.
Is this in Chrome or Firefox?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
Game changer.
Bring the volume back up on Chrome.
Ponce Inlet. Is it Ponce or Ponce?
I think it's daily.
Yeah, the thing that gets me is I'm so used to Ohio place names, which are just aggressively wrong all the time. Toledo, Lima.
Guys, we have a YouTube request to talk more about pizza.
Is he requesting that, or is he noting that it's happening? Is this like race control?
No, we have a separate page for that.
Okay.
More pizza talk. Huh.
John, I have no idea how to pronounce your last name.
We've got to start with what was your rating for last night's pizza, I suppose.
It's all right. Are you looking for a number rating, like out of 10?
I think so, yeah.
4?
Oh, that's even lower than I was going.
All right, so
all right. Is 5 average? What's average? I don't know.
Oh,
well, okay, so it depends on...
Less than 5 means I genuinely didn't enjoy it. Like, I kind of wish I hadn't eaten that.
So
you call like a 7,
right.
like a C average, like a 7.
So is 7 passing? Like, okay, this is acceptable pizza because you're at 70%. Is that the idea? So I wouldn't call it a 7. I would call it probably a 6 at best.
Yeah, I was going to say 5.8. But...
Oh, I wasn't going decimals, but that's fine.
You're going rookie scores. That's fine.
Yeah. Dr. Scott coming
Azim,
in decimal,
what have you
decimal
done?
pizza ratings.
Does nobody else watch Dave Portnoy?
No,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Not a clue.
Brendan, so was it better or worse than Dimitri's pizza when we were at Sebring?
I think probably better.
I can't believe you're calling out actual restaurants.
Dimitri's is a fantastic location.
Yeah,
it is a destination.
We won't name where we were last night. It was a very pleasant evening. The pizza probably wasn't the highlight.
So I like pineapple. I don't like it with savory things.
See, it needs to work with something like jalapeno. That's a great combo.
You put pineapple and jalapeno on pizzas?
Absolutely.
I don't want. That's not my problem with pineapple is having it with bread.
Now that's a take.
Dough. Like it's the dough that's the problem. Like you can put sweet and salty together and it's great, but it's when you add dough, it's wrong.
I think it's the pizza sauce. I think it's for me. It's the sauce and the pineapple.
You can make a sauce. Yeah, you might be right with that as well. But I have a bigger problem with just bread and fruit. I think.
So how big is that red box? So the inner red is 8-mile radius.
So like whoever is posting the spam messages, I think is maybe manually typing them in, because like there's like a little bit of a delay. It's not like just pow pow pow, unless it's maybe trying to get around like a spam.
I've got an
like,
update for
time
you,
filter.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Red ring is 8
We've been delivered ice cream sandwiches, so we're going to
What?
go quiet for a while. when in Florida.
Best part is we can hear them opening the ice cream sandwiches.
That is, as they say on MotoGP, cruel in the extreme. John, are you a bot? I got questions because you and the bot. I feel like you and the bot are in cahoots. I'm seeing you, the bot, and Azim in the chat. I'm suspicious.
Is this like the 3 Spider-Man meme? Everyone's pointing at each other.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the bot's pointing at its website. Can I report it? I'll report it. I bet that'll do it.
I've reported every single one. It hasn't done anything.
I want to believe.
It disappear, but it'll be back in 10 minutes because we're
I'm gonna
popular.
I'm gonna report it for a bunch of different things and see if maybe that gets it.
So for me, the jalapeno goes on before it goes in the oven. So it gets a bit of a roast to it, a bit of a cook. That said, most of my jalapeno tends to come from Mod Pizza, so
I didn't realize people actually went there. I'm gonna be honest.
I go there every Thursday. I love my local Mod Pizza. They're fantastic.
Okay, I got a little bit of a bone to pick with everything turning into like a make your own whatever thing. Like if I wanted to make my own, I would just make my own. Like I want someone to give me an option that is tasty. Just a full featured pizza, and I'll just eat whatever you put on it. Don't make me you give me like 1,000 different like combinatorics to deal with. Now I'm worried about finding like the optimal pizza.
Yeah, it's like, oh, do I want a Sicilian, the Caspian, the Mediterranean? What do I want?
Just give me like 4 options. I'll pick from one of those, and it'll be fine. It's pizza. Well, unless you go to the place that Scott and Brendan went to, then maybe it won't be fine. I can't believe they're actually eating ice cream sandwiches right now.
I can fully believe this.
I'm trying to like prod them, and there's just nothing, and I'm just imagining them with their smug little faces and ice cream sandwiches. No, I just reported you. Enjoy your report now.
That was quick.
No. No spam.
We will fight back.
This is it. No, you picked the wrong time to spam because now we don't have anything else going on.
Should I put user in timeout?
Yes. Block.
Joseph, are you manipulating the chat?
No, we are enhancing the chat.
What do you
That
mean am I
feels
manipulating the
unlikely.
chat? I'm reporting the bot.
Yeah, I know, but are you logged into YouTube?
Yeah, but as myself.
Oh, okay, I see. I
I'm
didn't
not
know if
under
you
the
were
corporate
removing...
account.
Alright, I'm with John here. I used to love Little Caesars back when I lived in Southern California.
You know what was
good.
You know what was peak for me? Like peak childhood, and I'll never get this back, is the Little Caesars when they put it inside a Kmart. Like a big K.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd be like, I could go get like some Racing Champions like cart diecast and a pizza. Are
There
you kidding
go.
me?
Less than $10 right there too.
Yeah. Mauricio Gugelmin and a pizza? Amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, God,
you could enjoy your non-tobacco sponsored Hollywood Pac West car.
Right.
and your slightly below average mass-produced pizza at the same time.
See, I had Little Caesars about a month and a half ago for the first time in a long time, and it was not good.
Kyle Brooks, there is no update on the racing. There is just no racing at the moment.
I wish we had an
The
update,
area.
but
Yeah.
unfortunately, the amount of electricity in the sky had other plans. Anyone know what the Cape is?
Electricity in the sky with diamonds. The Cape? Are we going to talk about Cape? Now you've got my attention. Should we
What's the
get a
Cape?
SKU T? Can we get a SKU T up on the screen?
Oh, good God.
Whoa!
Let's go.
Whoa!
Oh, no.
Hold on. No.
We've
We're
got
at
problems.
Enjoy report now. I'm gonna buy this child abuse now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dear viewer, if you're on YouTube, we need your help against the bots here. We cannot cover this alone.
This
This
the
is
fight you've
bad.
been waiting for.
Yeah. It is validation for how far we've come at DriversEye Live.
Yeah, we're getting the
We used
same.
to
We're
not-
we're
we
getting the
used to
same
not
boss
have
that.
bots, and now we have bots.
Not only that, but we're getting the same boss that that GT Americas gets, which is, I mean, that's onwards and upwards.
Oh, good God.
Ryan Marine, eat your heart out.
All right, bot, can we call a truce where you just come back during the full course yellows?
Do you think Ryan Marine is operating? Do you think he
This is Ryan
manipulates
Marine.
chat, moderates the YouTube chat? This is
wait.
Ryan Marine.
Yeah,
Hi, Ryan. It's been a while.
yeah.
Yeah,
I like
Ryan
Ryan.
tried to work with us at Thunderhill, one of our last years there, and then never got the chance because we didn't go, and now he just hates us. I assume.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, the first year we came into Dakota, the first WRL race we ever worked is Endurance Radio.
2017 or 2018?
Yep. He got in touch with me and said, if you guys need any help at Thunderhill, by all means, I'm planning to be there. And I said, I appreciate it. I'll let you know once we have our plans firmed up, and our plans totally dissolved, and we ended up at Coda, which let me be clear, in the long run, fantastic.
Absolutely great.
Yep. Definitely worked out in our favor. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for being given the opportunity by then Joey Todd, and RJ was involved at the time, I think, doing some marketing for WRL. So that has definitely worked out. But we did miss out on the opportunity to work with Ryan Marine at Thunderhill.
Employee now to CBS Sports Network, the IMS Radio Network. What are we hearing in the background?
Probably more ice cream sandwiches.
Is that the ice
No.
cream sandwich motorcycle?
It's not here. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, no, Ryan's a great guy. I'm glad his career's definitely gone upwards in the past couple of years.
His voice is one that works well both on radio and for just matter-of-fact television delivery. Like his delivery, I think, is slightly skewed towards radio, but it does work. Just kind of generally.
I do think, I will say, we were kind of subtweeting another announcer. I do think something that has hurt a lot of these teams is that they've had to go fully remote, and they're not necessarily set up for it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like we've been working pretty hard at making it work for us.
Yeah.
And so just imagine the situation.
In fairness, we have been given a lifeline by all of the onboards.
Yeah, that's true. That's very much true. Is that
right? So like even somebody like Scott sitting in his simulator at home can pull up 4, 5, 6, 8 on different onboards at the same time, and while we're watching the produced feed and all the trackside, somebody can be monitoring all the individual onboards.
It gives you that little video board that you would normally have. But yeah, I worry that some of these broadcast teams that are doing it remote don't necessarily have that, and so you're basically just going off of maybe you have a juiced up timing and scoring feed, but you really only have that and the TV pictures. You don't get the dozen extra views that you might if you were on the track. No, John, you have to stop immediately. You cannot work on the car during red flag at all. If you do, you will be excluded from the results at the end of the race. So,
yes, and that has been enforced multiple times over the last couple of race meetings.
Oh yeah.
at Road America in particular. I don't know if we ran into it before then, but Road
Yeah.
America I think was one where
no, you're right. It was Road America. Yep.
Yeah, we had like 4 cars like
but,
instantaneously.
But I think that's, to John's point in the chat, I think that's exactly the reason why a lot of cars were getting caught out is they were working on the car, red flag comes out, and it's it's pencils down right at that point, and if you don't get that call immediately, you can get called for it. And to be fair to the competitors in the series, I think maybe half of them self-reported it. They basically disqualified themselves on the honor system. So it's a rough way to end your day and knock yourself out of points paying attention.
I will say
you do get to continue to run. You just don't get scored for points.
That is true. I had forgotten about that. That is fair. I was going to say, I think there's a world where you could maybe apply a slightly different penalty, equally draconian. Wow.
It's tough, right? Because there is no one size fits all for that, right? You can't say, oh well, we had a wheel out of alignment and we needed to fix it. You can't say, oh, we had a tire going down and we had to fix it, because then what do you say is the appropriate penalty for either of those, right? Like,
yeah. Well, you could
tough.
say something like, your stop and hold is the amount of time between when the red flag was called and when we caught you.
The problem,
so if the red flag was called at 1 o'clock and we caught you at 1:15, okay, you have to stop now and you get a 15-minute stop and hold.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
or we're going to dock you 1 lap per minute. That's a 15-lap penalty.
I have some discomfort.
I did forget you can continue to run though, so that's fair.
Yeah, I have some discomfort with penalties that turn into basically like racing economics decisions, if you know what I mean, where you're talking about like, you're kind of like weighing the risk benefit. I don't necessarily like that because I think that encourages people to play on the margins on something that shouldn't necessarily be played with.
We did that in sim racing.
No, absolutely. I mean, because these are competitors,
For
right?
sure.
Even though it's not professional racing, they're still going to look for every opportunity they can find to get an angle on somebody.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, I'll use a specific example. I remember doing a race. I think it was myself and Ennis. And if you didn't have each team member meet the minimum drive time, it wasn't exclusion. It was a stop and hold plus 60.
Right.
Right.
And so you would just take that penalty if it made sense to you.
Exactly. Ennis had an incident. I took the car back over and we weighed, okay, it was a stop and hold plus 60 in the next event, right? So if we switch cars back over, it'll repair the car. I can go back out and just run laps, take the hit on the driver change, run to the end, and not make the drive time, and bank on in the next event being able to make up the stop and hold plus 60. So something like 90 seconds on track. And as you mentioned, you said in a decision of economics, Joseph, that's what it was. It was, okay, are we going to lose more by making this extra driver change or whatever in this race and not missing the time, or whatever, and taking the 90-second penalty in the next race, or are we, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
of course.
I agree with that, and that is definitely not the spirit of the rules. So you don't want to get into that and give teams the opportunity to make that decision. So I get that. And I don't think the DQ is inappropriate, to be very clear. It's the same for everybody. You've got to be on your toes, whether you're in the garage and the race is happening behind you, or you're sitting on, in your pit box, calling strategy for your car out on track. You've got to be equally as invested in what's going on around you.
And that's how Brendan won Mid-Ohio.
It was Mid-Ohio, yes. The next one was Interlagos, too. I remember that very well. Turns out people don't like that.
Well, then they should make the rules better. Like, that's the thing.
You don't always expect these sort of things. It's like when you create the rules, you don't go like, all right, what if this happened? What if this happened? What if this happened?
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
it shows up like, oh man, and there was like, why wasn't that in the rules? It's like, well,
as Joseph said, you're just weighing the economics of the decision, where what's going to be better for me in the overall,
Absolutely.
To be fair, I think everybody other than the 92 has been pretty good here. I don't know how many cars have been down in the paddock. I see the 92 over here. Other than that,
it is going to make life
quite a
kind
few
of
cars
interesting.
still out in the pit lane.
It's going to make life kind of interesting in this GTU field because every chunk of time that we spend stationary here waiting for the lightning to clear out is time that, the 6, for example, doesn't have to claw back on the 84.
And I think it probably disproportionately affects the 6 more than maybe anybody else in the field because they do need to be running laps.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what, 40-something laps between them?
I don't even know what it is.
I
got
32.
Okay, 32. So
check.
that's over an hour of running.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it will almost certainly still get there because that 84 is definitely done.
Yeah, 32 laps.
I think, is it safe to say that this red flag has been long enough that any sort of heat soak issue should basically have kind of, I guess they are all in the, it's not really the sun, right? But they are all in the heat. They're not in a garage or anything like that. But we shouldn't really, I don't think, be worried about any kind of heat soak that you might have had. Maybe if we had just kind of stopped for 30 minutes and gone.
Certainly nobody is shaded.
No, but how many tarps do you count over the cars there? I only see a few from the start finish camera. I'll also take an estimate, 1 in 4, say.
15 total.
Okay, so about 1 in 4. Maybe 1 in 5.
No, there's not that many cars still out there.
Okay.
I'd say there's probably a little over 50 cars in the pit lane here.
Yeah, the attrition was a little surprising to me. It was kind of more what I expected to see last year.
Out of all the things we've discussed in this race, the early part of the race sort of
Oh, now you messed up.
in
No,
review
no,
is
no,
not
no,
one
no.
of those things.
Enjoy report now. Anyway, yes, attrition.
No, just the race hasn't. It wasn't chaotic, but I expected it. So it started out fairly calm, and then you had just 1 or 2 little minor issues. But those minor issues just never really stopped. Once the race got going and we started to see the occasional incident or contact, or more than contact, just impacts. Cars in the tires down at turn 7, down at turn 5. Cars, the 84 in the tires at turn 3. Like, it just felt like it just kept happening.
I feel like the thing that we're running up against is that neither the race nor us have fallen into a rhythm yet. And
no, unfortunately, those yellows kind of became the rhythm.
Yeah, and so I'm hoping that the red flag gives people a chance to reset. It basically will leave us with, depending on when it clears out, will basically leave us with a full, standard race distance to run. So maybe that gives people a chance to recalibrate a little bit. Now, it's not quite a reset because people are going to be starting, very much not on the same lap as each other. But yeah, I think maybe you get this opportunity to calm down and think about, okay, what's working with the tires? Are there curb strikes that we need to be looking out for? Are there places where there's no gravel traps at all on this track, right? So it's really just curb strikes and pieces of bodywork that are hazards for the tires. But they clearly have been hazards, right? We've had a number of them cost cars an awful lot of time. Obvious one will be the hammer cars, the cars that we get the most frequent updates from. We've gotten a few reports of tires going down in that car, and I know that's got to be especially galling for that team because we've spoken to Tim about how much work they put into picking a tire manufacturer, right? And yeah, I think that's got to be
I did
a
want to make
challenging
a
aspect.
comment about the tires as well. Remember that the majority of teams at the top of the field are going close to 2 seconds faster than we were last year. We've had a lot more teams get a lot more experience with their chosen type of vehicle.
Sure, yeah.
Right? And with that experience comes more, well, that experience is guided by more knowledge, right? Maybe on setup, maybe on driving style. And there is a part of me that wonders, because Daytona is so unique in the stresses that it puts on cars, that maybe the teams that are seeing problems have in some ways gone a little more aggressive on setup. And even if it's not aggressive relative to the car, it may be aggressive relative to what the tire can handle. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of consistency across brands. And I just wonder if maybe as we start to push the envelope a little bit and get these cars going much more quickly, that is a result, or that has at least contributed to the tire issues we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, the only people that are going to know, right, are going to be the car owners and the engineers that are looking over these things, basically doing postmortems on these tires that have failed. But we haven't seen anything huge, right? It's not like anybody's had a delamination or anything like that, as far as we can tell.
No.
But the 1 and the 0-1 are not the only cars that are running into tire problems, right? We're seeing quite a number on the race control log. Just happens to be the team that's willing to feed us the most information.
The other thing I'll add, just relative to these tire issues, the chicane is different than it was last year in terms of curbing. Right, last year it was the yellow curbing with the concrete on the backside, and the track had specifically asked, please don't use the concrete, just use yellow curb. Right, with the white plastic insets that are normally there for the Rolex removed. So it's just that flat, slightly, it's not even serrated, it's just like cut yellow pavement. This year they've left the plastic raised bolt-in pieces on the backside of the curb. Right, so now that curb actually has some, not just contour, but elevation on the backside. And I wonder if now that teams can be a little more aggressive at that corner and those curbs in particular, if they're just pushing the inside tires up onto those plastic bolt-in curb pieces, and it's just doing a little bit of damage to an already very hot and therefore presumably sticky tire.
Brendan, out of curiosity, have you looked at the timer lately? At the risk of jinxing it.
No, so it's not like an official timer. They just take whatever the last strike is and
I accept that.
But give me a minute. Let me go take a look and see if there's any new updates.
Yeah, it'll be good to get this race underway. And like I say, we've gone through 6 hours of hesitate to call it running. 6 hours since the green flag fell, and we're coming up on what is basically a normal distance WRL race. We've kind of put one down, interrupted by the lightning. But if we're lucky, I mean, this front outside of the land is kind of stalling out, and I'm hopeful that it won't carry over towards us. The sun is out and beaming too, for good measure. But I am there's some stuff to the south of us, out past Sanford. So basically in between. Where's Orlando? How have I lost track of where Orlando is?
We're up to 24.
Northwest of where those trucks are, I believe.
Don't want to say this too loudly, but we're up to 24 minutes.
Okay. So what I was going to say is everything seems pretty stale. That stuff to the west of Daytona seems to have died down. There is a bunch of stuff to the south of Daytona, but I don't think that's gonna threaten us. I don't think. Because I don't think it's moving in this direction.
No, anything that's building looks like it won't build until later tonight and off to the west. I think we've sort of burned out a lot of the energy that was available there in this kind of current round, and we'll wait to see what happens a little closer towards the evening hours. The procedure from here will be, I think they're about to or have just made a 5-minute announcement to, we're 5 minutes left on the lightning timer. From the time the 30 minutes is up, you'll have 10 minutes to get back to your vehicles, get the drivers installed. Obviously, the Speedway will get their safety staff and the marshals and everybody back in place and kind of ready to go here.
Yeah, I've got to say, does it look as sunny to you as it looks on screen?
No,
Yeah.
it's just like it was through most of the morning.
Yeah,
the clouds are bigger and fluffier, but that's about it.
Yeah, you can't even tell that it's rained here.
No, everything is completely dry again. We're basically just back to, like I said, to where we were earlier this morning.
I hear an announcement over the PA. I don't think that's us. Yeah, we're gonna kind of luck out here because there's an awful lot going on around Tallahassee, or not Tallahassee, Jacksonville. But I think Daytona's getting a couple strikes. But like I said, I think everything's gonna go basically due east.
And I mean, once we're back to racing, I mean, we can stop kind of, I don't want to say obsessing over this, but it's going to reset things.
You might obsess about it a little bit.
Maybe.
Got to talk about the vortex theory as soon as we get
Vortex theory. Is that the first time we mentioned the vortex theory?
today.
Yeah.
I think the infield kind of messes up the vortex, though. It's not like a coherent structure anymore.
It's more of a European vortex. There's more complexity to it.
Yeah.
Right to left.
There's a Kolmogorov sort of bit in the middle.
Yeah, very good.
Still remembered one thing from college.
There is now some movement down in the paddock. Pit marshals are walking up towards the previously locked gate at the entry and exit lane.
Vehicles
from the
moving
paddock.
back to their positions as well.
Tell you what, while we're doing this, I am going to go take a walk out to the 2 cameras that are down.
Are you allowed
there.
to do that?
See how things are going on battery. Yeah, because once the 30-minute timer is up, it's up. The 10 minutes is just to get drivers and teams back to their cars.
Okay.
So this will only take me 5, but I'm going to go do that and see where we're at, because not having onboards is going to leave us in questionable shape for.
We're going to be
video content
precarious.
Yes, exactly. So I think I'm going to go bring in a couple, and at least those 2, and get them charging. JT makes a good point about ads.
Yeah.
Now we should probably do that sometime soon. So I'll leave you to handle that, and I'll return here in a couple of moments.
Yeah, so I think, how far away are we from getting cars rolling out again?
Brendan has already left.
Okay, so I believe it's under 10 minutes, is what I heard.
I think we were under 5 minutes from 10 minutes, like 5 minutes ago. So we're in that region.
Okay, good news.
I mean,
So-
I think if it were under 10 minutes, people would actually be approaching their cars, which they're not at the moment.
Okay, so we
than
think
10
we're
minutes
probably
out.
about 5 minutes out from getting people actually attending to cars, taking tarps off, etc.
We're under 5 minutes. People are queuing up at the gates.
Okay.
There are golf carts aplenty.
Okay, well, we've already established that golf carts are not shelter from lightning. So
No, but I think they are eligible for GTU. So these might be the golf carts that got themselves scrutineered and want a podium finish.
yeah, there's an idea. All you need is a little Lexan sheet to act as your windshield, and I think you're good to go. Okay, so with that, we'll will start setting up. Recovery vehicles are moving marshals back into place, which is all good news. So fingers crossed we'll be good to go for at least several hours, hopefully through to the end of
Gates
this
have
race.
opened, so I'm guessing that is the end of the half-hour timer. The blue light's
Okay.
off as well.
Okay, so with that, let's throw to ads, and we'll be back with the resumption as we come up to 8 hours remaining in the Daytona 14-hour for the World Racing League.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started.
Okay, we have crossed over the 8-hour mark. I believe now, Scott, you can see a little bit more than I can, but you can see that there's a little bit of action on track. So we're moving people around, which is good news. We're not requiring people to sequester up in closed buildings. So people are moving around. They're getting a little bit of debris off the track. It looks like all the sort of cleanup that can't be done while we're in this sort of hard red flag for lightning conditions, which is they've all moved out. All those strikes have kind of moved out to sea. Everything that would put us in any kind of peril is all to the south of us, and we think basically out of range. So we feel pretty good about that for the moment. Scott, what do you see in terms of people milling around in the pit lane? Unless Scott's
They
not
are
there.
milling.
Okay.
No, Scott's good.
Okay.
It is your you've got some processor issues by the sounds of things, so your voice lags sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's not. I guess because they still can't do anything to the cars, right? Because we're under red flag.
Correct.
I was
Yeah,
kind of
they can't.
expecting more of a mad rush of everyone like, descending on their cars, but I guess all they can really do is put a driver in. And why would you do that too early in Florida?
I think they can refresh the cool suits question mark.
Okay.
I think they can do little things like that.
Most cars still have no one with them yet, but yeah, you're right that there's general track maintenance and whatnot being done, and people sort of meandering towards vehicles. So clearly we're inside that 10-minute window, but yeah, not going to be getting running with any real immediacy. Still safety vehicles going around the track, getting into position and whatnot.
We think we went into that 10-minute window
At the start of those adverts, so however long they took.
Okay, it's been about 4 minutes. So all we got to do is get through about 5.5 more minutes of this, and then we'll be on our way. And then who is? Well, I don't know if you can see this, Scott. Did they pull the safety car in line with the rest of the pack, or did the safety car pull off to the side here? I'm kind of curious to see who's going to get waved through to the end of the line.
Your processor issues completely jumbled that sentence, so I have no idea what you were trying to say there.
I think it's on your end because I'm hearing Joseph fine.
Interesting.
It's Brendan's fault.
Definitely.
Okay, but JT, you can repeat the question.
I already forgot it.
Okay.
I was typing in the YouTube chat.
Oh no.
No, it's okay. All good.
Oh,
things.
okay. So, try it again. I was going to ask who is in front of the pace car at this point? Who's going to get waved through, if you can tell?
Okay, so yes, I can see the automatic Aston. There's the JTR car, and there
Round
was
3,
one.
was it?
Yeah, 401.
401 or the 421? I can't remember.
Oh,
I don't
oh,
think
sorry.
the 421's here, is it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, sorry, but there's no. That's a Cayman, and there are no Cayman. Oh no, there's a blue and white one, but I don't think that's. The 421 is the purple one, isn't it?
Yeah, purple and black.
So that car is not in front of the pace car. There's JTR, then there's a white BMW, which is which I think is round 3 racing, 401.
That sounds right. I don't know that there are any other white BMWs.
Then there's the automatic Aston, and then there's a white and light blue Cayman that I don't think is particularly competitive. Then the Ginetta, and then 501 BMW.
Correct.
The second car in line is the 401, right?
Yeah. 696, 401, 909. One of the Pinnacle Caymans. Not sure which the number is. It's not the 727. And then the 762, 501. And then the pace car. And you go down the order.
So the 983 must be on this side of the before the start-finish line, right? Otherwise,
Which car?
983, because it scored 1.6 seconds behind round 3. We were at the end of the pit lane. So I think they would have overtaken while round 3 were in the pits. 983, I'm trying to remember. Oh, no, that is literally the car that is 6 inches from the start line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard because you had some cars that were just starting to leave the pits when the red came out.
That's the ones we just called out that are in front of the pace car. That's them. 983 is scored behind 401, but that's because it's 6 inches away from completing another lap, which will put it ahead of the 401. Then the Thunder Bunny car is 3 cars behind that, so they're gonna. So 983 Will to Win is going to move up to second. 111 Thunder Bunny is going to move up to third. 52 ACP is the next car behind 111, so they'll move up to fourth. 421 Thunder Bunny. What does that car look like?
That'll be your purple and black Cayman.
I don't see them in line then. They might. No, it's 99 that's directly by. So that might be the first car actually a lap down. So after the 52, I think we'll get the 401, and then it's going to be that'll be the end of the queue as far as lead lap cars go. So 421 Thunder Bunny. Can I see? Where's that purple? Okay. Oh, that's quite a long way down the order actually. But I think they're going to end up being the first car a lap down. I don't know what TLM USA car looks like.
I've lost my access to timing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Race Hero hasn't received data in so long that it no longer thinks the event is live. So as soon as it gets data again, because it's still broadcasting, it'll come back up. But
Brendan,
at the
you
moment,
could go to a
the
different source.
timing monitor. Yeah, check that out. Yeah, I think Scott's right here though.
So yeah, it's just round 3 racing's a bit out of position on timing. They're going to drop into 5th behind the ECP. At least that's the lead lap cars.
And we think the last car in the lead lap then is going to be the Ford.
The 401, yeah, the round 3 car.
No, No. Last car in the lead lap. Yeah. No, you're right. So the 421 will be the first car lap down then.
Yeah, and they're a long way down the queue somehow. I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah,
Especially
they're
as
right
that,
across from us here.
that car was competitive on the lead lap for a long time, so I don't know how they managed to get trapped lap down.
Who is this?
The 421.
So the 421 pitted just a short while before the full course yellow came out on lap 120. They hit it basically exactly wrong.
Right. Well, that explains it.
Tell you what, those clouds out to the west still don't look terribly inviting.
No, the thing about it is, so there is some stuff kind of in the DeLand area. I feel like DeLand is the only thing that I say for about half of these races, because I'm watching weather. But there's a little bit sort of down the DeLand kind of Sanford area, and I think that's what you're seeing, and hopefully it doesn't make its way over here.
No, word from the 421 camp is they had to replace the tire at some point, so that's how they've fallen back.
I actually feel like we covered that.
Yeah, I think we did.
Yeah.
I think we did. But the cars, I mean, it's by no means out of contention, right? I think it's already kind of crazy that we got 5 hours of running in beforehand. We still had 6 cars in the lead lap.
Yeah, that car's going to be
lap.
that car's going to be 6th, 1 lap down.
Yeah, it's still very much in contention
with a full WRL process.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Just under 8 hours remaining now. There's no command to fire engines as such. I'll just get the roll-off countdown and make sure everybody's started and ready to go. The 63 appears to not be started or ready to go. They've got the hood up on that car and some attention being paid in both the driver's side and passenger side window. As field prepares.
There is some weather that's about 15 miles out, so I'm crossing everything, hoping that it doesn't make its way north.
Yep. Well, and like we said, the trick is no lightning, right? We can get some rain and some showers that roll through, but if you find yourself with lightning in the area like we just had, you're going to find the race stopped again, which is absolutely what we do not want. It's already been kind of a challenge over the last couple hours just to stay lightly focused.
I think we're good.
Can we go back to pizza?
I think we might have to go back to pizza. I'm going to be totally honest. I don't like the direction that these lightning strikes are trending.
Let's wait and see. I'm going to try and stay optimistic. It worked well for us last year, right? We had our red flag. We went back to green with 7 or so hours remaining, and we were treated to something, really kind of exciting towards the end of the race. And I think this is going to set us up nicely for the early evening hours here. Although we've only just pressed the 3 o'clock, so we do have
now that is a sight that I like seeing.
Yes.
And hopefully it stays that way.
So this is out, by, and in. There will be 2 pace laps here to allow the cars that were at the tail end of the... Well, I don't want to say tail end of the lead lap because they're not all... That's not necessarily true. But the cars directly in front of the pace car to go out, make some ground up, catch the back of the pacing order. And get everything queued up properly to go racing again. I think we've had 2 cars emerge. These cars weren't here before, were they?
They must have come out of the garage.
I think that's the case. Yeah, when we came back from the red, I think they all came back out of the garage. That'll be the 178 from JNR Racing and the 407, which I think will be Craftsman Auto Care. Interestingly, that number 63 still has the hood up and still doesn't appear to have restarted, but the 89 Camaro is directly behind it. Kind of got stuck and is now having to reverse to wait for the rest of the queue to go by to its left, and then we'll actually pull out and join the back of this queue.
How
it goes.
are you guys getting another spot of mist out there?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, it looked like from the turn 3 cameras, it looked like we might be catching a few drops, nothing huge. I don't want to overstate it, but we might be getting the fringes of this system that we're seeing in the background here.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Like I said, the weather doesn't look terribly inviting, but, you know, I also caught some drops in the pit lane earlier that turned out to be basically nothing, so... like I said, we'll just ride this out. We'll keep an eye on the conditions.
That is the other thing about Florida, right? Is it's you will just get drops because there's that much humidity in the air.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened earlier. I don't think a few drops would be unwelcome, but again, keep an eye on all of the relevant other indicators of weather and safety for, you know, the potential race stoppages, and take the weather as it presents itself to you here. I wonder how you play these next couple of hours, right? Do you play it like we had at the start of the race, where you want to keep in contention, just follow the leader, mimic the strategy, keep yourself on the lead lap, and just kind of hope for the best? Or do you start getting creative about now and setting yourself up for the end of the race, maybe taking a swing on strategy, not pitting under yellow, getting yourself off sequence, and that sort of thing?
The thing is, Brendan, we've got a full race distance to go yet.
Yeah, that's true. But we kind of knew that this interruption at least was coming. Oh, spin from the 501 under full course yellow.
I wonder if something's not quite on right there.
It's a bold way to warm up the tires.
It's a 360. I wonder if that's what he was doing. Was just trying to build a little heat in the rear tires and looped it there. There's nobody around him, so you know that could have gone worse. But I don't think it'll be particularly welcomed by race control.
Is that them trying to catch the safety car, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're already the last car in line. They're exiting turn 5 now.
Brendan, did you call that 501 or 401? Race control's calling that 401.
No, it's a 501. Yeah, it's a 501 for sure.
Oh.
That's the embattled Thunder Bunny M2.
Yeah, it's the one with black all over the rear.
Yes.
Not 401.
Yep.
That was a lightning strike.
South and west.
That one, I think I actually might have. Yeah, I actually know where that is, and I don't think that's quite. That one's actually not very threatening. I can tell you.
Good. It does look dramatic.
It's very exciting to be able to see the lightning strikes be put out on this map after you mentioned them. I'm like, oh, interesting. I could tell you. Like a little shot spotter.
Some pit callers here. 99 stays out. That is your overall race leader, of course. The 484 split decision.
I kind of wonder here how many of these cars are making a decision basically do whatever the 99 doesn't do, right? Because if he stays out, there's no point anyway. You're not getting a lap back.
Yeah, I don't think that split decision car is necessarily in contention here. The 01, though, this will be a decision, I think, to maybe do something different. The 511 is in. Oh, there's a lot of cars in the pit lane here. The 111 is in, and that is a relevant pit caller. 983. Oh, wait, is that the 986 or 983?
So there's an element of strategy here, Brendan. I hate to pull the Niles card on you. But what the 99 did there, and the decision that Team GTR took, regardless of which way it went, was going to be pivotal, because if we do get another lightning stoppage, that was going to completely change. I mean, that would have handed people laps back in ways that we don't always get.
That is true, yes.
So that was actually a huge call on their part to stay out, as insignificant as that looks.
Well, so theoretically, if we're going to try and get somebody's head here, theoretically, pitting now is a bet that we're going to get a safety car that is going to force the 99's hand into the pit lane. And then you have the most flexibility to be able to stay out and get yourself up ahead of the race leader. I assume that's what you're suggesting there. Now, Thunder Bunny has kind of thrown a little bit of chaos into that by bringing the 111 in, right? Because they'll be able to stay out the next time we have to do pit stops, you know, or the next time we get a full course yellow again.
Well, to put a fine point on it, what I'm saying is, if the 99 had pitted, that would have released basically everybody here. Not on this full course yellow, but if we get another red flag, then you're stopping everybody in the pits, and then when we resume the next time through, everyone ahead of the leader,
right.
Potentially. It depends on how it cycles through. If everyone's still under the pace car, then it's no big deal, right? But if we go green, release the pace car comes back out to pull it back in. It's all a matter of timing. It's all ifs, ands, and buts. But that's one of those things that could make a big difference.
I think we may get an extra safety car lap here because they've got to recover this number 63 BMW out of the pit lane. Normally we would be going back to green this time around. I don't think we're going to have that opportunity here because I think they've got to pull that green BMW up onto the flatbed and get it back into the paddock.
I hate to be this guy, but I watch for the lights.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw a couple to the south.
There's
there.
a lot of lightning right in front of us.
Yeah, not a lot being painted on the big screen back into our left in the race control room. The 0-1 is still in its box, and I'm not convinced that this is just a strategy call to try and get the laps back. That car may have an issue. Nope, no, it's
just in time.
Oh man, the safety car is pulling away, so we are going to go back to green.
7 is being looked at for dropping fluid. That'll be turn 7 Motorsports, who we have not called today.
No, we haven't.
Pace car is in, fellas.
Yep, we are going back to green. The 99 GTR, or GTR 99, such as it is, leads the field back to green. 126 laps complete, and for the first time in 2 hours and 20 minutes or so, we are racing around the high banks of Daytona once again. Lead margin is 6.7 seconds from the 99 back to the number 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. And then the 401 from round 3 racing has caught that queue and comes through about 14 seconds in total behind your race leader. The number 111, fresh off of its pit stop under that full course, under the full course yellow that followed the red flag. Back and forth, as we kind of predicted, the 983 into 5th, having also pitted during that same time frame. And then TLM USA is the first car listed 1 lap down, the number 172 BMW M2. It's another car that's been right in contention. Unfortunately, it's about 10 cars behind the leader. Wouldn't really have the opportunity to try and get its lap back.
Thunder Bunny putting Mark Smith back into, I believe that'll be not the triple 421.
421, yeah. Yeah, that's his car. That's his car.
And then that's a full service stop, it sounds like, which is an interesting time to do it. So remember that decision and see which direction it falls.
Yeah. So, more lightning. The tire calls here are you actually might see it on the screen here. The tire calls and the decision making are going to be pretty interesting here, right? I mean, we're under 8 hours to go, right? 7.5 hours. A lot of times you'll see teams split the race around 4 hours, 3.5, 4.5 hours, make a tire change and do the race on 2 sets of tires. You are in that window that you could do it from here on 2 more sets, right? You change tires now, you get yourself to the early evening hours, and then as it starts to cool off, bolt on a new set, and then you've got good tires on a cooling track, through towards the end of the race, if the tires will last that long, around the banking, knowing that might be an issue for another team. So if they've done proper full service, they've done 4 tires, and they've decided that they're going to reset the race from now and just go attack, that may not be a bad call, and may have repercussions a little bit later on. Admittedly, I haven't been following tire strategy very closely because we don't have data on it. We just kind of have to pick it up out the window.
Yeah, it's very hand wavy.
Certainly nothing is, unfortunately. Yeah, and nothing is logged about it, so not much we can do with it anyway.
The 401 just retook second place on the track from 2. 401 is just about the fastest car on the track. despite being in worse traffic than GTR 99 Elite. Tangerine Associates, on the other hand, having the 52, are having quite a hard time getting up to speed. So that position just changed at the start of this lap.
The 89 Camaro that started slightly late out of the queue and had to join the very tail end of proceedings is now back in the pit lane and back at the attention of his crew with the hood up. So something not quite right on the 89 Motorsports. Sorry, 89X, number 89. Yes, there we go.
It's not a GT4 one, is it?
No, we had this discussion earlier. Fairly certain it's not a GT4. The wing certainly doesn't suggest that it is. And it doesn't really have that stature that the GT4 Camaro kind of has.
GTU is in a really interesting spot, as GTU tends to be. Because they're... Yeah, kind of. So the leader is obviously out of the race. Which is a funny sentence by itself.
It's a very GTU sentence by itself.
Yeah. The 59 is still unaccounted for. I don't know if we know what's going on with that.
That stopped in NASCAR Turn 3, and we saw it get dragged back to the paddock through the service road.
Pit caller on screen is a 696 for what that is.
Okay.
Sorry, I say shame on the BMW.
But the other GTUs, those other three are still moving. So the 555 is back out there.
Racer Motors just overtook Strat as well.
Oh, okay. Wow.
The Racer Motors car, however, is not circulating particularly quickly. I wonder how wounded that car still is.
I wouldn't be shocked if they really are.
Yeah, they were telling me that there was bodywork damage from the crash with the AOA car before the fuel pump. And so if they've got any spare bodywork, presumably while changing the fuel pump, they also would have changed that bodywork. But they may not have spare bodywork, so that might not have been done. Either way, that car is getting up to speed, but for now it's quite a few seconds off of its potential.
Right.
Another failure of the stability control on the number 01 is the cause of that car's longer stay in the pits.
Now, and to be fair, that's the only one that we're hearing about.
Yeah.
So there are quite a few M4 GT4s out there, and so I wonder how many other cars are being stricken by this.
I think we heard of at least a couple yesterday, and we know both the Hammer cars and suspect the JTR car as well, given the number of issues that car has had today. Now, I'm trying to remember back to last year. Did we have any M4 GT4s in the field at that point?
A good question. It's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I don't think GTR was here. They may have been here, actually.
They were, but
Did
I'm
they have
sure
the
they had
M3?
the GT4.
Yeah,
I
because
think they had it by then.
They did, but they damaged the GT4 at Road America. Had a huge chunk.
Round 3 was
Down
still
at
in the
turn 5.
Cayman, right? So it wouldn't have, they wouldn't have been.
Yep.
Thunder Bunny's in an M2. ACP, maybe?
I don't think Thunder Bunny had the M2. I think that car's first race was Road Atlanta last year. I think they were still in only the 1 Series and the 350Z.
Okay.
In any case.
Yeah, I think your answer then is maybe not. Choice, maybe?
Choice had, nope, they had just built the brand new M3. The big M3.
That is that the one that the 4 is running? Are they running that detuned?
No, that was the other Choice racing car. That was the GP1 Choice car from GP1 or GP2, whatever it was initially. Ooh, slow 348 coming out of turn 3. Is that your GP2 class leader still?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's accelerated, but not much.
They've
It's
got a
actually
lap.
it's gonna come into view here at turn 5 shortly. Just stay on this camera until it comes by your game.
Actually,
we'll pick it up shortly. It'll be a slow BMW just on the outside of turn 5 there. The next car to come into shot. right side. Well, no, it seems like it's back up now. Oh, no, it's not. There it is. It's that car, the mellow yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Or
that's
black and green. There it is. Yeah, so not correct on that car. So that is, like JT mentioned, your leader by just a lap over the number 146 from Harrison Motorsports. There's a couple of laps behind them as well before you start getting some of the bigger gaps. But really here, they've only got a couple of minutes to play with.
Yeah, it doesn't. The car doesn't sound bad, but it does sound a little quiet.
No, it's down in
which
the
is
apron
concerning.
now.
Our external cameras are pretty funny right now because everything's lit up like broad daylight on the track, but then everything behind the banking is apocalyptic. dark.
Yeah.
It looks very bad.
It looks completely edited and not done well. But that is what it looks like here. But I don't think any of that's coming towards us.
There are.
There's nothing coming out of them.
Oh, nice.
At least
So
for
there are strikes that I'm guessing are not triggering because they're just high cloud strikes, but they are in the area. So we are really, everyone who's out on track needs to be, absolutely sprinting as far as I'm concerned.
Well, look, even if we had another 2-hour red flag right now, we would
still have
go
5
back.
hours.
Exactly.
I think this is drama because this is the GTU car that's about to take the lead.
Oh, it is?
The team did not look ready for this.
No, this is the capstone car, the number 555, that now, see, it's tricking me because it has one black rear fender, and I keep thinking
it looks like
the
the
fender
mission's
off.
missing.
This car, I think, would be early even without the red flag pit
It
stop.
looks at the moment, either somebody's got his arms in the right side window, no, passenger side or driver's side in a single seater, or he's putting fuel in it. I think he's just got a fuel jug under his arm there that I can't really see. Yeah, that's all he's done. But the driver's not pulling. Now he does. Very slowly though, very deliberately. In comes the number 348 to the attention of the crew.
Look at that background.
So good. So good.
That is, you could just hear Wagner just playing in the background.
As a photographer, I love that.
Yeah, we've got a star photographer with us this weekend, huh? If any of you are NASCAR Xfinity Series fans, the shot of who was it? Jesse Iwuji dumping the leader under caution.
Ty Gibbs, I think.
Ty Gibbs, yeah, down at turn 1 at Portland. The shot that got passed around was credit to JT Tammy. And I know you're the agreement with Savary or Green Savary. Didn't necessarily get your name out there, but it was a great shot.
Thank you. It was very lucky.
I bet. Right place, right time. But you got to execute,
Well, and you got to have your camera ready in under yellow flag conditions, which I know I wouldn't have.
Whoops. Just a quick heads up in GP1, there's a good battle for second right now. Currently second is the NFC Motorsports Porsche Boxer. Then right behind them is the RRT BMW, and 5 seconds back. Round 3.
Guys, there's been an accident coming out of the oval turn 4, including that number 362.
Oh no.
Yeah. So there are 2 very substantial pairs of skid
Gabe,
marks.
let's go to the turn 1 camera. We'll be able to see it there.
No, the start finish camera. It'll be the start finish cam, trackside 1. It's whatever's happened. Did we have a car collect the wall there?
There was a big lockup. I don't know if they got the wall or not.
No. Well, so my concern is that the right front of the right rear of the number 280 Kingpin Porsche Cayman is.
Oh, you said coming off of NASCAR 4.
Yes.
I completely misread that. Okay, never mind.
No,
So this is
gonna say. Ooh, well, there's that.
Yeah, there's a lockup for the
421. Yeah, it was the 421. Good catch there, Gabe. This incident here would have been coming off of the banking between the 362, which is having attention paid to the right front, and the 280, which is having attention paid to, well, it's both the right front and the right rear. Which is why I wondered if maybe it caught the wall slightly.
Race control confirms the identity of the 2 cars you saw.
No, it's very obvious from up here because it's about as close to us as you can get. without being in the infield trioval or the trioval grass. But one of those cars was leaking fluid from the radiator coming down the pit lane. It may have been the 280.
Is there any chance that somebody maybe just missed a shift and there was a little bit of front to rear?
No. The skid marks have one or both of those cars going backwards.
Okay.
But it starts very early. I mean, it starts before you're even straightened up coming off the banking.
That's
It's
somebody
about,
maybe getting ready to pit?
if it makes sense, the dashed lines that go around the top of the banking, it starts midway between the last one and the second to last one. So you're still up there.
That is weird.
On the
That's so
banking,
odd.
kind of starting to transition off. I think those two cars have just gotten together. Maybe a miscommunication or somebody wasn't watching mirrors as they were being lapped. Difficult to tell.
Oh,
but
slow car, NASCAR 10th. Or on the apron.
Yeah.
Slow car now stopped, pretty much. It's like they're creeping on the start.
Yeah, they're not going to make it home. So JT's throwing the curse to the commentator on the number 362.
I didn't know such thing.
Scott, say it with
Literally
me.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. So that car's pulled away from his pit stall now. It's definitely low at the front. And in particular, it's got damage to the air dam on the right front.
Another point of interest, Stratus car number 58 did a 233 on the last lap for no obvious reason. They're not in the pits. Capstone is still listed as in the pits as well.
They're just coming up to start finish now, Scott.
Okay.
This will be the MP01 under our nose.
Yeah, they're up to speed. 14, so not a fast lap, but fast enough.
Yeah.
You're moving in this class, you're doing all right. Okay, Stratus did a 217, which again is painfully slow, but still logging laps in GTU, which is more than can be said for most of the class.
So we've got the 348 into the pit, so that's given the lead in GP2 to Harrison. Hopefully the 348's issues aren't terminal for their race.
Things have, that's GP1, correct, Harrison?
GP2.
Oh, GP2, sorry. GP1 has really kind of turned into an attrition race today, which I don't think I saw coming. Big Mission has got a 4-lap lead in a class that's normally kind of a dogfight, or at least has a handful of cars that are on pace. And in fairness, we did earlier today, but haven't really shaken out that way.
Yeah, we lost a lot of them very early.
Ironically, that battle that JT was trying to prime us for, or did prime us for, that just didn't. Nope, there's a double yellow, presumably to go get. I hope this is to go get
the 987.
Then is that what that car is?
Yes, that we just got an ID on it.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that's what that is, and that this isn't for weather.
That'll be FSR Motorsports, by the way.
Here comes the 99. So keep an eye on our lapped cars here.
This again is great. If this happens to be for weather, then they're giving up an awful lot of track position to people, to the point where I would be tempted to just hit on the. It's kind of flipped for me. If I were 99, I think I'd stay out and then just come in when we were ramping up later. And
Well,
just trap
they
a bunch
were
of people
only
lap back.
They were only 2 seconds ahead of round 3 racing, who stayed out. In fact, they weren't. Across the line, round 3 were ahead.
Yeah, and here comes the 111.
So it wouldn't have made any difference, really.
Because round 3 is going to trap a lap back anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
58's back in the pits again.
Yeah, this one. Well, I don't know if they did.
There's a lot of cars choosing to pit. We weren't green for very long.
Ooh, that's the 501. Has hit the wall right underneath start finish.
Yeah. Oh, let's stay on this. Oh, that's the back end of the car now too.
Yep.
That's comprehensive.
Has that car just been caught unawares by a slowing BMW ahead of it? Oh, he's going to cut. Is he cutting directly across the pit lane?
So this is the same driver who spun under yellow as we were coming back from the red flag. Now he's crashed under yellow again. I guess the obvious thing there was to cut into the pit lane, although he's...
Yeah, but he's missed his or he's gone to the wrong stall now, and now he's pulled up.
No,
That
it's the
car-
hood. I think.
Oh, has the hood come up?
I think the hood's come up.
Oh, you know what, Joseph? I think you're absolutely right. The same thing that happened to the 34.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you can go back in our feed because we happen to be on it. And I'm
Also-
sure what JT's doing too. But
Also in a 2 series. The Hitman was the M240. This is the M2
that's.
CX.
I mean, that is. To borrow a cliche, that is hard in mouth.
Yeah.
Because you are beelining towards the wall at that point. You're beelining towards the tri-over wall, and the hood just comes up on you. That is terrifying.
So the 240, the Hitman car, I wasn't going to bring this up because it wasn't going to be relevant to us anymore, but we found out later through the WRL Racers group on Facebook that car had hood pin failure. Right? They were the pins had failed at speed in the first 15 or 20 minutes of the race, doing 150 miles an hour at the trial. This is not that. Well, we don't know.
It could be that.
It's that. But that car has been in the wall once today already at the left front corner.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
There's
and it was
duct
single
tape
car,
that's
by
been
the
on
way.
that car.
There was nobody else there.
I'll tell you what, though, the Choice Racing BMW was not far away from it.
God, that was.
Yeah.
I was. Even watching that in replay, I was scared for the driver.
Yeah.
That is. I mean, that's the worst case scenario, right?
It is.
Because
It
you
looks-
lose visibility 100%.
Yep. It looks almost identical to the Hitman car's incident earlier, just about 100 yards earlier.
Yeah.
Right? And unfortunately, this car did catch the wall with the rear end of the car.
Yeah, almost got away with it. Relatively speaking, I'm sure
Yeah.
it'll have done the windshield if nothing
Yeah.
else.
And Scott's
said
point
that-
about that car having spun under yellow, well, it is accurate. I mean,
I
we've
don't
seen...
think it was under yellow at the time.
This is not the first car. It
it
was
was
coming
Oh, you're talking about earlier.
after the
Sorry.
red. Yeah,
well,
after the red.
both of them were definitely under yellow.
Well, this one definitely was, but also he was doing 120, 130 miles an hour when the hood came up.
Yeah.
So that is...
I'm gonna go back to it. I don't see anything at the flag stand when he spins.
I haven't seen it, but I am confused how you end up spinning from that, though.
Because it comes up right before the banking starts again. And so he just kind of, because he lost visibility, he turns in just a little too soon and goes on the grass.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, not being in that situation is difficult, but I would have thought you just put the brakes on. But
I'll tell you.
Oh, I'm sure he probably did too, but I think his thinking was, I'm slowing down, but I also need to turn left so I don't run into the wall.
sure.
One of the other concerns with these cars is that very high-speed transition from the flat up onto the banking, and vice versa, for that matter. We saw the photo of the Hitman car, at least one, possibly two wheels, off the ground, as the car loaded up on the front corner coming down off the banking, and there is a scenario there where that car picks up or trips over itself in that transition. The car was definitely not on the ground at all times. So that's pretty spooky, not just at speed, but then as the incident develops, not being in control at 100+ miles an hour, going over the transition from the flat to the banking, and then obviously, knowing that there's a chance they're going to whack the wall on the way back up the tri-oval. Never mind the traffic that's coming at you, right, at speed on the banking. It's
Yeah, I
kind of a
double-checked.
spooky situation in general.
I double-checked the replay. So we were under full course yellow. It was what threw me was the flagger at start finish had not put out one because there wasn't a local yellow to throw at that point. And then so after the 501 had its accident, then they put out a yellow flag, which is what I keyed in on afterwards. What's the frequency, kind of?
So there is some definite rain to our south and west, and I forget
There
the
sure
lightning.
is.
No, forget the lightning, but you can see out there that sort of haze that you get as you see the wall of water. So it is out there.
Yeah, it's
the water
steadily
itself is
moving this way.
Take a peek over here at the tracker. Yeah, it may not make it here. It may stay to our south and west for now. So the 0-1 is back into the pits again. 77 is in. They're doing tires.
This just goes to show why you shouldn't listen to my weather advice, because we have not red flagged, and we've had
No.
a natural full course yellow. Which is gonna shift things up in its own way.
I think they're recovering some debris up at the exit of oval turn 4 as well.
Presumably from the collision.
Yeah, between the 280 and the 362.
Yeah.
Have they provided any updates on that in the race control log, Joseph? About who?
It is under investigation. That is all I've got for you.
All right.
24% chance of precipitation. We'll see about that. Number 58 cited by race control for dropping fluid. That is your third place car in GTU.
I'd believe that there won't be any rain, because I can now see the edge of that cell of rain. So that means that while it's moving towards us, it's also moving to the left of us. So I think it's probably going to miss us to whatever direction that is. I always get confused. I guess southwest.
Track map is oriented
southeast, even
north-south.
Yeah.
Warning to our GP1 leader for a visor up.
Yeah, that'll be their first pit lane infraction of the day. One more will give them a lap penalty.
Yep, and still 7 hours to go.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the as they tow the 501 away, so it's at least towable. I guess you're gonna hit with the end of the car. I guess you hope it's the rear. In that car. Anyway, that is kind of the thing about these longer races with the penalty structure in WRL is, you don't carry these warnings forward throughout the weekend on a 2-race weekend. You do carry them forward in a single double length race. So if you make a mistake at 8:30 in the morning, it will follow you all the way to 9:30 in the evening.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wanted to just provide a little perspective on this GTU situation we've got at the moment. I think there is a natural tendency to view a race as a head-to-head competition to cross a line first at the end of a certain distance or certain time. I think the situation we have in GTU at the moment is a classical definition of a race, which is to complete the most distance in a given amount of time. Like, you have 14 hours, complete as many laps as you can. There's absolutely nothing head-to-head about GTU.
It's a class entirely full of 4 hares and 1 tortoise that has caught fire.
Well, you say that, but the tortoise has now dropped out of the lead, so that car definitely will not be winning the race.
That is correct, but for everybody else, there's no guarantee that any of your competitors are going to stay on track. So while it might seem demoralizing to say, oh, I've got to go chase down this car that's 15 laps ahead, forget that. Just go out and do as many laps as you can, because you have no idea what's going to happen to that car. You spent 20 minutes in the paddock, they might spend 40. Just focus on being as efficient as you can when you are on track, be consistent, get the laps done.
Look at that shelf. That is biblical.
It looks worse on the camera than it does out of the window, I promise you. But it doesn't look great.
No, I understand. I understand that, but
it's also not coming this way, I don't think.
Yeah, that stuff is all moving closer to due west.
And yet, no warnings for boaters. Unbelievable.
I do have potentially good news in GP2. Chattanooga's back out.
Oh, very good.
That's surprising. I wonder what the issue is. Maybe it's a tire? Maybe they were nursing a tire home?
Maybe, yeah. Not entirely sure, but so they did lose a lap to Harrison. So they ended up losing 2 laps. But they are still ahead of the Core Motorsports Mustang, which timing shows about 34 seconds back. So hopefully it was just a tire and not a illness with the car itself. So hopefully they can get up to speed relatively quick here and hold on to that second position.
The 605 just got an update for round 3 racing. Had to fix a broken throttle linkage, so that's dropped them down the order a bit. That's now Buzz McCall in the car.
Oh.
Okay.
Buzz or Brad?
It says Buzz.
Oh.
So yeah, they're holding on to 4th in class. 94 Motorsports behind them. The 94 recently had a 1-lap penalty for improper fire gear on pit lane. So that's helped out the Porsche for round 3 there. A little bit further back behind them, the 197 did come back out about 20 minutes ago, I believe. So it's good to see that car rejoin the race. And with 7 hours to go, they definitely have a good chance to get back on the podium.
Kind of brutal to penalize 94 Motorsports for improper fire gear.
Oh my gosh, we have an onboard.
Yeah.
It's been 84 years.
Oh, and the 987 1-lap penalty for visor up.
Yes. This is the car that was stopped out on track about 15 minutes ago. So I wonder if that's related. I wonder if that was fueling the car to send it back out.
Unscheduled stop, maybe. I don't know. That's the FSR Motorsports. What are they running? I think it's a Porsche.
That's a Cayman, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Chandler School car in front of us.
Nice.
131? Question mark?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have much cause to talk about today. I do have a little bit. I need to send to Gabe.
Oh, isn't that? Yeah.
Gabe can advise me in Discord if I already did this, but I have to be honest, I actually don't remember.
I keep trying to find the 987. What class are they in? I feel like an idiot.
GTO. They're
it's because there's 1,000 cars in GTO.
Class.
Oh, well, great. I don't have a description for them on Race Hero. That's why I have no idea what they are.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Moving on.
Okay, so 555 is on lap 105. What lap is Stratus 4 laps behind? Or more than that? I've got...
It should be 4 laps.
Okay. I love the way that the timestamps have worked out, right? Because 9-4 obviously completed all their laps before the red flag. And so Stratus 58 is 1 lap behind them, but 3 hours and 31 minutes. So it's taken them an extra 3.5 hours to get up to that second place car in GTU, but they'll only be about 3 laps behind the 3 or 4 laps behind the leader when they do finally get by.
So Racer Motors is past the 59, which I think we may have lost for good.
Yeah, I'm surprised to not see them out. That was another one of those cars that I kind of thought might elect to work on the car of the red flag, and it's possible that they have, and just take the DQ and just get more hours on the car.
Yeah, I mean there's nobody with more hours on the NPO1 than Stratus. Maybe
No,
anywhere in the
but-
country.
But we know that it's under active development, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, and they do work with Sebico on getting that car up to
Green
up to
flag.
pace. Oh, there's a huge jump by I think the 696 here, coming back to green. And I'm not saying it was out of order, but man, was it up to speed by the time it got down to start finish. He's passed about 4 cars by the time he gets into the actual corner of turn 2.
We do have our top 5 GTO cars all in this bunch in front of us in turn 1.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some position shuffling, I think, in the next few laps. Especially, particularly as GTR just
609's had to take the slalom course.
So, yeah, we got the 401, the 111, the 983, and the 99, and then the 52.
Yeah, 99's got to be careful here. The last couple of restarts, they've been right up at the front of the queue, and now they're going to find themselves mired back in about. At the green flag, it's probably 20 cars worth of traffic.
Just back
Mired is right. Did you see them into turn 3?
I did not.
I saw them coming out of turn 3. They had to lift off to not go 3 wide with a Pinnacle car that didn't seem to be aware that they were 3 wide. They've only got a dozen or so cars in front. They should be clear. We actually might get 4 or 5 GTO cars in clean air chasing each other.
Yeah.
In a couple of laps because they're all relatively close to the front.
Yeah, everybody back through the 52, like you mentioned, Scott, is on the lead lap. And across the line, it was under 10 seconds. Now, that'll come out naturally because of the cars not in the lead having to work through that traffic. But the 111, I think, has just about cleared all of it with the exception of 3 cars. Here's a replay at turn 3.
I think this is going to be the 99 here in this gaggle. Yeah, there they are.
Yeah, that's a
no, that's a triple one.
No.
The 99, actually, the 99 is just coming through turn 2 there. So they're coming back into shot. That gives you a sense of
there they
how
are.
many cars are between.
Yep.
And the 52 was directly behind them. So this will be the 696 across the line, which is obviously many laps down. But then it's the 401, which is the race leader. Number 1 car, the Camaro, and then the 111, which just crossed the line. So that's our GTU leader there. He's waiting for the 983 next, which is that car with the GTR 99 right behind it, trying to look around the outside into turn 1. That is the battle for third. 52 is literally the next car behind them as well. It's a couple of seconds down. Again, the 983 catching a couple of relatively fast cars into the slightly defensive line in front of the 99. I think it's the number 2 ACP car, right? It's directly in front of them.
GP2 leader is back. Sorry, no, it's not the leader anymore. That car's lost the time. The 348 is back into the pit lane.
983 rounding up a... Oh no, actually didn't manage to pass the production class car on the outside of the West Horseshoe. But the GTR 99 car is being quite patient behind. Probably because, as we've seen throughout the race, it's perfectly capable of driving straight past coming out of turn 6. Although again, it's been very patient in other production cars, but between those two. Out onto the banking that goes the battle for third, and the 52 is right behind them now.
This 401 car, it's not off the pace, but it's definitely not on the pace, so to speak, like it has been previously. It seems like maybe just being a little more conservative at the moment. It's got the number 1 from Hammer Motorsports in behind it, but I think the 111 is going
the 99 is taking a very late lunge, and I think it made that pass into the chicane on the 983. It kind of looked like he looked to the inside but decided not to go, but then the 983 didn't want to turn in. A bit of confusion.
So did the 983 and the 99 seem extra trimmed out to you guys, both of them? Because I'm surprised that the 99's been able to make a move on a car that has seemed pretty trimmed out today.
The 99 has seemed very fast on the straight.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's that position change, and the 52 is now right behind the 983 going to turn 1. Although there's a green and white BMW that I recognise. I can't remember which team it is. It's just outbreaks 52 with no problem.
Forget everything I said about the 401, by the way. It's just done a 204. It just looks, yeah, it looks very conservative, but maybe that's just how smooth it was. Thunder Buddy did a 206 flat.
Well, the reason is the car directly behind the leader is the Hammer Motorsports #1 that just set its fastest lap of the race at 204.3. So relative to them, it did look a little bit slow.
So to me, that says we've actually lost some temperature at the track with this cloud cover.
I can feel it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's cool down here. I mean,
Yeah.
It helps the sun isn't beaming through the window for once. But.
Well, and the sun is going to be back over here fairly shortly, but the track as a whole has now been covered in the vertical development of the storm to our south, and I think a lot of the temperatures come out of the track as a result, and that's why you see the quick lap from the Hammer car. You now see again a 204.8 from the round 3 car, and anybody that wants to push here, I think, could and actually do some damage on lap times.
A car that really is off the pace is the 983, who's now lost position to 52. So they're fifth, and they're now the last car on the lead lap.
Yeah, that car hasn't been up to pace for some time, though, Scott. When you look back through its lap time history, it was really quick early on in the 7s and 8s, and then more recently it's barely been out of the 10s.
Yeah, its fastest lap of the race is 205.6, which is nowhere near what everyone else managed to do in cooler weather earlier.
Looking at the lap history on Race Hero, that just underscores how broken this portion of the race has kind of been.
Brendan, if you're curious, an irresponsible math should be ready for you. I think we're far enough in that we can say some dumb stuff about the race because we're past halfway at this point.
We haven't really had any long enough runs.
Doesn't matter. We might not ever have a long run.
So the #1 car is now past the leader to get one of his laps back.
Interesting.
That still makes it 2 laps down. Ooh, they're
Is
trying really hard.
this the first time we've seen a relevant car get a lap back on pace? I feel like we've been talking about this for a while today, about waiting for somebody to take the opportunity to get a lap back.
Choice and Screaming Goat managed to get laps back.
How did that?
But I don't know if they did it by actually overtaking. But they were quick enough.
I'll tell you what, the 401 has lost time to the number 111. That 111 is going quickly again. 204.4 last time around. Now, obviously, the 401 I think will have lost some time
being overtaken.
Being passed by the number 1 from Hammer Motorsports. But the 111 is now within slipstream.
The 111 was the fastest car on the track that last lap.
There you go.
So that helps.
According to him, the driver in the one is Alex Bolanos, one of their crew guys.
Oh, nice. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, got a lap back.
Yep.
Nathan Bird in the 01.
I think you were saying Nathan Bird is signed up for 2 cars.
He is, yeah. He's in the Racer Motors car as well. The number 6. Big plans for old Nathan Bird in the future. But at the moment, just getting as much seat time as he can in just about anything.
Now, I said that. Yeah, I was wrong. The fastest car on the track is actually the 696, which basically, well, it didn't restart first, but it was first into turn 1. And they are now just driving away from the leader. They did their fastest lap of the race on the previous lap at a 202.4. So that car is close to the pace we expect from that team. Actually running 18th overall, which is terrible. Beating all the GP1 cars. Beating everyone other than the 17. So, bit of a comeback. It's not out of the question that car could end up in the top 10, to be honest. Being only 6 laps down at the moment. They probably could have done without the extended red flag. Meanwhile, it's 0.3 of a second between the 401 and the 111 for the lead. So that battle is developing. I think this is them heading into turn 6 behind. Yeah, the number 1 car is now sort of backing up the 401 into the 111. Understandable, because Hammer are really, they're not very much luck away from getting back on the lead lap again, and clearly they've got some pace. 401 is wall riding for some reason.
I noticed that earlier. I looked up and I saw him all the way up on top of the banking with nobody else around him coming off turn 2.
He's now losing the position. 111 just drove up.
Yeah, there it goes. That's a change for the overall lead.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what that logic is. What the logic is behind that, but maybe he just doesn't want to be in the lead, or some idea with saving tyre. There have been talks of drivers doing half throttle on the banking to try and save their tyres. Maybe that's the thought process there. But either way, they've at least doing it again through NASCAR 3 and 4, so it's clearly intentional. Very interesting.
Is he what's the word? Not side drafting. You know what I mean? Like riding the cushion, the air cushion.
Yeah, the car is slow on the straight, to be honest.
See,
they
I
lose a
thought
lot
so.
of time.
And the
No,
pace has come
sorry,
back
which
out
car
again
is
after
this?
doing.
I came in
It's
to make it.
401.
That's which car is Cole in?
That's the 401.
That's the car that they're half pedaling it on the banking
Oh,
because
on
they
the
don't want to wreck
banking.
the. Yeah.
Oh, that's that car.
So what they're doing is opening up the radius on the banking as much as they can, and then running quarter to half throttle.
They're running the high line. They're
God.
playing the IndyCar game so they don't wreck the tires.
Yeah, that's why they're losing 3 seconds a lap. Just because they're running full throttle around the banking.
Yeah.
It's strange that nobody else seems to feel the need to do that.
I mean, I wonder if that's extending. I haven't checked their stints, but I wonder if that's helping them like crazy extend because they're not. I mean, they're running basically the draft throttle.
Yeah, he did say it works wonders on their fuel line.
Yeah, I bet.
Unfortunately, they haven't really been able to put that to any use.
No.
We've had so much yellow over the last.
Well, you say that, but that
Well,
yellow
their
is
fuel
also,
cell.
the yellow is also bringing them back to the leader. So all the time they lose, they gain it back as a safety car. So the yellow's definitely doing more good than bad for them if they're having to run this.
That is fair.
This kind of pace.
That is fair. And if you can get a fresh set of tires on that car before the end of the race, when it's cool out or cooler out, you don't have the energy to be pumping the track by the side. Because the sun goes down, when we go into the lights, you may be able to get that car back up to the pace it needs to be running.
We never got to the bottom of how that car suddenly appeared in second.
No,
'Cause I
instead of being
still-
P7.
I still don't believe that was natural. It's something weird.
Yeah, I mean, there may have been an issue there with. There may have been an issue there with.
It had to be some sort of
our transponder, maybe.
205.2 for the running car, 207.6 for round 3 racing that time round. So they're consistently losing 2 seconds a lap, but they seem happy to do so. to
Yeah,
save
it
their
doesn't
tyres.
matter, like you said.
Well, it certainly didn't matter before the red flag because we knew that red flag was coming. So all they had to do was stay on the lead lap. Now, this race could go green to the finish. There's no reason why it not. But you've got to be in it to win it. If you think that your car will not make it, or that your tyres will not make it, if you flat out on the banking, then you're going to do what you're going to do.
I'll tell you what, guys.
Tell me
There
what.
are some projections that we may have some rain form here in the next little bit. I am going to go pick up those batteries so that we definitely have track size to use before the end of the at the end of the race.
I think that's probably a good idea.
I think it's a great idea. I'm going to do that now so I don't get trapped in it. And then if we have a
Really
red
quick.
flag, it doesn't matter anyway. Go
Really
ahead.
quick, Brennan. Before you duck out, I want to let you know that. So I'm checking the lap time history for the 401. The telltale for getting a lap back is usually 2 identical laps back to back, and I'm not seeing that.
Yep, and there was no penalty issued in the first place.
But if it is a transponder issue that they're trying to rectify, I don't see evidence of that either.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
I'm sure I've seen people get laps back without seeing 2 identical laps.
So I don't think that's possible because they have to make up. They have to inject the time.
I don't see how it's possible that they went from 7th to 2nd in 2 laps when 7th was a lap down. So, yeah.
I'm just saying I don't see anything here that like actually points to anything.
Could have been a lap down just because somebody hadn't crossed the line just yet?
No,
Well, no, it's
also a lap down.
Yeah, he's talking about they jumped positions and not just a gap, which I don't see an obvious answer for in the time guide.
Yeah, I had actually completely forgotten about this whole scenario because it felt very natural that they were there. But you're absolutely right; they did pop up from P7 and P2 very early on. All right, I'm gonna duck out and go grab these batteries first.
Godspeed.
Some trackside footage to the end. I'll be back in a bit.
Real quick note in the production classes, GP1, right after the restart here, the 701 round 3 racing did pass NFC Motorsports for second in GP1. And then back in GP2, the 348 Tornwagen did come back down on pit lane again, I think just to check over the car. That did allow the 606 from Core Motorsports to take second in GP2.
Yeah, 3 Fast Guys and Denny, just they're holding about a 2-minute lead over the 195 for overnight. We really haven't, other than making jokes about the 3 Fast Guys and Denny and where he falls in the hierarchy of guys, we haven't really talked about that entry that much, but they've been steady so far, knock on wood.
Oh yeah, and they've done a great job getting back to the front of that field in that class earlier when they were having a very good fight for second until the 197 ran into some issues. But circling back on the jokes, I mean, we have to wonder how sustainable this pace is until Denny gets in the car.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think with all them together, I think it's a real grand slam.
Or did Denny start the car?
That I don't know the answer to.
Was he just like the forerunner, the sampler plate, or?
I don't have a. Let me think through that one. I've got something to give you.
I'll let you moon over your hammy there.
Okay. Yeah, Shift Up Now making good use of the race WRL hashtag on Twitter, referring to Shea Holbrook in the 701 in GP1. Is that Brendan already? Oh no, never mind. Wow, that was awfully loud through the trackside. Pippa Man, Chloe, I believe, if I've got that right, yeah, Chloe Chambers, who races in the W Series, in the Monoflow TLM entry, the 770, also on Twitter, and then Laura Hayes, who led the field in the 111 for a good chunk of the early stint in this race. For good measure, I believe the other driver in the Shift Up Now stable, Hannah Grisham, in the 605 for round 3 racing. So Shift Up Now at Shift Up Now active on Twitter. Capstone is in the pits.
They are indeed the GTU leader.
That is on schedule for them, actually.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just looks like it's fuel to me. And they're off. Taking off laps, as you need to do in GTU.
That really is the name of the game. There's no point in really pushing. You have 2 cars that are running, 3 now. Well, I guess I say that. I'm curious what their relative pace is between the 58 and the 555 is.
Well, you know what's interesting? The car that set the fastest lap in that class all day is the 555.
So it might, GTU might turn into a real meritocracy. I guess whoever wins it's a meritocracy. It's about not wrecking the car.
Yeah, it's a church racing. But yeah, certainly, I mean, the only car out of order now is Racing Motors. Love the car still running. Racing Motors should be second on pace, but yeah, that Capstone car, lap did they do that on? Lap 8, so nice and early, but everyone set their fastest laps nice and early. But yeah, 2061, fastest lap in the class.
Chill Out Systems, that 404 is put in their fastest lap of the race at a 202.5.
That's very quick.
That's and it's an improvement. It's improvement on their previous best by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, even the JTR car is, by the way, the 983's in pits from 5th. Even the JTR car that is hammering around on its own, it's only 203s. So, yeah, shame not to see that Chill Out car be competitive for longer. They were right up there at the start.
We might want to switch back over to the 401 onboard if that's still active, because they're pulling back on the 111. Actually, they've pulled back a huge gap, right? Because the 111 would have had a decent gap coming out of the yellow flag.
No, the 111 didn't. The 111 overtook them during the well after the yellow flag was drawn in.
Okay, so that's just the pace kind of ebbing back through.
Yeah. Round 3 is still doing their 207s, which is what they're doing running around the top of the banking. Half throttle. It's just Thunder Bunny have had a poor last couple of laps in traffic, presumably.
On board with P2 now?
Yeah, it's still good. It's like the GTR car is still catching significantly.
Yeah, when I
8 seconds left to catch.
When I run projections, I've got the 99 as the running favorite.
983 is changing tires. Certainly on the right side. I think they're going to change 4 tires. Which, considering the number of yellows we've had, you would have thought they'd have found a good time under yellow to do this recently, or maybe wait for the next one. But
this is 983.
Yeah, because they're going to lose a lap. It just takes them too long.
I understand. Well, the other thing too is, so you
Are
would.
they, by the way, are they on schedule, Joseph? That's the question.
Oh, good question. Yeah, it could be a.
Was it
a puncture?
Well, maybe you would change it for out of safety if one went.
It's early, but it's not that early. It's been about 22 laps, and they can go about 25. So I don't know. You can convince me either way, I think.
I mean, 3 laps is six, 7 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
They're out of the pits now, so they're perfectly happy carrying on with some nice shiny wheels. Chill Out Systems is in the pits, by the way, with the Mazda. Choice Racing. Oh, actually, I don't know. Choice Racing still competitive. I thought they dropped away though. They got a 1 lap penalty, didn't they? They dropped out of the top 10. They're also in pits.
555 is being noted by the marshals as dropping fluid.
We've heard that from almost every GTU car.
That's true.
I actually think every running GTU car has had that report.
That might be right. I know the 6 has, the 58 just had it.
By the way, the Choice Racing car is not getting any attention at the moment in pit lane. So this could be now it's getting fuel, I think, but it's been sat there for 30 seconds.
Does it have the feeling of, well, it's here, we might as well fuel it?
Yes.
Okay.
Or maybe just like we weren't ready. The fuel guy's hustling.
I don't remember if you made this point explicitly, but it is early. It's only been 12 laps since our last stop. It's about halfway through a run.
Okay, yeah, so that's the issue then. GTR has dropped away a little bit, and round 3 has suddenly picked up the pace again. They're in 205s. So we've got the relative pace in the top 3 overall. Choice appear to have finished fueling, but still not moving.
The 58 has just put in their fastest lap of the race with a 209.2.
Oh, the 99 did a 211 a couple of laps ago. Chill Out Systems leaves the pits, so hopefully that was somewhat routine.
Interesting thing about Choice Racing is a couple laps ago they did pass the 609 for a 9th position out on track.
They're getting attention through the passenger side window now. Yeah, so there's clearly something with that car.
Yeah, we should be expecting speaking of takers to the pits, we should be expecting the 111 in about 2 laps 401 about 2 laps after them. Anybody have flight aware? Figure out what flight that was taking on.
1 second.
555, spin and continue at turn 6, or at least somewhere between turn 6 and the chicane, which I guess would have to be turn 6.
Out of interest, Racer Motors are running without a diffuser at the moment because it was trashed after their crash with the 55.
That's
So
fine.
just
It's too much induced drag.
Yes. Apparently it is hurting the pace quite badly.
Oh, well. Guess it's worth it.
Choice Racing's still sat in the pits with the driver hanging, with a mechanic hanging themselves through the passenger side windscreen. Meanwhile, the 59 has left the pits. We have 4 GTUs on the track.
I feel like this happens every single race, where every single GTU is just gone. I guess we don't think we're gonna get the 84 back because there's too much fire damage there.
Yeah, it was toast apparently. Choice Racing leading the pits. Didn't really look like much was done other than fueling the channel. I'm sure there was more to it than that.
Yeah, is there any chance there's a tire down on the far side that they were changing?
It is so funny watching Chill Out Master overtake another MX-5 to the drive with like a 30-mile-an-hour speed difference, but in an identical looking car. Sorry, what was the question, Joseph?
I was going to say, is there any chance that they snuck in a tire change on the far side across from you?
No, I was kind of looking, but I didn't look like it to me. And they were sat here for way too long as well.
Right.
Number 1 car, the number 111 and the 401, all the ones, are nose to tail going into turn 1. So the 1 car has been holding up, I don't want to say holding up, he's been sat ahead of the leaders for basically since the restart, desperately waiting for a safety car to get one of the laps back. But now the race for the lead has sort of queued up behind him, and they're absolutely nose to tail, the 111 leading the 401. That was a 2030 from the 401, so I would guess that they've decided they don't need to look after their tyres anymore. I'm going to watch them this lap and see if they're managing to do that pace while still running around the top of the banking at half speed, then they've got a lot of pace. But yeah, right now they're trying to go around the outside 3 wide in the West Horseshoe, decided to just slot into line. The number 1 car on that last lap did a 6-0, so that means that they actually are holding them up. But I think actually the 1 has let them both go through this time through the West Horseshoe. So now going out to NASCAR turn 1, we have the 401 and the 111, absolutely nose to tail. It looks like the 111 has just a tiny bit more, at least through the banking, than the round 3 car. That slipstream hasn't been enough to let the round 3 car draw alongside into the chicane, so they go through line astern, they're number 1 right behind them. Back out onto the banking into NASCAR turn 3. There's a couple of car lengths now between the 111 Thunder Buddy car and the round 3 car in second place. Running around the bottom of the banking this time, so yeah, I would guess that the 401 is flat out at this point. Trying to take advantage of the slipstream, closing up slightly. The hammer car comes in the pits, so that might be why they let them go. Again, yeah, that 111 is just a little bit more trimmed out. I believe those are basically identical cars. Are they both M2s? No, the round 3 car is an M4 GT4.
Yeah.
So it's the M2 that's faster on the straight. Like either that or the possible round 3 saving fuel slipstream. Absolutely nose to tail through the international horseshoe. Coming up on a white production class MX5 through the kink. Which side are they going to have to go? The MX5 makes a late move to the outside, so it's down the inside for the 111. Say no problem. The MX5 is obviously not a slow car in these tight hairpins. So now they both clear. The MX5 on the way to the run down to turn 6. Absolutely nose to tail for Williams again. And we'll see on the banking this time whether the slipstream works for the 401. It certainly hasn't been recently. We've got, as I said, the number 1 Hammer car hits, number 2 Team ACP car also in the pits, but that car's quite a long way down the field. Pinnacle, Cayman coming out the pits, down into the bus stop. Exactly carbon copy of last lap with the 111 leading the 401 by
It should be maybe do this lap.
Which one?
The 111 question mark?
Okay. Well, they're running down the bottom of the banking through 3 and 4 again.
Yeah, so this will be an extension on their stint lengths to date.
They are not coming in. Both cars drive past the pit entry, nose to tail, but again the 401 not able to do anything into turn 1. What kind of pace have these guys got? 205. Nothing, yeah, nothing special. A little bit wide into turn 1 for the 111. Too far out of the order.
So I do wonder, a question that I would have for the round 3 guys is, are they in a situation where they're willing to push for a few laps around the bank and put a little temperature into them just to stay in touch with the car like this?
With as much time to go as we have, I don't. If you think there's any risk, why would you be taking it?
I don't disagree, but I'm surprised that.
It's a good question. I don't know why the decision keeps changing. Maybe because the track temperature is cooled.
Unless the 111's also backing off a little bit, maybe they've got the same deal. God, that nose to tail, really close stuff here. It almost feels like the 401's soft pedaling it to stay in the draft of the 111.
I could believe that. They could be saving fuel. It could also be. I haven't been sampling on board, so you'll have to tell me if that's what it sounds like.
Just in the hairpins, it feels like there are places where they could attack and they're kind of opting not to.
Oh, interesting. Close up really nicely on the brakes into the bus stop. That's what we're about to see.
Position change for 5th. TLM USA gets around automatic.
Got 2 of our GTU cars in the pits. I noticed a while ago the 6 was pretty much following the 58 around, which are the second and third place cars in the other order. Into the pits comes the 111. A little bit of a weird entry there. He came from halfway up the banking and swung down. Late. I don't know why he did that. But,
555 is slow. 555 is slow. In turn 5, I think we just saw them go out of view. I don't think we've got the exit camera. Maybe if we go back over to the turn 1 camera.
It's running around the apron in turn 1. Does look like
NASCAR 1, you mean?
Yes, sorry, NASCAR 1. It does look like it has a good amount of speed and it's holding it, so it's not grinding to a halt. Possibly a tyre? Yeah. It's going very fast if it is a tyre.
Do we get the leader pit?
Yes, the 111 pitted. As I said, they wasn't super happy with the way they did it, considering they had the 401 all over them.
Look at this.
But they're in.
Big puffy clouds with a awful lot of energy in them, but current forecast is thunderstorms after 7 p.m. if at all.
Yeah, I mean, all of the stuff that we were looking, although I'm just looking down at the racing motors car, and it doesn't seem to be anyone attending to it sort of going anywhere. They're just having the windscreen clean at the moment. Yeah, all of the stuff we were talking about half an hour or so ago has moved down the back straight and away from us, out to sea. I can still see flashes of lightning, but it's much further away than it was. Racing Motors is back underway now. Took a bit longer than 58 took, unfortunately, but again, that class is just keep ticking the laps off at this point.
Yeah, that 401 should be due in probably next lap.
Got this is the 983, I think, in the pits. Runs me. 983 running 8th. A lap down. Oh, that was the car that... Actually, that should be early, shouldn't it, Joseph? Because they were the car that was just changing tyres. Oh, and it is...
That is very early. It's only been like 7 laps.
Sorry, I thought it was raining, but I think we just had some drips off the roof. Must have been a change in the wind direction or something. 401 in the pits.
Yes.
On the lead. So let's keep an eye on this and see where they come out relative to the 111. The 111 was the car we noted had a really quick pit stop. Is that right? At some point in the race?
Yeah, they had an early stop that was like 30 seconds faster than anybody else's.
3 minutes 33 and a 220 in lap. More lightning. Actually, a little bit closer than I thought we were getting from a not very threatening.
Don't say it. I know, and I actually can see where that one was too.
555's made it to the pits. We'll see where they go. Oh, and a very, very slow BMW. It's a lower class BMW. I don't remember, but I think it's just... Oh, 555's gone straight through to the garage. That's the GTU class leader, which will allow the 58 to take the lead if it's in there for any more than 4 or 5 laps, I think.
I've got an 8-minute gap last time through. It's probably less than that with this slow lap.
They're really struggling to make it into the garage.
So that's not a tire, but I don't see any calls of dropping fluid, so hopefully it's nothing.
Well, it ran out of fluid, presumably.
Do you think it's water?
I don't know. It was called for dropping fluid a while ago. So if it's no longer dropping fluid and it's going slow, I don't know. I'm being
facetious.
Yeah. But
the 47, it might be that BMW that was slow. Scott, the Ginger racing car that's sitting in 6th in GP1.
Okay. They went. If it was, they went straight to the garage as well.
Okay.
696 in the pits. I don't know if that's on time. Kind of started tracking them actually because they're moving towards the top 15 and are very fast.
696. I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
We don't have a ton of data for them, but that would make sense. Yeah.
It's interesting that the 401's still in the pits and the 1 has just driven past the pits. But where's the 111? The 401. Did the number 1 just have a really fast or slow pit stop? Because they should have been
on board here. There should be a stricken 909 in front of us, and there it is.
Oh yeah, it's sideways, out of the West Horseshoe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a spin.
And don't seem to be going anywhere.
No call of contact. I don't know, when a car ends up like that without contact, I kind of wonder if it's like a half shaft or something.
There's another very fast pit stop for the 111. I think the 401 is having a very slow pit stop. Because they're still sat there. The 1 which didn't have a particularly fast pit stop was driven past. Oh, 4 cars yellow.
4 the 5, presumably.
Well, the 99's still there. The 5? Who's the 5?
I don't know.
do we have a 5?
You said 5.
You said 5. Oh, do you mean turn 5?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's for the 909 at turn 5.
Yes, correct. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully it's. Oh, who's that? Looks like the choice car, or maybe the number 4 had just gone off to driver's lap to just kind of. That'll be the 909 that we see there.
So the 99 has taken the lead, and I think that's who the safety cars picked up.
I don't see any obvious signs of damage here in our top-notch.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they just told an official in pit lane, yeah, we can't get the car started.
I'm kind of wondering if it's a drive issue and something's just snapped.
Yeah, and to get it moved, you're gonna have to have a safety vehicle on the inside.
You'd end up with a track blockage basically
Yeah.
immediately. I guess you could send people. This is obviously stupid, so you wouldn't do it. But you could send people through the motorcycle hairpin, which is maybe what they'll have to do with the safety car here once they actually do recover that car. But you wouldn't direct that under green flag conditions because that would be chaos. So full course yellow, just at the right time to give us full fuel numbers for a bunch of cars. So thank you for holding off for that.
The 111 is going to be really interesting because their short pit stops are making a big difference. Well, they kind of haven't yet because we keep having safety car interruptions. But if we get long green flag stints, their incredibly short pit stops are going to matter.
This is kind of, well, maybe not. Has the 99 come into pits yet?
They were in on the last yellow. They haven't been in since.
Okay, they are 2 laps out. So, yeah, Brendan says the 909 is low at the right rear, so could be a puncture, could be suspension. So it's possible if it's a puncture that's bad enough, they could just be on the reference plane, basically.
But if it's at the right rear, that is also, and the way it's spun, that's possible that they've been clipped in the right rear, broken the suspension, and end up in that position.
Possibly.
It seems unlikely that they would.
Low at left rear, he says.
Oh, left rear. Okay.
I read it wrong.
Less likely than that. But getting stuck like that on just a puncture is also seems unlikely.
Yeah. So the point I was going to make about the 99 is there.
They are coming in the pits, by the way.
Okay. Had the field formed up behind them at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they're literally getting to pit entrance now.
Okay. And has
They-
the safety
and they
car?
were-
But the safety
they
car's
were-
picked them up.
Yeah, they were the first car behind the safety car,
Okay.
and they've got 20, 30 cars in the train behind them.
Okay. Yeah, it almost would have been better for them to try to make it in before getting picked up by the safety car, if that was at all possible.
They might have trapped the 401 a lap down. They have, in fact, trapped the 401 a lap down. So that's a thing. I did wonder whether the 401 had a long stop, and yeah, I think they did. So we might be down to just 3 cars legitimately on the lead lap.
Yeah, it wasn't awfully. Wait, that. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, the outlap was under safety car, so unfortunately we don't get an actual look at how long it was, but it was definitely there a long time past the 111 and the 1 past, which were the 2 cars it was racing with before the pit stops.
Right. 52 is also in, as is the GP1 leader in Big Mission.
So I think the 52 is going to get lucky-ish, because I think if they'd pitted before the yellow, they'd have dropped off the lead lap there, but they didn't have to.
Yeah, they did. This fell perfectly for both them and the 99.
Less so for the 99 because they were up with the leaders anyway, but the 52 wasn't.
This is curious. I wasn't expecting to see the 701 back in. It was 701. Excuse me. I've got my cars backwards.
Yeah.
I was thinking 401.
No, this is GP1.
Yes. So that'll be your top 2 in GP1 will have taken advantage of this. Yellow.
52 out of the pits long before the 99.
Yeah, there they are.
So presumably then the restart is going to be 111, then 52, then assuming there's no problem with 99, they'll get out and be 3rd. And then the 401 is going to be trapped on the tail end of the lead lap, I think.
There's a short chute being used.
Oh, yeah.
And there we go.
Which is odd because the 909 is cleared.
Yes.
Just, I guess it's only just cleared, but it was going counter traffic to get into the runoff area at the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, they'll probably wait until the entire field's gone by and then up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the 701 was exactly due, so it fell perfectly for them. They won't be able to benefit from it because the 336 was also due and took advantage of it. So that is just kind of status quo in GP1.
The 99 is definitely taking advantage of the amount of time they've got to do some extra service, and they seem perfectly comfortable being right at the back of the train.
Sure, why not?
They're still fueling, which is odd. I think they started fueling very late. Hopefully it's going to... There's another car being towed back to the pits, by the way. It's a white Mazda, I think.
That'll be the 85. I didn't call that out, but they were stopped after the chicane.
99's rolling, so we'll be able to stay on the lead lap.
85 for AOA is currently 7th in GP3. Would have been a little further up the order. Actually, maybe not. But they sit about 33 laps behind the leader in GP3 anyway.
421 and 172, Thunder Bunny and TLM USA also pitted, and I believe both left. Those are two cars that I'm not 100% sure what they look like. I think they might both be green and white. He says completely unsure.
The 52?
No, the
TLM
421 and 172.
Gotcha.
Just seen two green and white BMWs leaving the pit, so that's why I'm assuming that's them. I think JTR might have got unlucky and actually lost another lap, despite spending an entire stint there lapping faster than the leaders. They then pitted at just the wrong moment and ended up losing another lap, down to 7 laps down now. Automatic has... Oh, we've got Salmon, yeah, obviously. They're being towed. They were the cause of this. That does get Hammer Motorsports number 01 back into the top 10, just as they pit. So it might actually get that. It's actually going to get the Hammer number 1 back into the top 10, because that car doesn't need to pit.
The motorcycle course shortcut at the West Horseshoe should be closed back up now, so cars will be taking the normal racing line.
Yeah. Got a lot of other cars in the pits. The Honda Civic is in. A bunch of Caymans and Boxsters. The Camaro's in, and it's got its bonnet up again. There's a green and black MX-5 with its bonnet up. I imagine we're going to be going back to green on this lap, which is not going to work out very well for the 01, who's still receiving service. Same for GTR 99, who are almost they're in turn 1 while the safety car is in NASCAR turn 2 now. So if we go green on this lap, which I think the safety car lights are out, GTR 99 is going to be nowhere near catching the field, along with those two green and white BMWs, which I think are the Thunder Bunny and TLM USA cars, running 5th and 6th. The 01 has left the pits now.
Okay, so they will not lose the lap.
They won't, but they also won't catch the field if we go green.
Yeah.
Now. That's multiple times this race that's happened to Hammer. And they've always had the opportunity to pit earlier in the yellow flag period, so it's a bit confusing. Let's see if we do go green. I'm pretty sure the lights are out.
Yeah, it was hard to tell, but it did look like it was no longer
Safety
flashing.
car on the apron, so we'll be going green now. There's a Lexus leading us to the green flag. And there they go. A couple of BMWs, the 511, Choice Racing and ACP, then the 401. The 401 is the car that's on the tail end of the lead lap in 4th place. The race leader is the 111, who I don't think has crossed the line yet. I must have missed them.
Yeah, so the green flag is now out for the restart.
Yeah, and there's about 25, 30 cars through, but that's not the whole field by any stretch. They're all scattered around. We've got a group of 5 cars coming up from NASCAR 4 now. I think that's got GTR 1999 in it. Yeah, the field's very spread out. So here comes GTR 99 across the line now. So they are 33 seconds behind Thunder Bunny. There's even 10 seconds between Thunder Bunny and ACP, first and second. So yeah, very spread out restart.
Yeah, I feel like we've gotten.
Here's the 01. So that's how far behind they are.
I feel like we've basically gotten what we asked for. We asked for the race to settle into a rhythm, and now everyone's spread about a minute apart from each other.
Yeah, immediate rhythm.
Yeah. A little syncopation would be fine.
4 more cars coming across the line now, just to, again, demonstrate how spread out the field was. One of them is the 605. Still cars coming across the line, and we haven't had the car that took the restart. Here it is. This is the group of cars who took the restart in the lead. So across the line now, that's the Choice Racing car, and the 401, followed by the 2, ACP, 3 wide with the 111 race leader in the middle. Stratus, number 59, was on the inside of that group. Waiting for the next Team ACP car. There it is across the line. Gap is 10.9 seconds this time. Pretty identical lap times actually between the first and second place cars.
Yeah, did you? I heard you say Stratus. Was that talking about how they've taken the lead?
No, I was talking about the 59 who are back out there.
Okay, so on that lap was actually the lap, and here we see them now. The 58 is overtaking the 55, or the 555 rather.
I'd forgotten that the 555 was in the garage. So that yellow kind of helped them, but at the same time they're still in the garage, so they're going to lose positions. Actually, according to my timing, they're already 2 laps down. Stratus 58.
Yeah, that change happened about 3 minutes ago, so that makes sense. Okay.
And then Racer Motors have taken 3rd off of 94 Motorsports under that yellow. Another 15 laps before they catch Capstone. 18 laps before Stratus 59 catches 94 Motorsports. Camaro is still sat in the pits. There's also another black and white car sat in the pits. That was the 701, I guess.
Oh, there's a cart spun to the inside here at turn 5. The 127.
So there is.
Of the Pinnacle, I think that is.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah, 127 is Pinnacle.
They've recovered now. Managed to find a gap in traffic. Looks like that car's fine. Getting up to speed, as you'd expect.
Yeah, that might be more of a, just based on where they were sitting. That I would definitely believe they were pitched into a spin. Sitting 17th in GTO.
The leader comes across the line for another lap, 2:05.3, so that's much more of a pace. Getting tyres, brakes all heated up from the restart. Should have number 55 Here it comes across the line now. 207.3, so the gap's extending between the two leaders. We've seen Thunder Bunny. Actually, the pace is kind of between those two cars has been pretty even on average, I'd say. It seems to vary more with driver than anything else. We'll get GTR 99 across the line shortly, which has been, generally speaking, the class of the field all day. So we'll see if they can close the gap down. There comes GTR 99, 208.2, so poor lap for them, dealing with some of the spread out traffic as restart. 701 is that's a front running car in GP1, isn't it?
701 is.
I think it was earlier.
Yeah, they had just pitted out a second under that caution behind.
Okay, so
3.6.
yeah, there's significant work going on in the boot area behind the rear wheels, which obviously, in a sense, it's not an area you want to be having to do any work in a Porsche. Personal fastest lap, and is that not the fastest lap of the race for JTR? 201.4. 201.3 for Chill Out Systems. Oh, Chill Out Systems. When did they do that? A couple of laps ago. No, a couple of laps before they pulled into the pits. They do realise there's no race tomorrow, right? This isn't a qualifying session.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to make that point too. There's not
Yeah.
really a point in going for fast lap.
No, but they've Chill Out Systems a couple of laps before they pulled in and went to the garage. Did 201.3, which is the fastest lap of the race. JTR has just done a 201.4, and now there's a 2 minute 0.5 by JTR as they come across the line. So easily the fastest lap of the race. I think it really feels like it's cooled down here. So I'm not super surprised that we're starting to see faster and faster lap times, and that trend's probably going to continue.
To be honest, I kind of wonder how much of it is that the track itself. I see that the track itself has gotten cooler, but I also wonder how much that's affected the drivers too. And you know, because it's not just that the track temp has gone down. Oh, that's dicey. That's a car off in the gravel, or in the grass on the inside of the chicane. But I also wonder how much of that is just that now the wet bulb temperature has gone down, and now the drivers are going to be a little more comfortable, and you know, they're not going to be quite as fried mentally in the car.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very individual per car, depending on how good the cooling system is, the driver cooling system is, just the ventilation in each car, and also
you would think the chill out sponsored car would be.
Well, it's certainly what they would want to be the case. Camaro has come out of the pits, by the way. They've been under the bonnet of that car for the last half an hour or so on pit road. Seems to be running fine now. But yeah, it's also going to be individual to each driver, how many stints each driver's done, and how their just basic fitness and experience coming into this. Plus how difficult to drive each car is.
111 is gapping the 52 by about 2 seconds a lap.
The 85's just left the pits.
JTR has just broken into the 200s with a 20.5.
Thanks for the echo, Joseph.
That's crazy. No, but look at the. Well, do you have the delta in that? Because it's a 3/4 of a second improvement over their personal, over the class best, let alone the car's best.
Yeah, well, they'd done a 2 minute 1.4 the lap before. So yeah, it was a 9/10 improvement from that.
That is.
Like I said, it's being sat here, the weather is noticeably cooler.
Yeah.
Getting cooler like lap by lap, even being inside. The lack of there must be air conditioning here, otherwise I'd be dying.
Yeah. You would be.
Yeah.
You would be a lobster.
It felt very hot earlier, but I think as the sun's gone away. But yeah, that's going to be the same with the track as well. You're going to be taking energy out of the track because it's not been. We haven't had sun for an hour or so. The front of the field, ACP are really dropping away, but GTR 99's just come across the line and done a 202.2, which is way faster than anyone else other than JTR at the moment. Wilter Wind's just done their fastest lap of the race, but it's only a 207.0, so that car's doing well running in the top 10, considering the raw pace it has, I guess.
I am, I guess, curious to know how the Stratus 58 team is mentally geared for running this race. Because at this point, you have a little over 6 hours to go, and it's like you just kind of have to keep going. I mean, there's no point in pushing at all. You're just almost kind of in self-preservation mode. Maybe not even kind of. Like, you're extremely in self-preservation mode.
Yeah, especially as the Racer Motors car doesn't have a lot of pace either. Certainly, they're both running in the 208s, which actually, to be honest, the Stratus car was 1/10 of a second off its fastest lap last lap, so they aren't relaxing.
No, so much for that.
I mean, it's possible that they are guys who paid to be here and who want to go out and push a car somewhat hard.
You want to have fun with it.
Yeah, I'd be pretty annoyed if I spent the amount of money you have to spend to be here, particularly in the higher class cars, and then be told, all right, all you have to do is run around 20 seconds off the pace and we'll win. So do that.
Right.
Well,
bring it home.
It's really not why I came here. Or at least not why it's not why I paid my money.
Yeah.
So if we got pay drivers in the car, then that makes sense that it's still running hard. As it gets overtaken, that's why they're running very similar pace. Racer Motors is right behind the 58 and actually was fully alongside into turn 1 before the 58 outbroke them. So it's effectively first and second in class racing, but about 19 laps apart. It's not actually first and second in class because I think the capstone car's still there on timing, but obviously it's in the garage. And 701's left the pits, by the way. So,
the 401s, have they just put in a crazy slow lap?
They are down to, oh no, they've been fourth for a while. Crazy slow lap, 2:15. Which, if they're not in the pits, that is very slow.
Yeah.
And they're not in the pits.
I just got to notice that TLM pulled the gap like 8 seconds that lap. Something might be up with the 401 if we can get on board with them. I know Gabe and Brendan are working out camera issues at the moment, but that might be a developing story.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they are on the track.
Yeah, they look fine here, so maybe they've just had an off track. A spin and continue. Yeah, that's exactly it. So they've had a spin and continue out of turn 6.
So that's the 4th place car. TLM USA running 5th. Not that far behind them is the 420 Thunder car as well. TLM USA and Thunder Bunny were 2 cars that didn't catch the train during the last yellow flag before the green came out. GTR 99 is closing in, 2:04.5 that time. So it's perfectly reasonable that time. GTR 99 has closed in 3.5 seconds on Team ACP on that last lap. The gap, that's 3rd place catching 2nd, as we've got a car pulling off to the inside into turn 1, and that looks suspiciously. Is it Hannah?
Oh, is it the auto parked car?
Parking itself.
It sure is.
I don't think it is Hammer, is it?
Well, no, I wonder if it is, because I wonder if that might be the one trying to do an electronics reset.
They're now. I think actually it might be. I think it might be the one.
Yeah, that's what race log is showing.
Okay, they're now going to pull off to the inside onto the grass and through the cut through to get off the circuit. So that number 1 car was running 10th and had been running really strong for the last hour or so with exactly the pace of the leaders, just presumably waiting for safety cars that haven't come at opportune moments, and now that car is in the access roads to the paddock.
Scott, you had mentioned the 401 had a slow lap. They did have a spin.
Yeah, Joseph mentioned off exit of turn 6. So the number 1 car was, I caught it out of the corner of my eye right in front of me.
It's a flat tire.
Yeah, it was a lot of smoke and then a very sudden hard left turn before turn 1. So So obviously the driver realised it and got the car slowed down as quickly as possible. He's done absolutely the right thing.
Yeah.
That's going to do the minimum possible damage to the car. I've lost track of it actually. It must have already made it to the garage. Oh no, it's not. It's stuck.
Is it high-sided somewhere?
No, no, no. It's just in a maze of fences.
Okay.
Driver might have taken a wrong turn. But
I think he was being pointed through.
I can see. It's like watching someone in a maze while you've got a camera from above. I can see where he needs to go. I can see where the open fences are. There you go. He's found it. Yeah, so that car's going to get back to the pits, get back to the garage, get that fixed. But yeah, story of Hammer's day is yet another tyre problem at a really bad place in the track. I think all their previous ones have happened at better places on the track, and they've not lost as much time. Oh, he's taking another. I guess maybe that fence isn't open between around the Sunoco fuel station. This is unfortunately losing them time, just getting back to the garage. But that'll be them dropping out of the top 10. Luckily for them, they have another car queued right up behind them. So it's going to be the 01 moving into 10th place. There was a minute in between those cars. And we've seen more pace generally, I think, from the 01 today. So that's a big loss for Hammer.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, both cars have been pretty badly stricken with these electronics issues.
They're only 3 laps. They were only 3 laps down.
No, I know, but I mean, I feel like we hear about that almost every stint. Now, it's possible the other BMWs are doing the same issue. Maybe we'll hear more about that.
Yeah, we know the 401, which is an identical car, has been running part throttle. This is interesting. They're gonna come the back way through the garages, but not actually go to the garage. They're going out straight out into the pit box, to the pit lane, which kind of doesn't seem. I don't know. If you were a team that was pitted before that exit from the garage onto the pit lane, you'd be completely screwed here. You have to do a lap. So I'm surprised you're allowed to do this, but it's what they're choosing to do.
Yeah, I mean, they can always go to race control and
Race control could always ask them, right, you've got to come straight back in the next lap.
Or they could just dock them a lap. That's a possibility.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess at this point. But they're definitely going to be docked with this one. Yeah, they would lose more time if they were a team that was pitted in the first 2/3 of the pit lane, but lucky, I guess.
So we have crossed over into under 6 hours remaining.
Sorry, Joseph. GTR 99 has just taken second place from number 52 Italian Associates car on that lap. That caught me by surprise because there was quite a big gap, about 15 seconds, but GTR's just that much faster.
They made up like 3 seconds or 4 seconds that lap.
Yeah, and they've been averaging more like 7 or 8, so that's why that closed up surprisingly quickly. So that's GTR 99 into second. And they are significantly faster than Thunder Bunny as well. That gap's been closing down steadily. So I feel like I was calling exactly the same thing about 2 hours ago. GTR 99 clearing the rest of the field and then having a second gap to catch on.
Yeah.
Thunder Bunny. So yeah, we're back to where we were 2 hours ago by those things. Except perhaps that GTR 99. No, they're all in the same field position. So again, we're struggling to get a rhythm in this race. The race wants to have a rhythm, but we keep having it ruined by safety cars. We keep getting into the same position, starting a rhythm, and then reset again.
So, inside 6 hours ago, we should cut to an ad break, which we've been a little light on. When we come back, I think it'll also be time for us to do a little bit of a rundown, so we can update everyone on the podium places at the minimum for all 5 of our classes. So we'll take a brief commercial break now, and we'll be back on the other side with that rundown.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
really kind of at the apex here?
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
So we are now back on DriversEye Live, under 6 hours to go in the 14 hours of Daytona with World Racing League. Slightly abridged due to some lightning threats in the area about midway through the race, but we've been smooth-ish sailing since then. A few yellow flags, full course cautions, but nothing really substantial. A couple scary moments, but nothing too bad, to be honest.
The 172 is off in the grass exiting infield turn 2. Well, that's very odd. I have no idea how it's ended up there. If we have turn 3 on replay, we actually might be able to get it. Oh, that car's not well. I think it's got an issue on the right-hand side. He will have already come through here, but he's going to pull off into the access road at the exit of turn 3, make the hard left turn, and now duck into the onto the access roads that head back towards the paddock. That is a top 5 car. I didn't realize that car had still been up in the top 5. That is one of the only hiccups we've seen out of that number 172. I think we'll have just been off the lead lap, but that car has been super competitive all day, and just now, what appears to be some kind of issue on the left-hand side of the car that sent it off into the large grass runoff to driver's right, just right at the edge of that pit exit wall. Let's see here. Is this the replay, or did we transition back out of it?
I believe we're in replay here.
Yes,
Question
you're
mark?
right. Nope. No, that'll be more or less live because I can see that AOA car out the window.
Maybe it's exactly a lap ago.
We'll wait for Gabe to confirm, but I'm fairly sure that is not. Yeah, that's live. Here we go.
That
No,
wasn't
you can
referring
see
to
it
you?
there, just to the edge of the right of screen. I don't know if you can rewind that clip, Gabe, but you could just see it. You'll actually probably see the incident better from this camera. We could go back about 10 seconds, 15 seconds further than we were there. I think we'll see that car exit stage right.
So we got an update on the one with the tire issues that they've been running into.
Yes.
It was a right rear that went on them, just blew out, and a piece of tire took out the ABS sensor wire.
They should stop running that car with any of the aids that it's meant to be run with. The stability control isn't working. The ABS is no longer working.
The problem with that...
Here we go. shot, the right side of your shot here. Look for the bright yellow BMW M2. Well, that is it. Returning.
I think that's it. I mean, I don't. That really looks like it's basically.
Well, so my question is, how has it ended up in the grass, and why is that?
That's pulled off. That's pulled off to the side on purpose.
I understand that, but it ended up in the grass for some other reason. Then recovered, got back on track, and then pulled off again at the access road. So for some reason, that car has gone off into the grass, exiting turn 2, between turn 2 and the pit out.
Maybe a tire going down?
Possibly. I don't know. If
Flat
maybe
left rear on race control.
There we go.
3.
Flat. Well, the flat left rear would do it.
So, well, so going back to the issue with the one, I know you're being facetious, but there might be people out there who are basically thinking that, right? Not, in all seriousness, just drive without the driver aid. The problem is that car is built around the electronics. It's built to be driven with those driver aids on. It's not going to be a nightmare to drive, but it's not going to be pleasant to drive. It's not going to be fast. Honestly, those driver aids are part of the billing with these cars. So if they're not working, then you've got a completely different product.
Yeah, and turning them down to their minimal setting or turning them off in the car is not the same as just disconnecting the system. Right? I'm sure that the way those cars are wired, those systems are not fully independent of anything else, If there's an ABS sensor, maybe there's a wheel speed sensor that relies on the ABS sensor as well for information. I don't know. Tim obviously would know a lot more about those things than I would, but I can't imagine having wires and sensors ripped off the car are going to do that car any favors, and it wouldn't be the same as just turning the systems off. TLM has reemerged, by the way. Now, they won't get credit for the lap they started, obviously, right? That car was just driven into the paddock, had a new left rear tire put on it, and then reemerged a couple of minutes later.
Well, they actually never crossed the line again.
Well, but they won't get credit for the lap they started, right? They made it to turn 3, came into the paddock, and have come back out.
But they never crossed the line, so yeah, of course they would.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right, is now they've just started that lap again, basically. So this is going to end up being something like a separate lap for the number 172. Unfortunately, it's already dropped into 9th. Just ahead of the number 01 from him. I'm actually kind of impressed with how competitive those Hammer cars have stayed, given how many issues they've had.
Singular.
Well,
the
one was competitive up until it had its issue down here in turn 1.
That very last one.
Yeah, so they've been fighting this DCS issue all day, or DSC.
Every time we see an MPO1 in the pits, I assume trouble. We've got a 58, which is the race leader, I believe. Probably due for regular service, but I was holding my breath until they go back out again.
It's exactly due, as a matter of fact.
Cool. All right.
So finally, we have an NPO1 that's pit for scheduled service.
Well, both this and the Racing Motors cars have gone through a full cycle at this point, and in fact, I would expect the Racing Motors car to be in the pits. It's coming around NASCAR 4, I think. I would. Ooh,
what am I hearing?
I'm hearing Le Mans coverage as Racer Motors comes in the pits, exactly as I expected them to. And I believe this will, in fact, I know this will be Billy Smith getting in the car. He's just texted me to tell me that. But also not to expect anything special because the car is seriously wounded.
I'm going to blame Joseph for that.
What?
Have you been watching Le Mans?
I unmuted it briefly. I didn't realize it was going to come through.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not watching. Where is that coming from? Ooh, slow car exiting NASCAR turn 4. We'll catch that on the start-finish camera if we have it.
Hazard lights on and everything.
Is that the choice BMW?
Could be.
511?
Yes.
Okay. Made that easy.
So they were slightly uncompetitive already?
That car's down at the right front for sure. Ooh, and maybe not under the most control at the moment.
Where I think I'm going with this is I think I think this is a combination of the high loads on these tires and also the fact that there are curbs and pieces of debris and things. I think it's an all of the above situation. These tires are under so much stress that and you're putting so much heat through them that I think they're just ultra fragile.
But they have completely stopped, which is an odd thing to do if it's a tire problem.
Well, right. And it wasn't accelerating coming off.
And it seems to be trying to recycle the electrics as well, because the hazard lights keep coming on and off.
It is definitely low at the right front, right? I'm not imagining.
I can't see that.
Well, you can't see it.
No, apparently not.
Well, that's okay.
The 59 in the pits.
It is almost certainly the 511. Yeah.
Well, that car is salmon, and actually that car wasn't that uncompetitive though. They were running 12.
No, that's another one. I feel like they've had a bunch of issues all day, and then just have suddenly they appear in the top 10, and you're like, well.
The obvious answer to that is, of course, they've had problems all day. It's a BMW, but there are so many BMWs that statistically, if a car's going to have a problem, it's likely to be one.
That is the 983 going really wide. Sorry, 986. Really wide at the exit of turn 3. That is a really good catch.
Yeah,
It's a good catch by the driver, and it's a good catch by a producer.
Yeah, I would never have seen that. That is a great catch.
He's had a couple of those.
Yeah.
Still struggling to get this 511 back.
Yeah, this
Can you
end up
tell
being
which corner
a
that
yellow.
puncture's on?
I think it's the right front, but I am not, We're a couple hundred yards away and 100 feet off the ground,
I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at the fact that on my timing screen, every single GTU is on a pit lap.
they were all routine.
When did we get the 59 back?
It was a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was while you were on a walk.
Oh, 172 is out.
But by now, I imagine the 59's relatively close to not being last in class.
Oh, I see.
5 laps from passing 9.4.
I want to make a quick aside. We've got really good uptake here. Now, this is another event where GTO's eaten up a lot of the entry list, but GP 1, 2, and 3 are all 12 entries or 12 or 13 entries, which is and running, right? Well, not running, but took the green flag, which most of the time you get one of these classes that just kind of doesn't show up, and they all have kind of shown up, and it's really cool to see.
I think they're going to try and hot pull this 511.
Yeah, good.
Already got safety vehicles out there.
We should keep an eye on the skies.
I am doing.
Yeah, I'm not convinced we're going to get thunderstorms, but there is a lot of rain projected to build up in the next 30 to 45 minutes here.
I think some of that might bring. I'll say this. I think we might be fortunate if we get out of this without lightning, but I would love to see it because I really want to see how this race changes if we throw some moisture into it.
Yeah, and I think that could be where we're headed. A slow lap from GTR, by the way, 2:17.7.
Car stopped and continued at turn 3, so keep an eye on that car as it makes its way around the circuit.
What car is that, guys?
The one that you were just talking about.
Yeah, what car is the 99? What type is it?
Oh, it's BMW.
M4?
Yeah.
GT4?
Yeah.
That is one of the few cars that has been immune from really any major issues today. I don't think I've seen that 99 stripe once.
I think you're right. I would also say neither is the 111 or 52, for that matter.
Well, one of the few.
Right? We see a bunch of BMWs have problems, and you look at the top of the timing screen, it's still a bunch of BMWs. So
they've all just had problems in equal measure.
No, there's so many of them that there are still some left that haven't had problems.
So how's the 401 lost all this time? Did they pit out of sequence?
Oh no, that wasn't them. I was thinking they pitted to change tires.
They had a very long stop.
It just had a long stop right before the last yellow.
I wonder if they did.
And it dropped them onto the tail end of the lead lap.
I wonder if they did tires.
They didn't. I was watching.
Oh, interesting.
It was just a long stop.
They must have been
very
doing
strange.
something.
That's GTR 99 going into.
What kind of car is the 401?
It's a BMW.
I mean, they all are.
Yeah, no, Scott's point is apt. I mean, there are a lot of BMWs here.
Speaking of
Just sheer
BMWs, look who's possibly pretty close to moving back into the top 10
Five's back.
for the first time since the start of the race. That'd be the 696.
Gabe's
By the way,
crushing it, bringing Kevin back
the message I just put into our private Discord, I would like to just apply that ad nauseum to the entire of the race.
No idea, huh?
No. The
Or
one
the
right
three
before
question marks. Fascinating. Well, it's a good one to have back.
Yeah, this race is kind of a stumper, to be honest. The only car that seems to me like it's an obvious favorite is kind of the 99, and if they have a mechanical, I don't know what I think is going to happen.
I think the
111.
Yeah, 111 because of the short pit stops is going to be interesting.
Depending on driver rotation, right, is the caveat there, because we know there is one driver in that car that has lost some time, just relative to its teammates.
Sure,
his or her teammates doesn't mean that they're slow. It's just okay when that driver was in the car.
We're allowed to call people slow. I'm sorry, we can call people slow.
That's fair. The 58 is his pull to the apron coming off of oval turn 4. Thought about coming into the pits, but picked it back up and has carried on. The 401 is in, and am I right in saying that's not on schedule?
That seems really early to me.
It's at least 8 laps early, I think.
Yeah, it's 13 laps early.
There you go.
Another pickup from Gabe with a Mazda just running nowhere near. Actually,
that's
more or less
bottoming out the car over the curb.
Yeah, that's just a questionable line. GTR 99 across the line, looking perfectly fine after it stopped.
Yeah,
and
206
continued
flat
above.
that time.
I can tell you the 58
there,
is
thereabouts.
very aggressively not due.
Not due.
It was odd. He just lightning.
He's slow.
Oh, 58. Sorry, I thought you were saying the 401. Do we think the 401's on time?
401's also not due.
Okay.
No, that car's definitely early.
Yeah,
they're just doing fuel at the moment.
Yep.
Is that car in the lead lap still? I think with the 99 having gone by, it's just fallen off the lead lap.
They were at the last restart. They were stuck on the tail end of the lead lap.
Yeah, I think they've fallen off the lead lap here. Now they bring the air jacks out. Car goes up, front and rear. They bring out, what else? A right rear tire.
This is the 401.
Yeah.
That was the tire that they said that they were destroying. So
it is, and wasn't that car, it was off pace for a while, running,
well,
half throttle around the banking, but it picked back up into the 4s and 5s, didn't it?
Yeah,
After
and
the restart.
that was the thing that Scott had said was why it seems capricious almost how much that strategy is changing. And
I wonder if they're feeling pressured. Okay, we're getting closer to the end of the race. The temperatures are coming down. The sun's gone behind, the heavier clouds. Now we can start pushing a little bit more. But it hasn't worked that way at all.
Yeah, I don't know how much of this is. The thing that's curious to me is I wonder how many of these are.
Sorry, lunge from a Pinnacle car and a Stratus car around the outside at turn 1.
Has anyone got the race control log?
I've got it.
Did the 696 just get a 1-lap penalty?
Yes, passing under yellow.
Okay.
As did the 172 for TLM, as did the 987.
Yeah, the JTR car, number 696, was just about to move into the top 10, I think. But now they're down to 15th again.
I'll say this about that JTR car today. I think that car has been kept in contention, not necessarily in races, but in the overall points tally by virtue of picking up,
this is 58,
fairly regular wins, and now it's come back into the pits and running well on a consistent basis. So even if it doesn't win, it'll pick up points. It's in 15th.
It just dropped down because it got that 1 lap.
Sure, but this is a double points race, so normally it would pick up a really good result once a weekend.
I think it's still got a chance of finishing 9th, maybe.
Sure, but finishing 9th or 10th and getting double points for a 9th or 10th is not the same as finishing 1st or 2nd in
It's
one
better
race.
than finishing 11th.
That's very true on a double points weekend.
Yes.
But my point is more, there's no reset and regroup for tomorrow. It's
Yeah.
this is what you have. And they've been on the back foot so much today that instead of having a half solid weekend and getting good points out of at least one of the days, out of today, they're going to get double credit for at least as things run right now, a kind of mediocre result.
You know what's
it's
interesting?
5 hours
to
left,
m-
so I'm getting ahead of myself. But
Interesting to me that we do have a solid handful, of decent running non-M4s in GTO, right? And for the most part, 111 notwithstanding, they really haven't been able to take advantage of these electrical issues that we think are plaguing the M4s.
It's because there are too many of them.
Excuse me. Maybe it is just a numbers game.
And yeah, because you can't take advantage of the problems plaguing the M4s when there are still 3 or 4 M4s left that haven't had any problems. So yeah, it's just where we are with WRL at the moment, where it's BMW Cup with a few exceptions.
Good catch, Brendan. I hadn't noticed it.
Looking at it, like, this doesn't feel... You can't still have 5.5 hours to go, can we?
Maybe we'll get bonus racing because of the red flag.
I think we may have failed to reset after the last race was in Central Time, and now we have come back to Eastern Time.
All right, we're back. We figured it out.
Awesome. Nailed it.
Having said all that, the last few hours since the red flag have gone very quick.
They have, yes.
I think we've only got 4.5 hours to go.
Because we're not sitting in the sun anymore.
Number 2 car in the pits, but they've been uncompetitive all day. 58's still in the pits, by the way, so that's a significant problem.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of buffer, but it might be. 15 laps is their lead right now over Racer Motors.
Are W2W and Thunder Bunny the only top teams not running M4s?
762 is now in a Ginetta, having previously run a Porsche.
Oh, so the Ginetta's now in the top 10.
Yeah. Pinnacle, both the 326 and the 127. Yep.
Yeah,
that's
it's
basically
wild
it.
how much of that, and it's the same. Well, maybe they just haven't put out an Evo since then, but it's interesting that they're all 2018s.
Yeah. Well, that'll be not necessarily a previous gen. Ooh, full course yellow. Why has that happened? Oh, we don't have lightning in the area, do we?
I don't see a streak.
Yes, we do.
Is that blue light on?
on?
Ah!
Okay.
Dang it. Bummer. So something interesting is happening here. They've called the 111 in, and they've... no, sorry, it's a 99. They've brought that number 99 in.
Was it due? Probably.
It's close, but I think what they've done here...
3 laps. It's 3 laps out.
I think what they've done, as the windshield wipers come on that car, I think what they've done is to bring him in, get him to the end of pit out, and force the 111 to pit after the red flag is over.
I think this is the move. I think that's exactly what they needed to do.
I think it's very clever and very sharp.
Fair enough.
It's happening quite a bit now. They've called the double yellow. It's become very obvious that we're about to go red. Everybody's due, but this is going to catch that number 111 out when we come back from this inevitable red flag.
I think it's raining.
You might be right.
It's really hard to... The window's not that clean, so it's...
Wow.
The turn 5 camera is also a little sort of smudgy, for lack of a better word. I don't really know what else to call that.
Looking against the black building, I'm pretty sure I can see it. It's not raining hard if it is raining.
That's so funny. All the
58s. I was about to say that this is a really lucky break for the 58, but they've just left it pit, so their car's obviously fine.
Yeah, they're going to go and sit at the end of pit lane, as is the 52.
That's the 52 that's being held. I think
the 0-1
it's not the 52, it's the 2.
Sorry, what? That car used to be the 52.
Don't think so.
There's the 58.
They've usually been the 2 and the 9, haven't they?
Oh, and the 52.
They've had 3 cars historically.
I don't know. I've had
So where is the 111 at the
52 is the more
moment?
colourful one.
Is the 111 in the pits, or has it been caught behind the queue?
It's definitely not in the pits.
If it's been caught, sorry, I meant in front of the safety car, sort of headed towards pit entrance.
99 coming out of their box, but they're going to be, they're going to end up joining the queue.
Yeah, it's not going to matter.
That has 99 come and gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're in the queue at the end of the pits.
As has the 983, although that car is less relevant than it was a couple of hours ago.
969 as well. This might get them a lap back. Well, the lap back that they lost to a penalty recently. The 01's in the pits as well.
I don't think it's going to let anybody get a lap back because I think the 111 is going to have to.
Is that the? Sorry, are we looking at the 99 or are we looking at the 111 here?
99 is the fourth car in line.
Correct.
Okay. It looks purplish on my screen. I want to make sure.
The obvious sign is the wing hanging way off the back of the car. That's the
Okay.
99. But yeah, it's definitely the 99.
Oh, so the 111 has actually been picked up by the safety car. They have actually picked up the leader there. So when is the 111 going to be due? Oh, oh, man. The 52 and the 421 have it kind of been equally. It's not that they've been burned, but the 99 got really lucky with where they were on track when the yellow came out, that they were able to dive in and not get stuck behind the queue. They've essentially gotten this pit stop for free. As long as they can make good pace on that outlap.
Look at the car that's in front of them.
It's a 9.4 Lexus.
No. Here, no, because So what you're saying is, if the 111 can make its pit stop while these guys are coming back around after they've been released,
It should be fine because the safety car is going to have to do a full lap before they can then come in the pits. By then, the GTR, even that Lexus, will have caught up. Or got very close to catching up because that will have to do 2 laps while the safety car does 1, and the safety car is pretty slow. So, yeah, that's probably going to work out. It's just going to shuffle GTR 99 up in the queue.
Yeah, it's not going to cost anybody any laps, and I don't think anybody's going to get a lap.
No, well, definitely not because
Back?
the 696 at least definitely isn't because it's behind the 99.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
Don't hang on a second because I've confused the 2 and the 52 again.
Brendan. Enjoy report now.
Yeah, so it's the 2 at the end of pit lane. Is that right?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No, look at how many. Look at the bots. Oh my goodness.
Have we had a problem?
Holy cow, have we ever?
Oh, that's a problem. Oh, I didn't. Oh boy. Now I'm just putting them in timeout.
That'll teach. Ooh, that might be better actually. They might not know. Can you shadow ban?
I just hide user on this channel.
Yeah,
but
can you
it
shadow
just
ban?
creates. It creates accounts constantly. Well, this didn't go how I wanted.
I don't think it went how anybody wanted.
There's the red. Gabe, can we do ads to kind of kick this thing off before we settle into podcast mode again?
Yeah, let's give Gabe a couple minutes to queue some up.
Yeah.
That is yeah. I mean it's
This
obviously
this is actually a little bit unusual for Florida. You don't usually get 2 hits. I guess it's because we kind of only got skimmed by the last one.
Yeah,
like it didn't take enough energy out.
That direction.
Yeah. It's like we've ended up with 2 different systems because we didn't really get the first one properly. Yeah.
This second one might give us a little bit of a deluge.
Oh yeah.
A little bit. Just
Yeah,
a
we're
skosh.
gonna get moist here in about 14 minutes, according to this app.
So let's see how durable the cameras are. No, they should be fine.
Yeah, if we're all set up to do some, yeah, let's go for it. Let's take care of our commercial responsibilities here. Say hi to Hagerty, Sentinel, and of course Cooper Tires, and come back on the other side and settle in again for a red flag delay again, and yeah, see what we get coming up to the last little stanza here of the World Racing League 14 Hours of Daytona on DriversEye Live. Back in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
We're back. Oh, okay.
There we go. Back at Daytona International Speedway, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company, despite all the challenges that we've been thrown over this afternoon. From our side, I think it's actually been a pretty solid day, all things considered, but the racing has just never really found its rhythm or found its groove here.
No, we basically ended up with a 3-part race.
Yes,
and even the parts that we've had aren't especially coherent.
No, it's actually just felt. No, pardon the having just.
I don't know where you're going with this.
No. It's just felt like survival. Literally, like, don't get eliminated. You know, MXC style. Don't get eliminated. That's exactly what it's been. You know,
right,
thank you. If you've had issues, it's just been about minimizing their impact. And to be fair, some of the teams that have had issues have actually done a pretty decent job at minimizing the trouble it's caused them. Now, there have been subsequent issues. You know, the Hammer car obviously had their problem. They stayed roughly in contention, and then the 1 had its flat tire. The 983 has kind of fallen away. It's just been, stay on track, and if you do have an issue, just don't let it affect your running so significantly. But it's left us with only a handful of cars at the top, and while I had been waiting for some of those cars to kind of find clever ways to get back into contention, I'm not sure it's actually on the cards. It just sort of feels like the majority of teams and drivers, or teams and cars, have kind of taken their hits already, and we don't have any really coherent pathway forward other than to reset the race with those 3 or 4 cars left in contention. Now, anything can still happen. That could turn the race on its head. A problem for the 99, problem for the 111, but it kind of feels like that's what we're looking at now: 52, 111, and 99.
Yeah, which I don't think is. I mean, it's not that unusual to have to be at about 4.5 hours to go in a race and have 3 obvious contenders. I think that's probably par for the course. Now we're gonna end up losing, at a minimum, we're gonna end up losing about 2.5 hours in running, right? By the time the system moves through, it'll probably be more. Hopefully not much more. I don't know. There's a part of me that kind of wonders, depending on how long this system lingers, could we be looking at a situation where we're looking at maybe 1 or 2 stops to the end? Is it going to be that kind of race? Because that could be tense. That could be a really interesting dynamic that we don't tend to get here.
Well, that's just the thing. I don't think anybody knows. I think, we knew that first stoppage at 2, 3 o'clock was going to be coming.
Right.
99% sure,
Yeah.
But I'm not entirely sure that anybody knew this was coming. I think everybody was trying to set themselves up for the end of the race, or, at least make sure that they were still going to be competitive over the next couple of hours. And now, instead of thinking you had maybe 4.5, 5 hours left of running out on track and pit strategy and all those calls that can, make little differences, you might only have 2 hours when we go back to green.
Yeah.
2.5,
Yeah.
And that will throw its own chaos into the strategy decisions, and really limit what some teams can do. The exception there is the 99, because that could end up being a race-winning type of call.
Yeah,
Getting the car into the pits.
I definitely think so. And if you've got a situation that they're in now where you're up against a car that over the course of the race has been able to put in pit stops that are faster than yours, right? You don't want to go head to head with that. Both cars are capable of fast lap times depending on who's in them, which is going to be its own decision that they're going to have to talk about as a team. So yeah, I think they've absolutely made the right strategy call. So they've done everything they can to put the race in their court, and so we'll see how things shake out with this wave around. We'll see how the timing works out, but whether it works out or not, I think it's as you say, the correct decision.
So you're aware of what's going on here. Scott is in a race for his life to try and go down and get some food before it starts to pour. Actually, don't remember. Oh, he's got a Nissan. Let's see if I can pick him out.
Is he getting pizza?
He is not.
I had a request on YouTube to bring back Pizza Talk.
I saw that.
Hey.
The question is, what kind do you think Carroll Shelby liked?
Carroll Shelby.
You know what? I could see him being a deep dish guy.
I was thinking Supreme.
Yeah, I could see that. Do you think Carroll Shelby liked black olives, though? I don't know.
Do you think his taste changed after the heart transplant? Do you think he was like, I don't know.
Tone down the spicy, a little bit less on the peppers?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he was a no-nonsense guy,
Just straight pepperoni?
Is that no nonsense?
Just dough.
Yeah, no nonsense. Just cheese, sauce, and pepperoni.
Not even. Just give him the dough. Just spin it and send it.
I'll cook it myself.
Absolutely no sauce. There's no moisture.
Yeah.
I don't deal with the Italian stuff.
The problem is Carroll Shelby probably made his own pizza. It was the best pizza that anybody had ever seen, and people just made imitations of it for the next 60 years.
There's a Ford versus Ferrari joke in here, right?
No, it's more referring to the Shelby Cobra replicas that dot the landscape.
Is it?
Yeah.
No.
I never saw Ford versus Ferrari.
I didn't either. I meant more the
pretty good.
American, sports car magnate and the Italians.
No, I mean more about people latch onto one car that they like.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah.
And then they
What
just
does that
make
have to do with-
replicas of it for.
What does that have
years
to
and
do
years
with
and years.
pizza?
It was a metaphor
For what?
for Carroll Shelby cars.
It was a bad one.
You ever think about how AJ Foyt was such a good driver and such a bad team owner? You
I
ever think
mean,
about that?
how many
Horrible.
team owners?
Horrible.
How many team owners would walk into victory lane and slap the winning driver up the back of the head?
Would Woody Hayes please step to the front of the room, please? No, I did some Wikipedia sleuthing, and I think I've told you guys in the Slack. I think that the AJ Foyt downfall was precipitated directly by putting AJ the fourth in the car. Because like if you look at that, the diverting resources to give AJ a car, they haven't had a driver finish in the top 10 in IndyCar points since Ayrton Dare in like 2002.
Maybe we're just not giving Ayrton Dare enough credit.
That's entirely possible. But I
Also, in fairness, the level of competition in the IRL stepped up in 2002.
yeah, no, I know, but that's not as fun.
It's not, but I intend to ride this early 2000s IRL discussion train to the station.
I don't know. I think it's a little Laurent redundant.
Oh, nice! I saw a picture of Laurent Redon.
Congratulations!
He was a Minardi test driver. You said the
Okay.
magic word? It was Minardi.
Was that a question mark or a statement? I
No,
couldn't
he
tell.
was in like 1998. It was a picture of Esteban Tuero and Shinji Nakano on the left and right, and Laurent Redon in the middle, which I assume is like the trinity of late 90s open wheel drivers
You think we can get him into WRL?
that were given more opportunities than they deserved.
One of these days, I'm gonna just call out one of these drivers whose career just didn't quite take off, and they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, they're a driver coach in WRL." All right, sorry.
I have a feeling we already discussed this on Slack earlier this week.
I don't
Did
remember
we?
the context.
I mean, you guys know how I communicate. I just say a thing and I put my phone down, and I forget about it. So.
I think we're gonna get a little damp here.
Oh, that's true. We do have two IndyCar drivers in the
Whoa.
field, don't we?
Let's flash the lightning there off the distance. Do we?
If we're talking about IndyCar drivers, yeah, we've got
Oh, Stanton Barrett.
Stanton Barrett is in the field,
I
as
forgot
well
to bring that up.
as Pippa Man.
I forgot to bring up the fact that Stanton Barrett was here. We have missed out on that.
Well,
I
there's
forgot.
been an awful lot of stunt driving today.
I thought he had qualified for Indy.
Did he not?
No, he was at the NQ
Wow.
in 2009, which
Can we get
also seems a lot farther away than I thought it was.
Can we
I
get
thought it was
Stanton?
more recent than that.
Can we get Stanton Barrett in the booth? Can you go down and talk to Stanton Barrett?
I have literally no idea what he looks like. I'm
Okay,
sure I
well,
can find out, but I have.
I'll
no
send you
clue.
his Wikipedia page. All right, that's Stanton Barrett. He's still racing. Well, no, I mean not super actively, but he's still putting in part-time efforts in Cup as of 20 and 20.
Yeah, finished 38th at the 2020.
Okay, you don't have to call him out.
Go Bowling 235. Oh, that was the road course race, wasn't it? Yeah.
So I know we're taking shots, but like,
Oh, there's
I
no
don't
shot
know.
there. No.
I
I
kinda-
haven't attempted to qualify for the Indy 500. I have no place to take shots at Stanton Barrett.
No, but I kind
None.
of like if you look at how long his career has been, right? It's like he hasn't really been able to put together anything full time. But like the fact that he's been scrapping for as long as he has is pretty impressive, to be honest.
It's because he's good. What kind of pizza do you think he likes?
Stan Barrett?
Oh, that's a
Hawaiian.
good question.
Hawaiian.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
Just seems like a pineapple guy.
See, I was thinking mushrooms.
He did run Stadium Super Trucks last year. I'm gonna point that out.
Yeah, do you think a Jumpy Trucks guy is a mushroom guy? I don't know.
I feel like
Jumpy Trucks guy seems like a Hawaiian.
you know what he is? He's a barbecue chicken kind of guy.
I thought about barbecue chicken, but I settled on the Hawaiian instead.
No, Stanton Barrett is a barbecue chicken pizza kind of guy. Because he's not. He looks at your standard issue pizza composition. He's like, that's not for me. I'm not interested in it. I want barbecue, and I want it now, and I want it on this pizza dough.
I can see it. All right.
You know what's kind of weird? You ever think about how barbecue chicken is always like a ketchup based barbecue when it's on pizza? You never get like vinegar based.
That would be horrendous.
I'm kind of curious to be like what
No.
like what would it be like?
That's a bad move.
I don't know. Because you're coming at it from a position of it's the whatever the sauce is has got to be tomato based, right?
No, heck no.
I think it is.
I'm a buffalo chicken guy.
That's
to the end
barely
of
pizza.
time. I don't care. It's delicious.
That is no. What that is it's the biggest fluffiest nacho chip you could find.
Here's the problem. You haven't had the right buffalo chicken pizza.
No, I'm not saying it's not good.
Uh-oh.
I like it. Oh, it's getting grayer.
Yeah,
I liked it more when it was just dark blue.
The wrong gray.
Yeah.
What's going on there? Actually, that's a bit peculiar.
It's compression.
Oh yeah. Too much gray.
No, I'm not saying anything against buffalo chicken pizza as a concept. I'm just saying like I'm not sure that's real pizza.
Well, in what world is anything that doesn't have tomato sauce as a base actual pizza? Like it doesn't matter.
You know what? Maybe.
Notice how the thunderstorm to the north and east of Daytona looks like Italy.
Grazie ragazzi.
If Italy were a stiletto.
You know that Stanton Barrett is the godson of Paul Newman?
I did not.
In 2015, Barrett directed his first movie, a film titled Navy SEALs vs. Zombies.
Was he in it?
No, he produced it, or he directed it.
I have never seen this film. It may shock you to learn.
I won't spoil it for you.
What kind of pizza was in the movie?
This could be the clue. This is the clue.
Gabe, we need your help, man. We need your input on pizza here.
I server muted him.
Tell us in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, Gabe, come on. We have been tuned out.
Dude, I tuned you guys out a half hour ago.
Yeah.
Gabe asked us what the question was.
Best pizza, go.
Did you know that Stanton Barrett's mom was a World Cup alpine ski racer? And she won the bronze medal in the women's slalom in the 1966 World Championships in Portillo, Chile.
No idea.
Isn't that
So
crazy?
there's athletic lineage there.
We may have to rethink the barbecue chicken then.
Because his dad was also a stuntman. So there's Stan and Stanton.
Oh, it is very subjective, Gabe. but
Gabe,
we
don't
intend
dance around the
to-
question. It's a very simple answer.
We intend to grill you on it. The answer's
Gabe's
gonna
gonna
be
give us
Hawaiian.
something like gluten free is the way to be or something. Like that's
fine. If that's his jam, go for it.
Yeah, cauliflower crust only.
Oh, cauliflower crust is the worst. Oh my god.
Is it really?
I hate it. I can't
Well,
stand it.
Sure. Some people don't have a choice.
Yeah, do chicken base or whatever. You can get gluten-free pizza that's not cauliflower.
True.
Like you can do dough that doesn't have gluten in it. It tastes fine.
But is it
Gabe,
vegan? That's the thing.
we understand it's subjective. We would like your subjective answer. We're not looking for objectivity here. It's a question about pizza.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
We want your
correct on this.
opinion, and then we're going to give you a hard time for it anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So while Gabe figures that out, gentlemen, what
Start your-
pizza best works with Tim's camo shorts? Go.
That
I'm gonna
is
go back to buffalo chicken.
mushroom and onion. Oh no.
What pizza goes
Did
good?
somebody mention Tim's camo shorts, or are we going to get in trouble?
No, he mentioned them to us.
He said he was wearing them specifically for you.
Nice.
Gabe has come in with a heater of an answer. Just an absolute, just straight down the middle, 100 mile an hour. I'm a cheese pizza with basil kind of pizza fan. The basil cannot be overcooked though, and it also, this is pivotal, has to be New York size slices. That is to a point.
That is way overthinking it.
No,
Yeah.
Gabe does not play. Gabe does not miss. Respect
Listen,
to Gabe.
No. Listen, slice size does make a big difference to the pizza.
Oh, sure, on delivery.
experience. No,
You know what's
what's your taste gonna be?
No, you know what's an abomination, and I'll go on record as saying this. I'm
Roasted
gonna
tomato?
go. I'm gonna go against my home, my where I was born and raised. Square cut pizza.
What?
Especially, have you never seen this?
Like Detroit style?
I'm gonna let you finish. Go on.
Square cut pizza, where like especially when it's like a circular pizza that they
that's
just
a train
cut
wreck.
like lat longitude. That is the most insane
Yeah,
thing.
no, there's no excuse for that.
I
I don't
then-
understand that.
No, and then inevitably somebody just ends up with a tiny little piece that's like half crust, and it's just you might as well not even bother. Unbelievable.
I'm so hungry.
Did Scott make it?
I actually don't know. I have been looking for him, but I can't quite tell where he parked. I would have thought the blue polo would have made
Okay.
him stick out.
Does
stick
he
out
have
like a sore
does he
thumb.
have a telephone that will respond to text messages?
Well, you could also text him to find out if he made
I
it.
don't have his phone number.
Really?
Why would I?
I don't know. Your buddies.
Okay.
Well, so if anybody in the paddock has seen Scott, let us know.
Yeah, we're if you haven't, we've got a bunch of milk jugs that we're about to screen print his face onto.
Brendan's hungry. We need to help him.
Yeah. Three stationary guys and Denny leading GP3.
Who are still faster despite being stationary.
Yeah, you wouldn't think zeros could be greater than zero, but it turns out.
You know, I was really afraid you were gonna say any type of square pizza is no good, and I was willing to fight you on that.
No.
Billion guy?
If it's
Costco has a great square pizza.
no, here's the thing. I'm cool with pan pizza, like square pan pizza. I think square pan pizza it might actually be perfect. So that's not where I'm coming from with that. I'm talking about this like thin crust, square cut, circular pizza nonsense. It drives me crazy. That anybody thought that was a better option than just 3 or 4 just right across the middle slices. Unbelievable. You can look it up. if you want. You also don't have to if you don't want to. Brendan, what are you up to?
Responding to memes in the WRL Racers group.
Oh no. I'm gonna be honest. I hear people talking over the PA and they're not us. I just assume
Yeah.
that there's been a B boop pending it. A la Coda. That's right. Coda, the season finale for the World Racing League.
First weekend in
It
December.
is. Yeah. Of what?
December?
No, I thought he said September. Yes, first weekend in December.
Yeah, it's usually the 3rd and 4th or wherever that falls.
It's a solid weekend. Weather's nice in Austin. Down at Coda, you've got Candy. Shoot, what's it called? I was gonna say Candy Cane Lane, but I don't think that's it.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Whatever it is with the Christmas light display. All in all, a pretty good experience.
You're responding
And
to
great
one
racing.
meme. Plural memes. Unbelievable.
Responding to a meme in the WRL Racers group. That made me
Thank
sound
you.
less productive. And my baseline is talking about pizza during a red flag at Daytona, so, you know.
You consider this to be productive.
Just crested a third of the way through them all.
If you know how like IMSA has like colors that denote each class or whatever?
Yes.
What would you do for like pizza flavors for each class?
Oh my gosh. I'm not doing this.
What would you do? Like what do you think you would do?
That doesn't make sense.
Like if you had to assign a pizza flavor to each class and you were like, "Oh, this is the pepperoni
Oh,
pizza
I see
class."
what you mean. I failed to understand how colors were involved there, and then it turns out that they weren't.
No. I'm just that was an allegory.
Yeah,
sorts.
I got it. GTU is thin crust.
Okay.
That is
Oh, I thought we were doing toppings.
It could be any combination.
Styles.
Yeah.
GTU is definitely thin crust.
I was gonna say GTU sausage because it's always falling off.
Interesting.
I'll buy that. I think I'm gonna stick with my thin crust answer. For me, the sausage though I get.
What about GTO?
How is race control not disqualified us? Like I've been watching the race log, and how have they not issued us a penalty for what we're doing?
Because we don't have a number. Checkmate.
Here's the deal. People can mute us online. If we were still going out over the PA, I would not be having this conversation because we would be holding several hundred people hostage in the paddock, being forced to listen to us talk about pizza.
We're still holding 120 people inexplicably.
No, I know, but they could all mute us if they
That's
don't
true.
want to be listening. You can't mute the PA.
Well, oh my god. Are you thinking about what I'm thinking about?
No.
7 a.m. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Anyway, nobody gets that. Nobody who's
No.
there'll be about a handful of people.
Actually,
Pinky might be the only person who remembers what we're talking
I
about.
don't think he's here.
Is he not? I thought he was. I thought he. Oh, because he's driver coaching for MLT, and MLT's not here.
No, yeah, he's no, definitely not here.
Where is MLT?
Fixing their car? I don't know.
Yeah.
They've had a pretty rough go of it.
Didn't they win prototype challenge at Mid Ohio? Or am I
Oh, I don't know. I actually hadn't paid attention.
trying to remember? Obviously, those are very different cars.
Completely, yes.
But it is. I mean, it is kind of cool when you see these teams with IMSA presence is kind of dipping into WRL. It's kind of.
I'll tell you what. Not to wax lyrical about this, but
Oh
I
boy.
just, no,
Get the tissues out, everyone.
driving
GTO is
around
deep
the
dish.
service road.
Thank you, thank you,
Stuck
JT.
on pizza. That's fair. I'll buy that. You got to use a fork and knife to get through it. A lot of, a lot of substance.
Very deep
there.
field.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
No, I'll buy that.
Whole lot of
Buy that.
content.
Yep. No, I'm good with that. I driving around the service road, working on batteries and stuff like that. You watch cars
Making your
come
way
out of the
downtown.
tank, walking fast, faces passing them homebound. Anyway, DMCA. Headed down into
Secretary
turn
Cruz.
5 and watching cars set up passes and come around the corner. Like, there wasn't really anybody taking it very easy. People were pushing on. You could tell we had been at this for a couple hours already. And the race was in sort of a different phase than when we started. It was transitioning towards nighttime. It just feels like a race, like anything you would watch on TV
Yeah.
or you would attend in person. It doesn't feel like we're watching, we're certainly not watching crap cans. We're not watching,
Yeah.
amateur drivers drive around in circles for track time. I mean, this is really competitive. The cars all have liveries. Most of them have sponsors, meaningful sponsors.
Oh, thank God for vinyl wraps. I feel like
Yeah,
that by
right?
itself is like has raised the quality of some of
sure.
these series just visually by leaps and bounds.
For sure, it does make a difference. And I don't know, it just felt like I might as well have been here for the Rolex, and this was Michelin Pilot Challenge or something, something to that effect. And there were people in the stands.
That's right.
There's
Affiliated with
parking lots
teams, but
full of cars. It's still, yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you wouldn't know it. If you just showed up, you were here for Cars and Caffeine, Hagerty Cars and Caffeine down in the paddock earlier. 200 some people showed up to hang out, talk about cars, and then watch a race. As long as they wanted to stick around. You wouldn't know that those people that were in the stands were drivers, friends, family, etc. They might as well have just been spectators. It felt like there were people there to watch a race, Also, I want to give a shout out to Steven. He's a photographer, works for a couple of the NP01 teams. I had somebody stop me and tell me he was a big fan of us.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, we've made it somewhere.
Always terrifying when you find out that people
Horrifying.
recognize and like your work.
Yep.
Why?
Is that a genuine compliment?
Yeah, it's like, have you
happening?
seen and or heard us?
Yeah, no, he stopped me and just very nice. He was in the middle of something with doing some filming down at turn 3, but yeah, recognized.
Did you recognize the mustache?
He must have. Probably recognized that who else would be walking up to a cell phone that's been pointed at turn 3 for the last 10.5 hours? It's got to be him, right?
By the way, it is so the WRL Races group is a fount of knowledge, and it never ceases to amaze me when somebody posts something. And in this case, it'll be this is a public group. I don't really mind saying it, but talking about the first hood latch issue that we saw today, and the conclusions that people jump to immediately, which is good to know that we're not the only people that do this. But by which I mean jumping to wild conclusions, but saying, oh, well, obviously they didn't latch the hood. Followed by several pictures of the hood latches just shearing. They've just sheared off. And it's crazy the kind of insight that you get just by being there,
Sure.
I feel like it's unusual. Maybe there are private groups in IMSA or whatever where they have similar conversations, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like this is one of the sort of the last places where you can really be open with your competitors and say, well, this is exactly what went wrong with our car. Would you like to prevent it also? Or we've lost such and such part. Does anybody have it? Oh, by the way, yeah, somebody does. I know we mention that almost every race, but it's just crazy the amount of just information that you can just osmose just by being, peripherally involved with the series.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it also highlights that the series isn't just, showing up once a month and doing 2 endurance races, packing up and going home. There is genuine interest and concern for, the guys that are around you. And yeah, your head down and tail up, when the green flag drops and you're focused on the task at hand, but nobody is so inside themselves that they're not willing to help out a competitor or share a safety concern or whatever. Winning is still the drive and it's still important, but it's not so important that you wouldn't be both professional and a human about it.
Yeah.
I know after the accident at Mid Ohio that NRG had, they had the issue with the seat mounts, and immediately, took to Facebook to share the concerns they had about the seat mounts that they had been using. And a couple of teams, had chimed in to say that they would be removing the ones that they had and replacing them with a different brand. So there is a community surrounding WRL that goes well beyond just the immediate, paddock community and brotherhood, for lack of a better word.
And it's not just that, you might think, okay, well, I'm sure that only happens in, in the lower classes and the general production classes, but it absolutely does not. I mean, these were failures that happened on GTO cars, and they're being very kind of forthright about, what they were using, or what they did and didn't do, what they were using, and people can then chime in and say, well, it's because they have a certain lifetime to them, and well, obviously it's lifed out. Now everyone knows that. Everyone is the wiser for it, and we can all, like those seat mounts, not to use those, and now like those pins, not to use those. So,
yeah, and there are definitely some competitive elements to this that do get held kind of close to the chest. We know tires are maybe the big one right now. They've been kind of a hot topic for a little while. And so I wouldn't be shocked if, maybe there's less interest in talking about tire wear, longevity, the type of loads that they can, withstand over longer periods of time.
Do you get the sense that teams are pushing a little harder on the tire front now in terms of what they're willing to try and the amount of the amount of kind of going to the limit of what a particular brand can a certain tread wear, a certain tread pattern?
I don't know enough about the tire situation.
I guess what I'm saying is, do we have a proper tire war going on behind the scenes, I guess?
If not, we can tell there's one.
I'm not convinced it's by the manufacturers themselves yet. I think there's a chance that that's coming, but I do think amongst the teams there is a push for those that aren't affiliated with a particular brand already. I think there is a push on the way to find the next great, endurance tire.
There.
Yeah,
that's coming this away.
Some lightning closer as well. I feel like that rain's been coming for some time though, but this is properly, and this one might stick around. This system is so
slow.
Yeah, this one might stick around for a little bit too.
It's been tough to kind of get my head around as somebody, from the Midwest, because when we have systems like when we have storm systems come through, they are, they're at a clip, right? They're like 40 mile an hour running through, and this is kind of dragging. This is like 15, 20 mile an hour. And it's part of the reason why these delays have been so long, is we've just been waiting on the system to come through.
I think the teams on Max's tires enjoy Sriracha on the pizza.
Spicy take.
You Overnight Motorsports, looking at you guys.
This is a spicy take.
It always rains in Daytona.
At the Lamar chicane.
Whoa, we've got some lightning that's actually fairly close here. that one appears to have been about 2 miles.
Oh yeah. Wow, look at that.
Is that about right?
Yeah, there's one pretty close. It's actually between you and the highway. So
And 95 or 4?
Is that 95? Yes,
95 is
I-95.
north-south. 4 terminates at 95.
Yeah, it's a couple now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure these are confirmed, but so I think some of these have been echoes because this picked up some spots that the track system didn't flag. So these might be just weird echoes, but yeah, it's registered
Yeah.
a few on the east side of I-95.
This is about what happened yesterday. We got through the drivers' meeting and everything. I was able to get back and get kind of showered and cleaned up after getting caught out in the initial rainstorm, and then it rained again.
Oh, you can hear the thunder over the in the clean feed, and probably
Yeah.
then over the actual feed.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
There we go. Now it's raining. Now we've got it. And now that we're a little later in the day, it's not going to be quite as hot. The sun's not going to be quite as high. Some of this might actually stick around for us.
Yeah, especially if it stays. I mean, humidity in Florida creeps up at night into the 90s. You know, high 80s, low 90s.
The thing that's going to make
So
this
we'd almost certainly be headed there.
the thing that's going to make this difficult is these teams, if they are running aggressive tread patterns, they are not going to be able to change over until the field forms up under full course yellow. If they happen to run aggressive tread patterns and then have wet tires that they like.
That's a good point, and it is the one thing that would neutralize the 99's decision to pit, you know, right at the...
Yes.
As the yellow came out. And then alarm sounds again. I think that'll be another new lightning strike.
Well, you can hear it. If you can hear it through the camera microphone,
No.
I'm sure it's close.
I think these are just repeated strikes within the 8-mile range, and now we're in it, and now we've got to wait for it to get through. Which, as you mentioned, you know, with the way these cells move, could be 45 minutes.
Is that
past the track? Never mind.
Yeah.
You know, outside of the 8-mile radius.
Right. It hasn't even quite gotten to us yet. The lightning. It's about to pass over you guys. Now we're gonna have some pretty deep standing water here, I think.
It depends on the surface of the track. It's actually not raining so hard as to create like any flooding. It's steady, but it's not overwhelming. I mean, you can see the visibility is actually still quite good.
Yeah, we'll obviously have a built-in sort of drainage period, right?
Yeah.
So that will help a little bit, just kind of incidentally.
Oh, I guess I need to change YouTube over to part 2, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. I did that for Facebook earlier because of some weird stuff that happened on Facebook, but I actually kind of forgotten I needed to do that on YouTube today, too. So let's do that. That was supposed to start around 3 o'clock. I know we're going to lose some viewers because of it, but this is necessary. Otherwise, we're going to lose the whole recording, which is not something we want to have happen.
Again.
So, yes. So, actually, it hasn't happened for a long time.
Oh, good.
But if you are on YouTube and you're down in the paddock, you happen to be listening on a TV or on a phone or something like that.
Hold on. Can I get the link? Can I put the link in?
Yes, that's a
chat?
great idea. Do you need the link or do you have it?
I can find it. But let me do that. No, you're gonna have to give me that link.
All right.
I thought it was gonna be up. It's not up.
Tease.
I know.
That said, if you enjoy having artichoke on your pizza, no need to follow us with the part 2.
Can we post links in? I probably can.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, for those of you who don't have a link, it's going to be pretty simple. What you're going to do is in a couple minutes here, you're going to scroll up and you're going to click on World Racing League, which you should hopefully have subscribed to. You should then see listed under the videos live part 2.
Yep, the post is already there. You just need to join us on the waiting page. There are already a couple there. So we'll close this side out and just join us in a couple of moments' time on part 2 over on YouTube, and we can resume the exhausting talk about pizza.
Hey, there it
whatever
is.
we've
It
been
posted
doing
just
for the
fine.
last 45 minutes. Yep, we'll be right back on YouTube, guys.